the heart of Oslo, a city known for its striking vistas and fierce winters, a storm is brewing.
Oh my God!
And Magnus cannot believe it!
But this is no typical tempest. This is one of intellect, strategy, and razor-sharp minds. The chess world has converged here to witness a clash of titans in the ultimate battle of wit, the Champions Chess Tour. From across the globe, the greatest minds of this ancient game have arrived. From the suburbs of Minneapolis to the cobbled streets of Paris, from the foothills of the Caucasus Mountains to the banks of the Rhine, the world is watching the Tiger City. At the helm stands Norway's pride and the tour's undisputed king, Magnus Carlsen.
Magnus Magic. How many times do we say that, Tanya? Every single game.
A man whose mastery of the chessboard verges on the supernatural. Magnus changed the climate of Norway sports forever when he won his first world championship in 2013. Today, because of Carlsen's popularity, chess is on TV, in the streets, and in the bars. But the hometown hero can't rest easy. A star-studded field is here to take Carlsen's crown. Alireza Firouzja, the young prodigy.
Alireza has done the unimaginable.
The future of chess. He twice defeated Carlsen to win the Chess.com Classic. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the French Grandmaster, whose blazingly fast style toppled Firouzja in the Crunch Lab Masters.
There we go. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is the winner of the Crunch Labs Masters.
These two tour event champions are joined by 5 year-long elite performers. Jan Nepomniachtchi, the 2-time world championship contender. Wesley So, last year's CCT runner-up. The young and hungry Denis Lazavik. The German phenom, Vincent Keymer. And the Armenian-American legend and super grandmaster, Levon Aronian.
He chose the wrong square.
Wow, Black leaves the bishop hanging and Jan blundered.
This is a battle of minds. Every move is a masterpiece in the making. It's the climax of the biggest online chess event of the year. The Champions Chess Tour final decides who is the king of rapid chess.
You never see this. Absolute hats off.
This is immortality stuff.
It's the Champions Chess Tour Finals, live from Oslo, Norway, and it starts right now.
Beautiful Oslo, Norway. The CCT returns after a long year of exciting play for this year's live final. It's cold out here today, but we're nice and warm, live from inside a familiar studio. I'm excited. I hope you're excited at home and here at the live finals. I'm here with my favorite people in the world, Grandmaster David Howe and International Master Tanya Sachdev. We are here. We back. How y'all feel?
I'm so excited. David, James, I love it. I mean, it's been a season long of brilliance, rapid play. We've got these 8 gladiators, 1 claim to the crown.
Yeah.
David, and they're all right here, from on screen to on stage.
Literally, they're just downstairs playing, and this is the spiritual home of the Champions Chess Tour, Oslo. This is where it all began. Magnus, after all, is the king of the tour, and all eyes on him. I can't wait to get started.
I'm excited. I always like to say I'm the only one in the world to call it. We're in the Big Low, aka Oslo, Norway. Excited to be here at a live final. So many people here. Of course, as we had like the Speed Chess Championship, we had a live final. That's awesome. What are you most excited about seeing this final?
Well, I guess the whole world's been watching classical chess this last month, James. So I'm excited for it to speed up, get back to rapid. It's my favorite series of tournaments for a reason. And yeah, it's going to be fast. It's going to be fun.
What are you, Ty?
Yeah, you know, I think it's the World Championship hangover, and we've got the world #1 here trying to get his 5th Champions Chess Tour crown in the bag. But there are 7 big rivals standing in his way. I think we're in for a thrilling week of chess. And again, this is what it all comes down to, being live in Oslo and fighting for that championship.
Well, we've had 4 exciting CCT events this year. Let's take a look and relive some of those highlights.
Against Hikaru Nakamura, that rook on h6 is ugly AF.
No, that's it. B4. What a result. 2-0.
Look at Anish. He's doing his best.
Denis Lazavik, the kid, sends home Hikaru Nakamura. Anish Giri will join his fellow 2800 club member.
Magnus needs to prove that he can hold the half point. And whoa, as soon as I say that, the wrong move from Alireza, and Magnus isn't just okay. Apparently he's winning. It is Magnus Carlsen. He needed a draw, but he gets a win. Magnus Carlsen wins the first event of the Champions Chess Tour.
Black King's coming. It's not out of the woods yet. And he offers to trade the bishops.
The knight is too far. The b-pawn is coming. Magnus Carlsen knows it. He leans back for the first time in the match. He knows he's done it.
Wow, heartbreak for Vincent Keymer. He traded off the bishops, which was so desirable the whole game.
The king goes to f3. It hides. The g-pawn cannot be hidden from that g8 square. And Magnus cannot believe it. He's so mad at himself.
Look at this beast. Look at this beast on d6, bishop to e4. He's totally winning. Magnus he knows it's over. Alireza, he's not going to miss. He did it again. Magnus Carlsen has resigned. Alireza has done the unimaginable.
Alireza Firouzja is the champion of the Chess.com Classic.
I kind of want to see bishop takes h1 though. Just that would go down in all the chess books forever for history.
Oh my god!
He didn't see it. Oh my god, it's on the board. This is once in a lifetime stuff. Fabiano on the camera, Robert, smiling. He knows he's... Oh, wow, this is immortality stuff. 18 seconds, even on the board if he survives the clock. It's over.
Push, push, push. h7. You can't go a3. Got to go back to h8. The rook slides over to h6 just in time. It's all over.
12 seconds.
g7.
There we go. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is the winner of the Crunch Labs Masters after taking down Alireza Firouzja in the Armageddon.
The h1's going to cost white his knight. Arjun Erigais is going to be knocked down to the loser's bracket.
Alexander Grishik, look at how happy he is. He's missing moves. He's also missing moves here. There's a lot of nerves. Queen f2, check here. What happens here?
The bar is going up and down like my heart rate right now. Queen f7 is a big threat, and Alireza, he resigns after e6.
Despite Alireza's clock situation, Robert, he's been fantastic today.
Resignation time, and that means we will see a rematch of Firouzja and Carlsen. Knight takes d4 is something you have to consider. What? Bishop f5?
If he plays it, it shows he's in bang in top form here right now.
I seriously was only looking at moves like queen c7, queen b6 with Alireza Firouzja. He is in tip-top shape at the moment.
And another capture. This is maybe what Magnus has missed. Magnus is saying, what have I done? Robert, take it away. Ooh, the bar drops. Wait, what's happened here? I was about to say this should be a draw, but apparently this is a blunder from Magnus Carlsen.
I think it was just a strange decision. And oh my goodness, David, you know what's about to happen?
Oh, look at Firouzja on the camera as well. Frustrated, Robert, and it is a draw. White is still winning, but Magnus doesn't realize the white king has to run. Sprint forward.
He chose the wrong square. Yeah, f2 comes with check. The king goes back to e2, but that was a mistake. Every single obvious looking move is wrong.
Wow, the checks have continued, but no more. And Magnus Carlsen wins on time, wins the Julius Baer Generation Cup. It was a king walk. It was close. Magnus, a sigh of relief on his face, Robert, but a deserved winner in the end after an epic battle.
A year of events brings us to the tour standings presented by Julius Baer, the official wealth manager partner of the Champions Chess Tour. Hundreds of thousands of dollars already distributed, bringing us to the 8 players we see today. But a lot of players didn't quite make the cut. Tanya, who are you surprised with that didn't make the cut, actually?
Well, I'm looking at the right side, the list on the right side.
Okay.
I would have loved to see a countrymate of mine on this. And, you know, Vidit was close. Arjun had a shot. And then you've also got world number 2, Fabiano Caruana, who missed the cut of that top 8, fighting for $500,000 here in Oslo. I will tell you who I'm surprised to see in the top 8. And, David, that's got to be Denis Lazavik. You know, he stunned us all last season, making it to the finals. And he's back now into the Champions Chess Tour Finals, second time in a row, proving that that was no fluke.
I think we've all learned recently that being a teenager isn't necessarily a bad thing in chess. The teenagers did pretty well recently, and Denis Lazavik, yeah, maybe he's got some surprises up his sleeve, more surprises for us this time.
Yeah, in fact, Denis is showing incredible form in all the time. He's won many Title Tuesdays as well. He also has a very nice stoic, just chill and play chess type of attitude. It reminds you of a younger Wesley So here. So, of course, as we do have Wesley So here, maybe we have 2 of them kind of in a way, but I'm excited to see kind of what happens there in the matches to come. So pretty awesome there. But what else are you looking forward to, David? Like, what else?
Well, I'm interested to see whether anyone can take down Magnus, first of all. Magnus has won the Champions Chess Tour 4 years running. Some big names alongside him. Alireza Firouzja is in rapid chess, a dangerous beast. And yeah, Nepomniachtchi, Vachier-Lagrave, they're capable on their day, but Whether they can hold it together for the whole week, take down Magnus, that's another question. I just want to see great chess.
You know, David, world number one, Magnus playing any tournament, it's hard to bet against the guy. But Alireza Firouzja, he's been fire on the board the whole year round. He's shown incredible form. And the one player I'm really excited to see is Vincent Keymer. He's coming off fresh from the team of Gukesh.
Okay.
You know, he's the 1 second, I will say, who I was most surprised to see on that list. Wasn't expecting that at all. I want to see the kind of opening preparation. Do you think that's going to play a big role in this one? What he prepared for the World Championship match with Gukesh?
Oh, that's interesting. Maybe there was a contract. He's not allowed to use some of the work. You never know. There's always a bit of cloak and dagger with these things. But Vincent Keymer, I mean, just confidence, riding on a high, the emotion that comes with kind of winning a World Championship, being part of the team kind of counts. I mean, that's going to stand him in good stead.
Well, let's take a look at the format, as this tournament has multiple stages and everyone will be playing each other at least once in the round robin. But the format has some new quirks from last year. Let's take a look at how it works.
The Champions Chess Tour Finals are here. 8 players who have earned their spot will face off in an epic battle to determine who will be this year's Champion of Champions. Up for grabs will be $500,000 in prizes, with first place taking home $200,000. The action opens with an 8-player round robin. The top 2 finishers advance directly to the semifinals, while the bottom 2 are eliminated. The remaining 4 players will battle in a double elimination survival bracket. Again, the top 2 players advance, while the bottom 2 players will be eliminated. The final 4 players are headed to a single elimination bracket. The winner will be crowned our 2024 Tour Champion.
Here are our first round pairings. This is exciting. Here we go. David, Tanya, what are we doing? We got the matchups here. David, we'll start with you. What are you looking at?
Well, it's hard to look past Magnus Carlsen against Vincent Keymer, someone that Tanya was singling out there for praise. I'm going to shout out Alireza Firouzja and Levon Aronian as well as potentially the most fiery encounter.
You know, you took my pick right there because I was looking at that matchup as well. Levon Aronian, he's called the artist in the chess world. Alireza Firouzja, also bold and creative. James, I'm expecting a starry night of tactics in that matchup.
Yeah, let's talk about the king of the CCT's first match. Of course, we got Magnus here. So what do you think is going to happen there with that Magnus match? Of course, Magnus is always a favorite there. But, I mean, do you think anyone has any chances against him?
Oof, it's tough to say. I think Magnus, he's often known as a bit of a slow starter. So if there's any time to play him, now is a good time for Vincent. But Magnus will also be itching to get back out there, having been a spectator for the last few weeks of the World Championship match.
And he's up against Vincent, right? Let's not forget the 2023 World Cup. Vincent was the only player to beat Magnus Carlsen.
Crazy, yeah.
You know, Vincent's coming off fresh right now from his prep, from the training camp with Gukesh. All these youngsters, David, they're always so excited for this opportunity to play against Magnus and potentially try and take him down.
Yeah, and this young generation, every time one of them gets a great result, another one seems to kind of want to show that they can keep the pace. And Vincent Keymer, yeah, so impressive for someone so young. He's been Germany's #1 for so many years now. And yeah, a dangerous, dangerous opponent for Magnus to start against.
Very strong opponent, of course, as we talked about with that prep too as well. That's something I didn't know, David. I don't know about the contract. If you can't use the prep of like, oh, you can't use the prep for 17 years exactly. Like, that's crazy. If that's a real thing, wow. But I mean, Keymer definitely is working with as a second with Gukesh there. Definitely, I know he's prepared. He's very sharp. He's been looking at the engine and etc. So pretty nice stuff there. But 2 players who haven't won a 2024 Tour event but are looking to win this year's finals are right there. In fact, Wesley and Nepo. Both players will be looking for a strong start there. Look at them sitting down, ready to go. Doesn't that look great, guys? Look at the setup.
It's proper esports style there. The players have headphones, so they will have playlists, I believe, pre-approved playlists they can listen to, but they won't be able to hear the audience. We have fans here, of course.
What are they listening to, David? What's Wesley's go-to?
I don't know. So
I will
heavy
survive.
metal?
What do you think, Tanya?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the playlist, but also, I mean, look at that. They're head-to-head. They've now played against each other. And I want to point out that in 2021, in the tour, Wesley had a phenomenal run. And I think he's looking to reclaim some of that. Jan as well, hungry for a win. And you guys were talking about the playing arena. I've been there. It is absolutely awesome. There are fans cheering and rooting. And if you guys, any of you watching, living around or in Oslo, you've got to come here to Screen Studios. There's so much happening. And there's this one-way mirror situation with the players. It's sort of like an enclosure where the fans can see them, see all the action, but the greats inside can only see themselves. And these two will have their eyes on the board, and if they turn around, they'll get a peek at themselves.
At themselves, of course, just to feel better about themselves and then maybe even get a little bit more confidence there. Of course, as you see, everyone's getting ready. The specs are there. This looks amazing. Look at everyone working on the sides there. Vincent Keymer ready to go. Magnus showing up fashionably late always. This is just how he does it. He is not there at the board, but he will show up late as usual. Now, of course, as we see MVL there too, man, this is awesome. We have chess up in the background. I'm excited, like especially with the fans here. You know, it makes it a whole different element when the fans are able to watch.
I mean, this is happening in Oslo. David, probably no surprises who everyone's going to be rooting for here.
Yeah, the local fans might be slightly biased.
Magnus.
Magnus Madness, as they call it here. But yeah, I mean, there's so many world-class players. We're going to be really treated so atmospheric. I'm hoping the fans, at least in the first few days, cheer for everyone. And it would be nice to see everyone in kind of tip-top form, really showing their best chess.
Locked in. Of course, as you see here, this is the time where people will take, you know, they get ready, you know, all the facial expressions and the emotions and getting the jitters out. And really, it just takes that first move. But I wonder what they're listening to. That's always a really big thing. Oh, look at Magnus in the suit, Tanya. He's ready to go.
Yeah, I think he's just walked in. He's just entered the building. So getting ready to get go. And I want to ask you guys, right, because these players have played season-long online. Played remote. And now here they are, you know, on stage, live audience in front of each other. How do you think that's going to affect the dynamics?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think all of the players do enjoy both kind of forms of chess, over the board, online. I think for specialists like Denis Lazavik, it might be the hardest. He's never really played the top players in the world over the board as much. But here we go, Magnus. Cheering.
Clapping, right. Of course, the hometown favorite, hometown hero. He's ready to go. Wow, I'm excited. Well, okay, games are about to start. I'm excited to see. Hey, did you see Nepo bopping his head? He was like turned up listening to something. I'm always curious to see what gets the players motivated music-wise, of course. And of course, in chat at home, what gets you motivated? What's your go-to song? Let's get the chat hype on this one. What do you think is the players are listening to? And what is your go-to? We'd love to hear it.
And I believe the players had to give in their playlist for the games.
Yes.
So the organizers would have it all set up and ready for them to go. It's to block out the noise because there is going to be applause. There is going to be cheering going on. People are having a good time. And Magnus, there he is, getting ready, adjusting his headphones.
And the games will be staggered. So we will see Magnus begin very shortly. But it will be Jan Nepomniachtchi starting with the white pieces against Wesley So, who will kick off the Champions Chess Tour Finals 2024. Any predictions in this first encounter?
This is the hot seat. Predictions. All right, I guess this game here, I'm going to say, breathe. Okay, Nepo wins first, and then Wesley wins second, and they go to Armageddon.
Yeah, it's a best of two. So Jan starts with the white pieces. He gets that slight advantage, and we've got the countdown going on. It's handshakes, and we're off.
Woo! Here we go. Let's see. In fact, what move do you think is next, chat? What do you think is going to happen? We want to get you involved. What move do you think is next? With take, you can play along with the players. That's crazy. Play guess the move. Follow your favorite players to tailor your in-app experience. Stay in the loop with live events and more. To download Take and experience chess fandom like never before, visit go.chess.com/takex3 or use !take in chat. Let's go.
And we start this with the Italian game. A big pause now from Jan Nepomniachtchi. This is nothing new under the sun. The Italians, the most trendy opening out there these days. And we see Nepomniachtchi castle his king. Very trendy stuff. Black does the same. Wesley So, we know he loves to be solid. I think
so
this game,
solid, right?
So solid, Wesley. And this game will most likely start to heat up later in the middle game.
And you say so solid. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, I think this is a clash of styles, right? Jan always looking to kind of hit that chaos button, getting that combative play going. And usually in these openings, it's so much about which side gets that central break in. It starts cagey. It starts with this cautious play of getting the pieces out. But once one of these deep on strikes in the center, there it is.
There it is. Tanya need to be out there playing. In fact, Tanya playing the next round. Just so y'all know, it's a spoiler alert, Tanya will be playing as well. Knight takes d5 on the board. Yeah, of course, centers open up, but they call this a quiet game, but a lot of times these become nothing but quiet later in the middle game.
Yeah, and in the meantime, this game is quiet. Let's go over to another game that's just beginning. It is the favorite of the event, the local favorite, Magnus Carlsen, world #1, who will begin with the white pieces against Vincent Keymer. I'm not going to ask for predictions here because they might be one-sided, but Vincent, a draw with the black pieces would be a fantastic result, I'm going to say. So some pressure on Magnus to try and start strong to win. The handshake, we're off. How will he begin?
Here we go. And knight f3. Ooh, that's so annoying. Yeah, you just go d5. You know what? d5. And e3. Maybe the b3 stuff?
We saw this knight move come on so many times in the recent World Championship, and there it is. You called it, James, trying to get the bishop out, pieces out. I think, David, to your point, absolutely essential for Vincent if he's got to have a chance to keep things solid with the black pieces. A best of 2, it's such a mini match, and the aim for players in the round robin is to make sure they don't end in the bottom 2, right? Because bottom 2 and you're eliminated.
Right, yeah, and if you bottom 2, you go home. You want to go home, Tanya? Exactly. You got to win, Tanya. You got to win. Stick around, yeah. No, but it's very important to get off with a very good start. You know, if you don't, emotions can play a role in your game and your decision making, and you can actually send yourself home, basically, to say the least. So I do like this opening choice for Magnus. In fact, if you check some classical games recently, I forgot which tournament it was. I've been checking a lot of games, but Vincent Keymer actually played this with the white pieces and won a very nice game in about 30 moves or so. This is a very nice setup from white. Magnus is just trying to play a game, trying to stay away from theory a little bit. I've had success with this opening too as well. Hikaru has a 60% win rate on Chess.com with this opening. So in faster time controls, that is. But it is nice to get a game with this, David.
Yeah, the one surprise to me is that Magnus is playing this against Vincent, as you mentioned, because Vincent is one of the world's leading experts on this type of Reti system. I was also surprised that it turns out Vincent was Gukesh's second, because this type of opening with a quick b3 was debated once in the World Championship match between Ding Liren and Gukesh. Slightly different this time. Magnus gives a check. This very much looks like a Queen's Indian defense, Tanya, just with colors reversed. It's as if white here is basically playing black, just with one extra move.
You know, this reminds me of Tata Steel Chess India, where Magnus played Arjun and said he loves to play these young players and then kind of try to beat them in their own forte, in their territory. So Magnus here going for the ready, which is something that Vincent employs. In fact, in the World Championship match, one of the biggest surprises, one of the biggest sort of novelties that we saw was Vincent's idea in the Reti, moving that rook to e1. So he knows the intricacies of this position. But we're seeing both players blitz their moves out. 2 sets of minors already off the board. A very non-standard pawn formation here, David.
Yeah, wow. Pawn to b3 early in the game normally hints at the fact that you love your dark square bishop. The bishop fianchettos. It was on this diagonal previously.
C3? Is that a slip?
I don't think
That's
so.
not a mouse slip, is it?
I think this is part of the plan. He's going to build a big pawn center, James, and he's going to try to target this black pawn in the center. I don't know why I highlighted it green, the Chess.com green pawn here, but it's going to be a big weakness. And look at this, Magnus. If he ever gets a chance to capture, black's going to be left with an IQP, isolated queen's pawn. It's part of a big grand strategy.
These are the type of positions Magnus likes, so he likes the grindy type. Oh, I have a weakness. Okay, cool. We play this for 150 moves, right? You know, and I beat you in an endgame, which, of course, is very easy for Magnus to play these type of positions. He has a target, and, of course, the d5 pawn being extremely weak here is going to be the source of all of white's counterplay. We castle, we double on the d file at some point, maybe even take it. Let me take with the pawn. Yeah, that's what he wants to do, and somehow trying to win this pawn on d5 might be difficult with rook d8 defending. How do we actually attack this pawn? But it is a weakness later in the endgame.
I just want to add one more point. After that pawn trade, Vincent could potentially give a check to the white king and finish his development really quickly as well. So he does slow down. He's up on the clock. Does that surprise you a little bit with the speed with which Vincent has handled this with black?
Yes, slightly. I mean, normally against Magnus, we talk about this Magnus effect where players slow down. They start to second guess themselves, start to doubt their moves. Especially if Magnus allows a check like this, you start thinking, oh, there must be something that he's got up his sleeve.
Oh, okay. Whoa, it's similar. I mean, knight after d2 is not on the radar.
Yeah,
wow.
Moving a developed piece for a second time. That is slightly mysterious. I guess, Tanya, he wants this knight sitting at home to prevent any incursions by this black bishop. And next move, he's getting ready to boot the bishop away. The center's blocked, so moving the same piece, losing time, breaking all the rules, I guess doesn't matter so much.
And I love the confidence with which Vincent is playing the position out as well. He gets the rook on the open file, and speed is of the essence here with 10 minutes and only a 2-second bonus. You know, I heard all the trumps you pointed out in White's position earlier. I see that D pawn can become a target. Yes, Black has got the 2 double pawns on the F file, but I also think the activity of Black's pieces, of Vincent's pieces here, has got to count for something. I look at the guy and I think he's feeling really comfortable about his position.
Definitely. I mean, one thing I learned about Magnus, too, as well, is that actually he likes to make it different. So knight fd2 was a move that's completely off the radar, and you would think knight b to d2, maybe even a king f1. But one thing I've actually learned from a very good book was the Grandmaster Preparation. Positional play is what is my worst place piece? And actually, the knight on f3 didn't have many squares. So now looking back at this move, it makes total sense here, and it's just very nice understanding that we see from such a great player like Magnus. Now, is knight c3 a blunder here? David, knight takes d4, but maybe there's knight d5. There's some crazy tactics going on. Then bishop h2 and queen d4. Okay, you know what? Let me just stop because I'm calculating too much right now, David.
I think Magnus here is reluctant to allow any tactics if the white knight comes out. As you point out, James, it is indirectly on a loose square. The black knight can jump out the way, and some crazy tricks in that position. I think we should allow Magnus to calculate this one. He's burning a bit of time on the clock. Let's go to the bird's eye view because all 4 games have begun now. And I think we've raced past the opening in most of them. But to my eyes, yes, the Magnus game is interesting. That's going to be a long positional battle. The Jan Nepomniachtchi against Wesley So game on the top left of our screens there, again, looks very tense. Very logical play in that Italian opening. The other 2, though, a bit weird, a bit wonderful. Alireza Firouzja against Levon Aronian. All of the pieces are in the center, somewhat at random, it looks like. Really tense position there. Whereas Vachier-Lagrave against Denis Lazavik, I think a great start for the youngster in that game. So, Tanya, where were you going?
It's got to be the bottom right one, right? What on earth is even going on that D file? You've got all the minors crapped at the center of the board. You've got to break this down for us, David. And this is exactly what we were expecting when you've got these 2 fighting, when it's Alireza taking on Levon, you know, 2 of the most creative players of modern chess.
Right.
And look at the position on the board.
Yeah, let's jump into that game now, and another piece enters
Look at
the
that.
center.
That's crazy. I mean, you can't make this up. I mean, you have LeBron Aronian, as I like to call him, versus Alireza Firouzja here. These guys, very sharp, creative players, as you see. This probably came from a Sicilian Najdorf. Is that what this is? Was the A4 variation or no? What is this? What was this opening?
It did come from a Sicilian Najdorf. Yes, pattern recognition.
What did he play, Firouzja? What was the move 6?
It was bishop to d3.
Bishop d3 line.
Trendy one.
Okay.
The white bishop, a bit locked in. And yeah, just to point out, it is very rare to see all of the minor pieces clustered so close together, especially bishops, which tend to be long-range pieces. I got scared there that the white queen was trapped.
This is like they made something up here. You never see this type of...
I mean, it looks like a Rubik's Cube, right?
Right.
I should start highlighting different colors, but it's a Rubik's Cube, essentially.
Nice.
Wow. This is a weird position, I've got to say.
Did he repeat? Oh, he went back.
What are the chances we actually get a repetition here with the queen sliding in front of that bishop and the bishop sliding back to h4? Because this just looks incredibly complicated to me, and there's a pin to be dealt with here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to break it down. I'm just trying to understand the position, Tanya. Wow, I agree. I would be really uncomfortable here, actually, as white, because black holds the tension here. Black can, at will, capture this bishop in 2 different ways. Black can take this knight even. I mean, there's so many things to calculate. It's a rapid game. You only have 6 minutes on your clock. It might be pragmatic to try and repeat the moves, even though you have the white pieces. But it's not Firouzja's style. He wants to battle.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, he wants to battle here, but it's hard when you're facing open Najdorfs. It is with the black pieces. The open Najdorfs are, of course, I mean, they say Najdorf is a Rolls Royce of chess openings. In fact, it's a very, very good opening. The soundest of the sound, or they say I forgot, Najdorf from, what's his name? Geary used something in his course. He said, It's like the soundest of the sound and most aggressive of the sound. Something weird like that, right? But it's just saying how good the Night Orph is, especially with the black pieces when you go for the open ones, which while you'll see more mainline Bishop B5 checks, which you'll see a lot of those, which are quite annoying for Night Orph players there. So he too, though, gets out of the way and he fights on.
Gets out of the way. The game continues. Tanya, we're going to head into the middle game now. I do see the evaluation bar, though, on the black side in the Vachier-Lagrave against Denis Lazavik game. This game is tense, roughly balanced. Maybe we check back in on it shortly. I would love to see if we can get an early strike by the youngster. Should we jump over?
Definitely.
Let's do it.
That bar is moving, too.
Denis
That
Lazavik
bar is moving.
Here we go.
Oof.
Opening
Look at
always.
that bar.
What was the opening? I always like to know what was played before we got here.
So this was a Nimzo Indian defense.
Okay.
White played the F3 variation, so very risky stuff.
Okay, Mach, whatever they call it.
Suddenly it's all about the queen side, right? It's just this one backward pawn on B2. Given a question mark by Denis Lazavik, but a very logical move, I believe. He heads on over. Look at this cluster, another cluster of pieces, all on the queen side.
Everything's on the left side of the board, and the biggest weakness, B2 as well. And what on earth is that white knight doing on H3?
I didn't even see that over there.
So
it's like,
offside. It's so easy to even think that it exists right now.
Right.
And Dan Laz, as he's known on Chess.com, he's clearly dominating that position. The knight coming on to A4 as well on the next move, and the arrow points out that this is the way to go.
Yeah, the blue arrow does signify the best move in the position. It's also the logical follow-up to Denis Lazavik's last move. So I'm surprised he's hesitating. Maybe he's just double-checking that there's no tactics in the position.
And he
He
doesn't.
plays something else. He puts knight E5. Where is he going?
Surprising stuff. The black knight, I think there were some potential tricks. He was looking at the idea of pawn to B4. So there would have been some en passant ideas, and the black knight on C6 would have been vulnerable. So moving it off a unprotected square, but a bit slow.
Also, I just realized that C4 pawn is a bit tender, so there were calculations involved with the knight jumping onto A4. So first, Denis Lazavik just consolidates that pawn, and that other knight is definitely landing on the A4 square to put pressure on B2. Is this the kind of situation where you ignore the cross? It just feels like such a human move to make.
I think so. Yes, it's not the best way necessarily of pushing the advantage, growing the advantage, but it's stabilizing. And the top players in the world, something that Hikaru does all the time, they just stabilize the position. They sit on their opponents, keep the pressure. And just to show a cool tactic, Tanya, you mentioned there were tricks as Maxime gets ready to make another move. He improves his queen. Or maybe he doesn't improve his queen. But just to show knight to A4 in this position, bishop takes pawn, you said was possible, and you're right. This is the type of thing that had to be calculated. Now black would have to sacrifice. Knight takes B2.
Whoa.
Look at this. Rook takes B2.
Whoa!
And a checkmate.
Queen takes B2. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
That's nasty.
This
That's
is how
beautiful.
complicated the position is.
That was nasty.
Okay, let's catch up with the game. In the meantime, pieces coming out. Maxime maybe a bit happier than he was now that his knight's off the back rank.
Hey, check out the fans down there. Look at that at the bottom right-hand corner. If you're here in Norway, of course, you can be here at the live final. Look at that. That's pretty cool. And of course, as we mentioned before, the players can see, cannot see actually the fans, and the fans can see the players, but of course, there's more of a mirror between it, which is pretty cool to see. So it's no distractions, really, to say the least. Awesome to have the live audience here, as always. Look at all the people here.
This is how chess is meant to be played. In front of a live audience,
right.
They can hear the commentary and enjoy it. If you guys can see us,
You guys say hi to
big
Chip.
enough from the
Scream as loud as
studio
you
right
can.
now.
No, don't do that. Okay.
But they can cheer. They
Okay,
can
actually
actually
yeah.
scream right now
Yeah,
because,
yeah.
oh, they can hear us.
Oh, what's up, guys? Hey,
us a Mexican wave.
what's going on? Oh, yeah, we actually did that one. Right. What's up, guys? Hello. Wow, look at all the people
Oh,
here.
that you got your wave there.
Yeah.
Nice. We'll
Great
coordinate
job.
one later.
Great job.
Perhaps. But
What's up, guys?
In the meantime, a blue arrow appears, and I think Maxime Vachier-Lagrave only has one move to save this game.
And he finds it.
He finds
Finds it.
H4. Well, yeah, you have to, I guess, play this. Oh, yeah, because of the pin on D8. So after queen takes, then you take everything on D3, and I might take white. I do have the 2 versus 1 on the queen side. You always want to look at the pawn structure and heading into some type of endgame. And here we go.
And there were tactics there. The black rook was undefended on the d-file, so there was no time to go and win the white knight. Now it's level material again. I think Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has weathered the storm, survived the worst. But Denis Lazavik can probably bail out with a draw if he wants by exchanging everything on the d3 square and then starting to give some checks to the white king. This game looks like it might fizzle out towards a draw now. But still a great result for the youngster, for Denis Lazavik.
Yeah, at 18, his second Champions Chess Tour Finals, and he starts with the black pieces and keeps the Frenchman with 3 names at bay, never out of control. In fact, was the one I was pushing. David, as this one fizzles down a bit and the dust settles, most likely headed to a draw. Should we take a look at some of the other action that's on?
Yeah, let's jump out to the bird's eye view and decide where to go next. It looks like tense middle games all around, other than that game we just left, perhaps, which was headed straight to the end game. And, okay, I'm trying to decide. I think we won't go to Magnus just yet, because Magnus, that's a very positional fight right now. That's likely to be the longest game of the round. But the game between Firouzja and Levon Aronian has somewhat clarified itself. I think we should jump back there.
It looks like a lot of fun because the knight has just jumped forward, asking some questions to Alireza. So let's take a deep dive into this one as Levon gets aggressive, James.
I mean, there's also a dark square bishop. Like, for me, I'm a big fan of the bishops. When they ask what's your favorite piece, of course, in fact, let's get that in the chat. We also have a draw, too, up there with MVL and Denis Lazavik. First game draw.
Great result for Den Laz.
Great result. But if you're in the chat here, let's talk about your favorite piece. Mine is definitely the bishops here, of course. I love that dark square bishop on B2. It's aiming at the king on G7, knight H5 type ideas, right? It is quite scary. I think it can be parried a lot with knight to E5 from Levon here, but at the same time, it is getting spicy on this game.
Yeah, and right now, Black has just grabbed a pawn. Levon Aronian, the reason he jumped forward with his knight was because there was a pawn on that square. He's gobbled that one up. He's got a material advantage, so pressure very much on Firouzja to do something concretely here to justify his compensation. He trades off knight for bishop.
Whoa, bar moving. Bishop C4 for the score or no?
Yeah.
There it is. Wow. Bishops for the win, guys. Remember, we said that at home. Those bishops, okay? Those bishops.
And I think he's about to play it, and he does it. Bishop C4 on the board.
For the score, yes.
And also, the F7 point is so tender with the bishop and the rook combining. David, what is going on? How does Lev keep the game going right now? Big threats?
These bishops, here we go. This is about to get crazy. There's some sacrifices here, David, no?
Yeah, I think he has to give up material right now. Otherwise, he will fall victim to some sacrifices, to a potential checkmating attack right now, as you say, James. If he drops back this rook to save it, defend this pawn, several things you can do. The most tempting to my eyes is to jump the queen out, threatening checkmate.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, this is so scary. Yes, you can try and block with a knight, but after some exchanges, I mean, the final white piece comes into the action. You're getting hit from this angle, this angle, this angle. I mean,
it's a lot of angles.
Good luck.
What happens on D5 instead? Let's go back, in fact, like immediately now. What happens on just D5?
In the game position, pawn to D5. He plays it, James.
On the board.
Oh, okay.
Find out.
Well, Levon Aronian. Let's see what we got here. D5. Here we go. I guess he just backs it up. Oh, Queen F3. Yikes.
Sneaky move. Double attack now, hitting this pawn with a big threat. And this pawn too in the center.
Let's see if any emotions from Levon. Let's see if we see any emotion. Nothing. Nothing from him. Yeah, Queen F3 it's a question mark, but I mean, as a human, this move makes total sense here.
I mean, the position's full of emotions right now, right? Because the queen has sidestepped the pin. The central pawn is hanging now. F7 is a massive threat. To me, with just under 2 minutes, this looks busted for Levon.
Right, like, what is the move? I mean, it's definitely something inhuman. Maybe, no, it doesn't work. I don't know what the move is. 95? That could be a move. That's crazy.
Almost terminal for Levon Aronian. I think he does have to play that move you mentioned, James, knight into E5. Instead, he goes another way with his knight. Not just this game, but there's also been a huge mistake by Jan Nepomniachtchi, who looks like he's about to go down to Wesley So. And let's quickly jump over there. This game we'll come back to. But look at this. I'm trying to actually do a count. It's level material, but it's the white king that's about to come under a heavy storm. The black queen is about to slide with a nasty check. White is totally tied up.
Oh, sheesh.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Immediately be over, but it's paralysis for white. You can barely move.
You can barely move. That black has time to just sidestep with the king to F7, making sure that there are no checks on that king with the white knight. Look at the boxing up on that bottom right corner, right? With the rook, knight, and king all stuck. Meanwhile, all of black's pieces beautifully placed. At some point, that knight will land to F3 with a deadly check, a potential sacrifice on H2 to preface that move. This is absolutely disastrous for Jan.
You can smell the tactics here. Let's see where he goes. Queen F1. Is there a sacrifice? No, he has Queen G2 at the end. We was thinking Queen H1 followed by Knight F3, but Queen G2 is like okay, and whatever. Maybe he could do it anyway and still probably win the endgame after bishop f4.
At the endgame, you win this pawn and you just
Ooh,
laugh.
he goes for it.
Yeah,
Okay,
he goes.
sacrifices.
And did you see Jan's like, what's going on? Why is this? Because the queen hides on g2 after a check on d2, so you don't end up losing that queen.
Yeah, there's some discovered checks, but the white queen blocks, as you say, Tanya. I think he's miscalculated, Wesley. He's cashed in his advantage too early. He's tried to transform it immediately, but how? It's just going to be a pure queen endgame. Wesley So, getting impatient, has totally blown his advantage. Well, I say totally, mostly blown his advantage. This is the plan to win this pawn with a check. But as the blue arrow points out, the white queen can start getting active. It's not over yet.
Oh, he went the wrong way.
Ooh, he goes the wrong way.
Yeah, he went the wrong way.
The black queen can start checking, gobbling up more pawns. This isn't over. This is going to end in a flurry of checks, most likely, as Jan Nepomniachtchi aims to save himself. Where's the killer blow?
Well, black has an extra pawn. If you can just keep things under control on the left side, and the blue arrow tells us it's best to come back and get all greedy with the pawns on the left side. Wesley, how much time does he have to
I think he's going to take
30 seconds.
the draw. I think he's shaking his head there. I saw the smirk of the lips there when you
he's got to
push
go
them
on.
together. He has no time.
He's got to try and push this one, James. And he does it. He doesn't take a draw.
2 seconds. 2-second increment.
Ooh, he goes back. But now momentum on the white side. Jan Nepomniachtchi jumping in with the white queen. It's hard to imagine the black king ever hiding now. And Wesley, he's got to make sure he doesn't take too much risk. 12 seconds on the clock. This is the first real time scramble we've seen of the Champions Chess Tour finals, and centralized queens are so powerful. Wesley has to be really careful. Jan is taking over.
Yeah.
Look at him vibing. So, I mean, he in the zone. What is he
3-2, make a move.
He
does it with 2 seconds on the clock. And you can see it on Wesley that he knows he's let go of a big chunk of his advantage and the momentum in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there is a chance of Wesley trying to walk the king down the road here. King g5, king f4 type ideas. Or he... Oh, hold on.
Ooh.
Hold on. Here we go.
Oh, now you have to start calculating king and pawn endgames, for example. You have to start wondering where the black king is hiding. Another check. You can gobble this pawn. Yeah. Oof, it's so tense.
And this is where the extra seconds that Jan has are so useful in the position. Wesley, with 5 seconds, has to navigate this position. And Jan doesn't give a single check, centralizes the queen.
Oh, he's got no time, Wesley. He has to just trust his instinct. But he's grabbed an important pawn.
This is crazy. Eval bar going up.
Who's checkmating who? That's the question.
Check. I get out the way. I take one with check. Oh,
my
goodness.
And he's going to pick up f3 with check as well.
Yep.
This pawn is dropping.
King f7. Takes.
Does it? He simply takes.
Oh, my goodness. Wesley is hurt here. And look at Jan in the zone with the Hikaru head bob.
The black pawns with the pride and joy of his position. Now the white king is so powerful. Any queen and pawn games, any queen exchanges even, will simply result in a white win. The white king far superior to its counterpart. This looks hopeless suddenly.
Yeah. And that a pawn will just run up the board in case of a queen trade. And absolutely agree. 3 seconds for Wesley. I think it's all gone completely wrong.
Oh, the eval bar goes crazy for a second there, but
it's check
still
king
under
f6.
control.
Is check king f6 winning?
And I think he's about to do it, James.
And king f6.
Checkmate.
Or f5. Well, okay, you have to go f6. Yeah, have to. He's made it.
Checks.
And resigns.
Wesley
my
resigns.
goodness.
Wow, what a turnaround. We joined it with Wesley So about to win. He ends up crashing to defeat. Jan Nepomniachtchi turning on the style.
Wow.
Yeah, this is literally snatching a victory from the jaws of defeat for Jan, right? How bad was his position? Down upon, and we could hear the audience cheering because what a comeback that was.
Man, as we say, it doesn't matter how you get it. It matters if you got it done. And he got it done there. And of course, I'm waiting for my payout now, as I did predict the first win for Jan. So thank you. You guys can send me my, I'll send you my PayPal. So now with black, he has to strike back. Whoa, crazy game here as usual.
Now, this one has been crazy for a while, but Firouzja has been winning for most of this game. And look at this skewer. There was a skewer on this diagonal. If the bishop had been captured, the other white bishop would have jumped out the way with a check. The white queen indirectly protects her piece.
Yeah.
But look at the countered strike there by Levon Aronian. The black queen drops, though. White will emerge with an extra rook for knight. This one should be over. Under 10 seconds, though, for both players.
Look at the move bishop
Made it
d5
one,
as well.
and Levon resigns.
Levon goes down. Alireza with a very nice strike there to the knight of Sicily. Great game.
And Magnus, on the other hand, is also doing Magnus things. You pointed out, David, that one's going to go down to the wire, will be the longest game, and there it is. And we've got a king-pawn endgame, and it looks like Magnus is going to have a vintage victory in this one.
Wow, Magnus putting the finishing touches on here. The problem for black is that he's stuck. This white pawn, the passed pawn, is too strong. There we go. It starts moving. It would have deflected the black king away. White's king would have entered. Vincent Keymer resigns. Magnus with a long endgame grind, the trademark style, and takes the win against the youngster.
Just don't trade queens against
I
Magnus.
mean, what you want to do is
don't
just play something that you can get tactics in. You know, because Magnus, number one, in fact, doesn't even like doing tactics, is what he says. And number two, is any end game is 100%, okay, maybe 99% loss for you, right? So you just don't want to go in those type of things. But, hey, it is what it is. You have to try to strike back. I have the white pieces in the next game and hope for the best.
Yeah, wow. In the end, so many decisive results in this round. It didn't look that way for so long. But there we go. Victor's walk back to the rest area. And starting with a bang this tournament.
Very nice. That was good. I mean, very decisive, but what was your favorite part of the round? Which game? What do you think?
You can't do that to me, James.
Which one, David? We're doing it.
I'm going to say the turnaround between Wesley So and Jan Nepomniachtchi was the biggest shock for me, but there we see the results. 3 wins for the sides with the white pieces and just the one draw.
Wow, and Denis Lazavik starting strong with that draw was the one who was pushing against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, so that's the only peaceful result. And I've got to agree, the excitement on Wesley versus Jan was massive, right? Wesley up a pawn looked like he was so close to getting the dub in.
Right.
And then Jan, just such incredible trickery and resourcefulness, turns it around completely. Also the Lev Alireza fight, which means we've got 3 players who got to win on demand on the next game.
Yeah, that's always exciting chess. Of course, yes, you do want to see, you know, the players do well and etc. But you do want to see some exciting chess. And when you're put in these type of positions where you must win, you're going to see a lot of exciting chess. Pretty awesome as we see. Look at the standings. Look at everyone around. Look at that. What's up, guys? Hey, audience, wave, say something. Scream as loud as you can because they can't hear you. So pretty awesome here. But of course, we have more round excitement, you know, coming up. So it's pretty good there. David, what did we just see? Like, that was nice. We definitely have a game review coming up for you guys. So stay tuned for that.
Yeah, and I just want to break down that endgame between Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keymer.
Okay.
We left it quite early in the early stages of the middle game. We won't go too deep into the bushes there, but just to show the closing stages, Magnus, in typical style, winning a really beautiful endgame. Look at that, 97% accuracy.
Jeez.
Didn't make a single poor move, a single mistake in this game. And this is a knight endgame. There's one big difference here, though, between the two sides, and that is the pawn structure. Black having a weakness on the F-file. These doubled pawns are easy targets. There's also a nice hole in front of them for a white knight to sit, a nice outpost. But at the moment, it does look like black compensates for this with an active knight of his own. We should also point out white with a pass pawn, tying down the black king. Here, Magnus did find the best move. Of course he did, in typical style. The blue arrow showing knight to c3, and Vincent Keymer maybe could have fought on in a different way. Knight takes f2. Here, looks like the most natural move, but we see Magnus's plan to take this pawn with his knight, and he's just ahead in the race. The white knight is going to come up, check the black king, and win the black pawns. Instead, Vincent decided to trade off knights. Maybe the best would have been to go back with his knight to try and check the white king out of the center. Instead, a trade, and look at these final few moves. Magnus making it look simple. First, trading off a set of pawns, and only then, once the white king has a clear entrance into the center, either stepping up to win this pawn or opening up lines to come towards the king side, then it was time for Vincent to resign. It was actually here that he threw in the towel. The next moves would have been a deflection of the black king. The white king enters, and it would have been slow but sure till the finishing gate.
Yeah, I think that's a great breakdown, and it's the hardest thing to do is to commentate on Magnus's end games, right? Because you just run out of adjectives. The guy keeps doing it over and over again.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's a coincidence, James, that he decided to choose the Reti against Vincent, an opening, which Vincent loves to play himself.
Correct. He was like, yo, Vincent, are you ready for this ready? I don't think you're ready, buddy. So, of course, no. But at the same time, I think he did very good. It was a great opening choice. Also, the line he chose which was very nice, I think, when it came down to him. The plan, the strategy, basically, it was like double the pawns, trade the pieces off, and then go to an endgame where I'm going to beat you in. And it was a very flawless victory, 97% for Magnus. So pretty nice stuff.
Applying pressure like that, it worked in the World Championship in the final game. Gukesh was the one doing it. But in general, just playing these out to the end, just kind of being confident that you get your chances, that's what sets Magnus apart.
Game 2 is coming up. So predictions, what we doing?
Yeah,
Tanya, you go first.
Who's going to make a comeback? I mean, we've got Jan versus Wesley. Wesley has to try to strike with the white pieces. And there we've got the players. They're ready to go as well. And then Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Denis Lazavik. That match is level. And also Alireza with Lev, right? Lev has to strike back. The good news is that each of the players who has to win on demand starts with the white pieces.
Yeah.
So that's the good part. And also everyone here with the time format, you know you're going to get excitement. It's not going to be a game that's going to be easy to shut down. So I think we're definitely going to get an Armageddon. I just don't know how many of them.
You know what? I think they're all going to be decisive. I think all of them are must win, even the draw game, because it's another draw there. And with that draw, they're trying to win. They want to win this game. Yeah, okay, you can go to Armageddon, but if I win right now, I mean, there is no Armageddon, big fella.
Predictions, guys. How many Armageddons after this game?
David?
0.
0, wow.
You stole my answer.
I'm
0.
going with 2.
You going with 2, Tanya? All right, cool. Bet 100,000. Perfect.
And here we see Vincent Keymer deep in thought, maybe just picking his opening. He's bound to be full of opening ideas after helping Gukesh at the World Championship match. But what do you choose against the world number 1? In the meantime, Denis Lazavik had a lot of chances actually against Vachier-Lagrave. Couldn't put them away, couldn't finish things off. So he will need to win this game or the Armageddon. And in the meantime, Wesley So, that was a heartbreaking turnaround. He was so in control, his opponent could barely move.
Yeah.
Imagine losing that.
And really, it comes down to the time format. I mean, we saw he was in time trouble. And of course, when you're in time trouble, we even see Magnus blunder. I mean, they all blunder in time trouble. It happens to the best of us and the best in the world. This is why the time format is very important. And I always like to say is time is actually a piece as well. Being down a lot of time can create, very bad situations for yourself, and you make bad decisions in the time trouble, as we saw Wesley do. Just moving a little too fast, but he kind of had to do that, having no time here and crumbled. And then you see Jan having time, actually use his time effectively to convert.
Yeah. It's the 17th piece, right, in this
100%.
format. And you've got to play as much on the clock, as much on the board. And Alireza there looks a little flustered. I think, are they adjusting their playlist for the next match? What's going on there?
Yo, no, it's supposed to be a Drake Take Care album. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he listens to a lot of rap. I won't be surprised if we've got that on his playlist.
Yes, absolutely. Of course, he likes, he had, on his Instagram, he had some Kanye, I think, actually playing before. So, he's very versatile, as we call him, Gucci Reza. Very fly guy, right?
And in the meantime, both Wesley So and Jan Nepomniachtchi look ready. Look good to go. The games will start very shortly. But for Wesley, I feel he just needs to do more of the same.
Yeah.
Except the killer instinct just needs to be there. And remember, he could have even bailed out with a draw. He could have ended the game there. But no, he kept pushing, kept pressing, and was punished.
You can see it in his face too. I mean, you can kind of tell demeanor-wise a lot of times how the players are feeling, and it's easier said than done. When you lose a game, it really hurts. It's tough, but at the same time, you have to have, and which these players do, are very good at. They just bounce back very quickly, and you have to focus on the next game. That's all you can do. Forget about the past. Play the game in front of you, and hope for the best.
Look at Jan. He's bobbing right now. He's having a good time in there.
Come on, like he's locked in, bro. It's hard to beat players like that. Hikaru head bob, locked in, music,
Ooh, and it's the English this time.
We saw this in the World Championship match. Often when the top players in the world are in must-win situations, they do resort to these flank openings, the English, the Reti, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, a specialist himself in the English opening. It'll be fascinating to see what happens next. White now getting ready to fianchetto his bishop. Wesley puts the iPad down.
Wow.
Doesn't even want to think about the music.
Right.
No distraction. And we can see on Jan's iPad, the playlist is on. It's too far for me to read what song is on, but we've got the English. And this opening is so much about the center game, right? Pushing the pawns forward, gaining space. We see a check. It's been blocked and the first minors are off the board.
Yeah, the first minor pieces have departed. Black builds a strong pawn center. Jan Nepomniachtchi loving life.
I mean, this is awesome. Like, you just love to see it. You got to smile and just like, Jan, what are you listening to? We want to feel that vibe. You know?
I look at Wesley. He's reacting. What's it like to sit opposite a player who's kind of just vibing to some music up on the match? Can't be too pleasant.
Yeah. Like, hey, you're distracting me. Stop dancing. Okay, you're distracting me. I'm gonna call the arbiter. That's how it you could feel. It definitely could be. In fact, it is possible that you can distract your opponent.
I'll say one thing, David, that Wesley, he's smiling, but he's not pleased right now.
And in the meantime, another game about to begin. It is Vincent Keymer against Magnus Carlsen. Handshake imminent any moment.
She's like, Magnus, hey. Oh, okay. Oh, my bad. All right, let's go.
The arbiter there, Judith, she was trying to catch Magnus's attention. Eventually, the game does begin. It's a d4 opening. Will it be a Queen's Gambit decline? Will it be a Nimzo Indian? It's a Nimzo Indian. Black bringing a bishop out to pin the white knight early. And, okay, an opening we actually saw between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Denis Lazavik. And this is well-known stuff. Tanya, do you think Vincent's going to win the opening battle, having studied openings pretty much constantly probably for the last few months?
Well, everything he did in game one in this match, I think it was really great and worked until that end game happened, and then Magnus outmaneuvered Vincent. So opening is not going to be a problem. We see him blitz it out. Magnus retreating with the knight. There are certain checks and certain pawns that are on pre right now. Vincent, he slows down. I think when it comes to opening, we'll see some great prep by Vincent throughout this week. I love how he doesn't care about the pawn.
With check, too, as well,
with check.
by the way. Many people are grabbing that boy with check. But I guess it's King F2 and stare at him sideways.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell the players have studied this with computers because mere humans would never be able to resist. I mean, it's literally free food. It's a free snack.
Yeah.
And especially because you are currently down a pawn as black, restoring the material balance would make some sense. I think it's more the fact that white doesn't have a kind of non-clumsy way to defend this pawn. And that's why Magnus is hinting that he might take it later. He might also use his knight to try and grab it in the near future. And maybe actually his eyes is on the other prize, the c5 pawn. There's plenty of weaknesses to target in the near future.
Yeah, white has an extra pawn, but that's only temporary because of the pawn formation that we see for Vincent right now. And he goes on thinking. He's down about a minute on the clock already. So trying to find a way to defend everything, also finish development, not so easy.
Not so easy. Looking at white's pieces on the king side doesn't make a great impression here. But developing this knight would probably be my instinct. But the knight then is very stuck. And yes, it defends this pawn, but the white bishop would be screaming at that. And you know how we were talking about white's knight in the Maxime Vachier-Lagrave game earlier? Landing on h3. What was it doing there? Oh, I was going to say, is he going to move his knight there? It's the same exact opening. He moves his king instead. Don't try this at home, everyone.
Don't try this at home. But what you can try at home is, what do you think the move is next? What move do you think is next, guys? Okay, with take, you can play along with the players, okay? You can play guess the move, and you can follow your favorite players to tailor your in-app experience. You can stay in the loop with live events and more. To download take, guys, all you have to do is experience the fandom like never before by visiting Chess.com. Go.chess.com/takex3, and you can use exclamation point take in chat. So do it now, of course. What do you think is going to happen? Let's get involved. Download the app as well. So knight c6 happened. I like the rook d8 coming. I actually think too as well. Nimzo, I mean, it just scores so well for black in every format. The Nimzo Indian, even though what's the book Game Changer? In fact, I highly recommend it. It's talking about Alpha Zero, in fact, and opening choices that Alpha Zero chose that actually Gukesh used a lot of. But Alpha Zero really liked, in the book, they talk about how Alpha Zero loves Nimzo Indian, and also, what's the other one? Rogozin, who Gukesh definitely used both of those, in fact, a lot of times growing up in his play. So he scores very well, Nimzo does, with black. I'm always happy to see it with the black pieces.
Another way to score really well is actually to try and guess the move. I want to say, when I was growing up, I loved doing that. You know, my coach would put up a game and we'd all have to sit and guess what the move was played. And David, I want to ask you, in this position, if you had to guess a move.
Well, you beat me to it, Tanya. I was going to ask you to guess the move.
I knew that I could mind read. I was like, I'm going to put David on a spot before he puts me on a spot. Wow.
Okay, I'm going to say pawn to e5 here, partly because I'm talking to my pieces. And if I'm this black bishop right now, I'm not happy at all. I think the best square for that bishop might be here on e6 to target the white queen in the near future. I agree, guessing the move is a key skill when it comes to improvement. There was a great column in a British chess magazine called How Good Is Your Chess? And Grandmaster Danny King, also a great commentator, used to write these puzzles, and he used to be like, okay, what's the move here? 5 points if you find the best one, 1 point if you don't. And yeah, how about you, Tanya?
He has a chessable course, actually. Now to think about it, of course, I know all the chessable courses, but he does have one. And that's crazy you say that, because I guess he just converted it to chessable. That's insane.
James knows every single chessable course that exists, that has ever existed, and that will ever exist in time.
I'm not even gonna lie, I do know all of them.
We're talking about guessing the move. David, to your question, e5 is a great choice, and that would have been mine as well. But I'm also thinking, I've played these positions with black. Another very thematic idea is to push the f-pawn forward, but he does it. Magnus and you know, you guys are great friends. He goes with what David says. He's talking to his pieces. What is he saying to his pieces right now?
Well, he's saying they need to get out simply, but normally when I suggest a move, the bar drops, so I'm glad that didn't happen on that occasion. Okay, this is the middle game. It looks roughly balanced. Let's zoom out and go to the bird's eye view. All 4 games now in the middle stages, in the middle game. And okay, my eyes are drawn to 2 games in particular. Top left of our screens, we see Wesley So and Nepomniachtchi. Weird pawn structure, also much more simplified than the other battles, which are more tense, have all the pieces on the board. Also, Denis Lazavik against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has been a bit of a weird opening. I think it's a Blumenfeld gambit, something that featured in the World Championship, actually, but with colours reversed. So Vachier-Lagrave sacrificing a pawn early, one of his favourite things to do. And, okay, the vote is up to you guys. Which of those 2 do we jump to?
Definitely Denis Lazavik with MVL. I mean, that's just a rook on A4. Just like, hey, you know, what is it doing on A4? No, but it's awesome to see that, because you can swing over to the other side. I love that type of play, and I do like to move from MVL here. Knight G4 seems pretty aggressive. This is going to be some fireworks, I believe.
Wow. Yeah, this is a crazy position right now. Black actually here is hinting at some checkmating ideas against the white king with this last move, his knight jumping out the way. Black has a beautiful pawn center. White has a beautiful queen side. This is not necessarily Denis Lazavik's type of position. This is given a question mark, Tanya, though. I'm trying to figure out why.
Isn't the bishop overloaded right now? On their tactics in the position, that bishop is defending d5 and knight. Is there something wrong if white just jumps and grabs that pawn on d5? Knight takes pawn?
Great question.
I think both move orders, I would even be tempted to sacrifice the exchange, but your move is the first thing he should be looking at. I agree, Tanya. Let's analyze this. If Denis Lazavik takes this pawn attacking the black queen, there might be a capture. The white rook now, look at its long-range vision. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave distracted. I think he's watching the Jumbotron, watching the big screens. And white is currently 2 pawns up here, unless there's some danger.
Oh, there's taken 95. Oh my god, but there's rook at 4
It goes
there.
on, yeah.
Oh, but G5? Rook at 5.
Oh, this
Queen
gets
D7.
scary.
Oh
But
my god.
this is
There's
just
so many
visually terrifying to look at, David.
Yeah.
Terrifying. And going back to the game position, yes, there are consequences behind black's last move. I would also be tempted, Tanya, to sacrifice just because now at least white gets a hit on the black queen. But it's only a 1-move tempo that you save. And I don't know, something like this. White's queenside pawns are fantastic, but black's rooks are just phenomenal in the center of the board. Who's better and why? It's beyond me.
But you know, to the point you were making earlier, that this just feels more like a Maxime position than a Denis Lazavik position. Denis, one of the things that impressed us so much last year about him was just his positional, solid style of play, his understanding when it came to these factors, you know, not going for completely aggressive stuff, his endgame technique. But this is just fire on the board, and it perhaps just suits Maxime a little more, and knight takes pawn is on the board.
Knight takes D5, and we live. I don't see any emotion from MVL. He definitely, actually, I think he's one of the greatest, I believe, at holding emotions. Even when he's just completely losing, I've seen him just look exactly the same. So it's hard to tell if he even knew, or if he was like,
I don't think he missed it.
or like, you know. You don't think he missed it?
I don't believe he missed it.
I don't think he missed it either.
He's one of the best in the world when it comes to these short 2-3 move tactics, Vachier-Lagrave. It's hard to imagine him missing it, but maybe it's just here he just assumed that he would have great compensation for black. It does look very tempting to take this knight now, plonk your knight in the center of the board, and start staring down at the white queen, but the consequences are far-reaching.
David, I just realized there's another pawn hanging on the board. Bishop takes pawn is in the air as well. I mean, everything's hanging here. What is going on?
Yeah, I forgot that too, Tanya, I must admit. It looks like there's so much chaos in the center, and soon on the king side, potentially, that grabbing a pawn on the queen side feels maybe inconsistent. It's also not his style. He loves giving pawns, not grabbing pawns. Vachier-Lagrave, he's famous for it, but yeah, at least he's got a lot of time on the clock, double Denis Lazavik's time to calculate the consequences of one of these captures. I think it might be this one, maybe the black knight coming into the center as well. I'm not sure which route it takes, but yeah, very complicated, very tense this position.
It's always nice to play to your strengths as well. I mean, of course, especially when you become a top-level player like these guys. I mean, you are more universal, but you definitely lean towards a sort of side that you would like to play. And it's very good to kind of like play towards your strengths. As Denis Lazavik is a very, very positional monster. In fact, we call him, even in a way, he resembles a lot of Wesley So type of play, as you'll see. And this is just not his type of position. As you can tell, you see the clock too as well, which plays a big part of the game. 3-minute time edge here for MVL in a position that is sharp like this does look good for MVL.
And that's a great point, right? If it's a classical game and it's not suited to your style, you still have the time to actually calculate and navigate and figure things out. But in this time format, you're relying so much on your intuition, and this position requires you to be tactically and calculating very sharp lines. Maxime there was about to reach out and make a move. A little bit of hesitation there by the Frenchman.
He's like, do I do it? Hold on, let me recheck one more time.
I think he was going to go for bishop takes knight. That's what it felt like.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't see. I was trying to figure out bishop takes knight. What do you think, guys?
I think he was just bluffing Vachier-Lagrave when he went into this. Normally they say you should think before you move, but okay, he does in the end make another mistake. Not a blunder, but he's attacking the white rook, so I'm going to say a very logical move. He's aiming to come into the center, potentially next. There we go, he drops his knight in the center, but still no big threats as far as I can see. And the most natural move is actually this queen move. Sometimes the blue arrow appears and we're like, what? Never going to happen. But the white queen simply needs to get off the d-file. She's being stared down, and that's not a staring contest that you enjoy. So Denis is about to play the best move. He's got everything protected and 2 extra pawns on the queen side.
Yeah. And those are 2 beautiful pawns. They are really up on the board as well. So everything to play for. The best move on the board by Dan Laz. Queen c2. The rook will also join the party. You know, rook coming to c1. c5 is weakness. Where is Maxime's counterplay here? Where is his compensation?
Yeah, this feels like he actually got away with this. Him meaning Denis Lazavik. He just got in, grabbed those pawns, and now, yes, it was looking tactical, but now you need the tactical shots, meaning you need some imbalances, some huge imbalances in the position here. White is rock solid over here with this pawn structure. The bishop and the knights are defended. The bishop on d2 is able to get away. Rook is kind of strange on a4, but now it helps hit this c4 pawn. So lots of play for Denis here. Could still be tactical in the next few moves here, but I think Denis is feeling a little bit better about his position. Also, you know, he has to move just maybe slightly a little bit faster to try to make up some time here. He's doing well. He's doing well right now. Even the eval bar is like, yeah, we're doing well.
Yeah, and Denis looks like he has a big advantage if he finds the right way forward. But let's zoom out for now, and let's actually jump over to another game. Levon Aronian against Alireza Firouzja.
What was this opening? They both castle queenside?
Crazy.
C-file open? What is this?
Yeah, it actually started as a Berlin defense. I don't think you would have guessed it, James, so
This is the most non-Berlin Berlin ever.
Oh, my goodness. No, that's not. This didn't happen.
It was a Berlin opening, so coming from 1 e4, e5, White's bishop came out very early to trade off for a knight. Ultimately, both sides of castle queenside, but it has exploded in the center. And the bishops look very strong. White's king looks a bit open, so I'm inclined towards thinking that Firouzja here has good chances, but Levon Aronian's in a must-win situation.
And I love what you're pointing out here, that the dark square weaknesses around the white's king and the black bishop ready to jump on, and then perhaps a rook lift once that happens. It feels like Alireza will get his kind of tactics on the board. Hard to imagine Levon making a comeback from this position. But then again, it is the kind which is there for all 3 results. He sidesteps any checks on that square. But I'm still liking Alireza's position. Look at that beautiful knight on e5, the flexibility of the pawns on the right side of the board.
Yeah, it looks good for Alireza. I mean, I do like Levon has some chances, like maybe a knight b5, but after a b6 from black, it's just kind of like, what are we doing next? We don't really have the resources necessary for the attack we're looking for. Black is fully developed. One thing I do like to tell students all the time is like, good things happen when you develop pieces, and black is fully developed. Rooks are connected, everything's off the back rank. So yeah, okay, white can attack me with a few moves, but I can easily defend those moves and just have, you know, a good position, to say the least. Bishop c8, very nice. So now, after knight b5, b6, the bishop could maybe even fianchetto to b7, cover the light squares that we created from the weakness there, and be good here. And I mean, it really is up to Levon to create something, or else he loses the match.
Yeah, and often there are 2 strategies when you're ahead in the match. You either keep going for it, keep pedaling, and hope that your opponent just can't keep up, or you just stay solid. as Firouzja is doing here. Bishops are long-range pieces. I love this last move. A retreat, keeping the bishop pair. I think Levon here really needs to just keep playing speedy moves and hope that a chance pops up. It's hard to imagine anything going wrong for Firouzja in the next few moves, so it might be later when the time scramble imminently or inevitably happens that the chances appear, Tanya.
I think it all comes down to Firouzja's knight on e5. You know, that's an absolute stallion. It's a great defender to the black king and as well as a brilliant attacker in case g4 lands on the board. We see Lev's decision. He's trying to trade off some pieces so that the square that'll get vacated with that white pawn on e4 in case bishop takes knight happens, the white knight can then jump on trying to look for some activity there. I think this is a really nice move to create a little bit of a mess on the board.
Yeah, I actually like this move, knight f5. It's like, okay, you know what? I'm going to take one of these bishops, most likely. I also have to create imbalances. This is how you create chances in games, especially at the highest level. You see it all the time. They try to create imbalances. And actually, of course, you know, I'm Mr. Chessable here, but of course, there is a Chessable course talking about Gukesh. In fact, it was a beautiful book, just going through the years of all of his games, basically. To say the least, highly recommend it. But at the same time, one of the things that he was always looking to do was create imbalances, create something so we can play for something and not just play a boring draw out of the opening. So knight f5 does this kind of our ideal thing of trying to create an imbalance. Maybe we get knight versus bishop, or you know, we can get rid of one of these bishops. Bishop takes f5, okay, or maybe we take the d6 bishop and have an opposite color bishop. Could be slightly draws there, but we're just looking for something, says Levon.
And while Alireza Firouzja decides what to do next, maybe we jump over to Magnus Carlsen. Okay, a move over there, but it looks like Magnus, in a situation where he's happy with the draw, has leveled out the material balance. White does have the bishop pair, that's the one thing, but it's Magnus's move and he can snap off one of White's bishops. Tanya, to my eyes, it looks like Magnus is totally fine. And in the endgame, we know how successful he tends to be. So can Vincent pull it out of the bag? Any chances at all?
No, I see an endgame and I'm team Magnus here. And like you said, that knight on a5, it nicely guards the b7 weakness as well. Magnus wants to keep the knights on the board for now. He brings the rook to an active file so that after there's a trade, the rook is ready to penetrate onto that second rank. Vincent denies him the opportunity. He says now he's going to keep the bishop back.
I love that move, bishop c1, I'm not going to lie. But then I even love the move that Magnus played even more. f6 is now saying, okay, cool, you keep the bishop, but where are you going to put that bishop? Let's think about that for a second, right? Of course, yes, I have the bishop pair, but you have to be able to use them. And it is an open board slightly, I guess, maybe semi-open or whatever. But the bishop is now not as active as it was on e3. It kind of looks strange. The knight on c4 is a great knight. He moves it away, trying to get one of these bishops, but I did like this f6. It was very solid and very easy to play. Also, time is not in Vincent Keymer's favor at all.
Yeah, and Magnus's idea reveals itself. He didn't want to trade off the dark square bishop. He wants to trade off White's light square bishop, potentially. Yeah, opposite color bishops do give drawers tendencies.
And also that would mean that the a4 pawn will become a big target once the light squared bishop is off the board. The rook is coming on to the second rank. Vincent stops it. Magnus can step in with his own bishop, pursuing that light squared bishop with the move that he's just made. Get that off the board. Start targeting the a4 weakness. Is Magnus Carlsen playing for a win here?
He's playing to win the match, the mini-match. I'm not sure whether he's playing to win this exact game. Magnus looks like he might have missed that one, attacking the knight. In the meantime, we should mention someone who has won in their mini-match is Jan Nepomniachtchi, who, with a draw against Wesley So, takes that match 1.5 to half.
Very strong play, of course. All he needed was a draw. He got it done. And like Wesley So goes down in that one. Congratulations to Jan.
Yeah, you know, that could have been a completely different storyline. You say strong play, but Jan was in so much trouble in that game one. And, you know, it's not that he got lucky because you make your own luck on the chessboard. But that game, it just felt like was going Wesley's way, and then very tough to come back. Meanwhile, for Vincent, also looking incredibly tough to come back in the position that he has. A rook trade being offered. I think you just don't lose this position, even if the rooks are off the board. I would be very tempted to just enter with rook c2 here.
Oof. He plays like, yeah, you're right, Tanya.
Guess the move. You win.
Guess the move.
Yeah, you're right, Tanya. You're right. Yeah, rook c2, you're right.
It's my take on the position.
Very nice, right? Download the take. It doesn't take long, guys, okay?
Okay, the knight comes in. Oh, it just feels like the black pieces are so active. Yeah. There's a pin on the white knight. The white king and knight are pretty much tied down forever. And you can just take your time to start improving this black knight now. Start jumping forward. And yeah, it looks like Magnus still in control. 2 extra minutes as well. Big favorite to draw this game. Okay, elsewhere, it looks like the clash between Levon Aronian and Alireza Firouzja also very, very level. And okay, it looks like Denis Lazavik, though, low on time. So let's jump over to that encounter as he aims to convert his 2 extra pawns against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Can he do it?
He's got only 16 seconds on the clock, right? It's clock versus the position right now. The 2 bishops always tricky, but 2 extra pawns. You know, if I had to predict, I think Denis gets the job done in this one.
Absolutely, I believe he does. But then also, you do have to remember, this is over the board, not online, right? So can't pre-move. You can try, but that just doesn't work. OTB pre-moving is a little bit different.
And look at that last move. He's really trying to get an opposite color bishop. Will that help if you trade that dark squared bishop for the knight? The trade that leads to an opposite color complex.
Wow, I think he has to go for it sooner or later. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, there we go.
There it is.
He does eliminate the knight. The eval bar says winning for white, but it might be a narrow path to victory. Black can try and set up a blockade on the light squares. The 2 white extra pawns are quite close together right now, so I'm not 100% sure. I think a great move there from Denis Lazavik, though, trying to break up the black pawn structure. He should win this game.
Yeah. He's also fixed that H pawn that Maxime has, which can become a big target, forcing Maxime's king to stay defensive on the right side of the board.
Ooh, and a grimace there from Denis Lazavik. It's all about the clock for him.
Oh, wow.
He should be winning this position on the board.
H5, he wants to try and trade off as many pawns as possible, Maxime.
Oh, but he's trading too many, Denis Lazavik.
Take.
7 seconds.
They do say that the white pawns, when you're 2 pawns ahead in an opposite color bishop endgame, they should be 3 rows apart. There's only 2 rows between the white B and E pawns. So it's actually going to be a very narrow path to victory, very narrow for the white king to try and jump in later. Oh, I think this is a 50-50 between him winning and drawing.
So if the H and the G pawn are off the board, it's a theoretical draw, this position. So what gives Denis chances is that extra H pawn that Maxime has, which Denis has to attempt to get to.
That's right, and sooner or later, the white king is going to have to run in and try and race towards the black bishop to try and win the black bishop for one of the pawns. But Denis, he's refusing to commit to anything. He's trading off pawns.
Yeah, it makes sense because he was getting down to 4 seconds.
This is what you were talking about, David.
Yeah, it was tough.
But the B and E, they're too close together, so the black king and bishop can form a shield. And the white king will never be able to fully walk its way on over because it will be shoulder blocked by the black king. This one should now be a draw. He needed to keep that extra flavor in the game. Tanya.
That's tough.
Yeah, and 9 seconds, I think the clock tells the story why Denis went for this. A bit of panic by him, James, in that moment when he gets rid of this extra pawn. And now the worst is over for Maxime. So very likely we get one Armageddon.
Yeah, we get 1, but of course we did say 2, so you're going to have to pay me out. I'll get that
You
from
said
you.
0.
I said 100,000, Tanya, so...
You said 0 Armageddon, so that's a draw.
Oh, okay, you're right. Okay, you're right. I guess you're right.
In the meantime, another result, Magnus Carlsen drew his game very comfortably against Vincent Keymer, so wins that match 1.5 to half. The big question is, are we going to see Armageddon? There's 2 possible encounters where we could see it. If Levon Aronian strikes back, looking unlikely right now, or if Denis Lazavik wins this game, he needs a bit of luck. He is facing this light squared blockade.
You know, I hear you, David, but it's not over yet, you know. There's still chances that White's king can break through to the other half of the board. And as Maxime's playing so confidently. Look at that. He's not even letting his time fall below the 1-minute mark.
He's the king of being pawns down. Like, they call it the French school of suffering, but he just throws pawns away and just knuckles down for a draw. He does it time and time again, has done his whole career, even against the very best.
He's figured out the formation too as well. As you can see, king can't be with both, or white king cannot be with both pawns at the same time. I go to the other one and then he shifts to the other pawn with the bishop. As you see, back and forth here, should be a draw.
Yeah, as soon as the white king tries to come around, the black king will go back and block. Right now, you cannot even move the white king because your central pawns are hanging. Yeah, meanwhile, the black bishop guards this white pawn from ever moving, the B pawn. This one is a textbook draw. This is something Maxime studied 20 years ago.
Think about how hard chess is, right? You know, you're like, oh, I got 2 extra pawns here and still just can't win the game. It hurts. It definitely hurts.
Yeah, it's the bishops, the opposite color complex. One has complete domination over the light squares and the other, Denis here with the dark squares, but unable to push those pawns, unable to find that entry point for the king. Maxime looks like he's found the perfect fortress. He does slow down a little bit right now. Why is he taking his time? Can't he just shuffle around with... He decides to move the king back?
Oh, there
What?
we go.
Why is there an eval jump? You done lost your absolute. What is this? How is this a win?
He
King
simply
up?
allowed the white king in. We were saying that the black king should be blocking. The black king was supposed to be the blockader of the white king, not the blockader of the pawns.
Why couldn't he go king d5 with the bishop on d7? Was that not a draw?
Whoa.
And now again the
Whoa,
bar slides.
what is happening here?
Yeah, it's a malfunction. Bar doing reps right now.
Still
Reps.
4 seconds, but now the e-pawn just moves forward. Nothing's stopping that.
Okay, and king up, and how do we win?
The white king can come round.
Oh my god, it can.
And it's Zugzwang. If the black king moves, the white king comes in.
You're kidding.
If the black bishop moves, then this white pawn simply steps forward. You either have to allow the pawn forward or the white king in. And yeah, simply no move would be better than some move.
Ooh.
Okay, he's going around the long way. I still don't think he can mess this up anytime soon. He's getting ready to move his king the whole way around. The white bishop now defending its pawn. And he's vacated this square for the white king to use as a path in to support the b pawn.
That's crazy. You have to figure out what the right plan was for black there, of course, as time got low and a mistake happened. Insane.
Now both under 10 seconds, and the white king will now assist the pawn on the queen side. It's still not over. You still have to find a breakthrough here.
And I think he's done it perfectly. Now this b pawn will lock down the black king. He's going to drop his bishop back to defend it.
It's over.
Now he'll journey around.
It's over. What a game there.
Handshake.
Yeah, handshakes, and Denis Lazavik gets the victory against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. What a start for the youngest player here at the Champions Chess Tour Finals.
Listen, Denis Lazavik
Incredible
is going
stuff.
crazy. I mean, he wins Title Tuesdays. You know, he probably even got some inspiration, too, from Gukesh, being 18 and winning the World Championship. He's like, we can do this, my guy. We can do this, right? So, also, Denis, this is not his first time playing with these big dogs here at the CCT. So, you know, I think he's comfortable. And when you're comfortable, you know, you can play very, very well. I think he seems that way.
Did I just lose 100K to you?
Yes, you did, in fact. Thank you, Tanya. I'm gonna, you know, send you my PayPal. You can send that however you like, but, you know, I'm gonna get it before we leave. Thank you.
David, no Armageddons for us.
No Armageddons. Wow, we were shortchanged there on the chess. We want more chess. But in the meantime, there were 4 victors in the first round of the round robin. 1.5 to half in all of the encounters.
Wow. Amazing. Well, coming up, there was no Armageddon this time around, but we are already have another round of chess coming up. In the break, chess grandmasters try some of Norway's finest cuisine, but first, of course, we have to wrap up the round. So Alireza, Levon, of course, you know, Alireza wins, right? So what stands out to you, Dave?
Yeah, and I'm going to go for the breakdown of the youngest player in our event, how he converted that advantage against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It was such a narrow path. We said it. It was so close to a draw. Yeah. Ultimately, he got the job done.
And David, he played majority of that game under 10 seconds, that end game.
Yeah.
You know, Maxime has everything under control. The guy keeps pushing. He never gives up. That seems to be the theme for these youngsters. Keep playing those end games till your opponent collapses.
Right.
And Denis did exactly that. I mean, defeating Maxime in this end game, that's no easy feat.
Absolutely. I mean, I was up 2 pawns. I'm like, come on, I got to win this, man. But, of course, the time got to him. As we talked about before with the classical game, maybe you could figure that out. You have enough time to calculate that. But that's the nature of this format, 10+2, right?
Yeah, and it was Maxime who had that extra minute on the clock. That's just how tough chess is, and how these end games are so incredibly hard to hold. We had written this off as going down to the Armageddon, but Denis Lazavik had something to say about that. I think that's a brilliant start for him.
Yeah, I think that's a tip for everyone now. Study your end games. It helped Gukesh win the World Championship, helped Lazavik win against Vachier-Lagrave there. It's clearly the most important part of the kind of game these days, especially because everyone is so good. Everyone's openings are so good. Middle games, hard to pinpoint any blunders these days. Nobody blunders. So endgames, that's where the job gets done.
Of course. And now, guys, we are introducing Take, the ultimate app for experiencing chess like never before. We already talked about Take. So it's time for you to go download this app, okay? Co-founded by Magnus Carlsen. Follow your favorite players to tailor your in-app experience, stay in the loop with live events, and even play along a game with features like Guess the Move. And soon, fantasy chess. That's awesome. To download Take and experience the chess fandom like never before, visit go.chess.com/takex3 or use !TakeX3 in chat. Do it now. Do it now, guys. Okay. No Armageddon this round, so we are already ready for something else. In the break, chess grandmasters will try some of Norway's finest cuisine. When we return, more of the 2024 Champions Chess Tour Finals. Look at that. Nice.
It's not just a game. It's a sport.
And it's time, it felt like one.
The anticipation.
The intensity, the fire.
Participate. Get closer to the action.
Feel every minute.
Live every moment.
Well, what do I do now?
No, not that move. That was so great.
The game's not changed.
But the experience has.
There's no going back.
We want to introduce you to some Norwegian delicacies that we often eat during the holiday season.
I gotta say that in terms of sweets, I think I've probably tasted them all. But in terms of traditional Christmas dishes, I'm not that good, so we'll see.
This looks still quite normal, like some salmon mayo bread kind of thing.
Oh,
it's nice. That's good. That's why I skipped my lunch.
It's amazing. I really like the sauce, and the smoked salmon is my favorite, so I'll rate this as a 5.
I don't know how to describe it, but it's really good.
I quite like that, so let's give it like a 4.3, something like that.
5 out of 5. Very good.
Tastes like sushi. Don't know if it's a compliment or...
Pretty good. 3.5.
Film 4 with some potential to improve, if it would be served properly.
It's a New Year's drink, julbrus.
Julebrus. I've had that pretty much every year for Christmas.
Tastes like Jägermeister.
I had this one many times in Minsk, so it's absolutely the same.
It's like a type of a root beer, but more Christmassy.
It reminds me of some sweets that you can normally eat.
Bon appetit.
Okay, improving smoothly, yeah. So, this is some eggs pancake, I guess.
Okay, this is more meaty. There's some pomegranates. Let's taste. Oh, frick.
The first one was better, a little bit, but it's like 3 maybe.
It's really good, but I prefer the salmon.
I assume it's some kind of fish, but...
Yeah, I think that's pork, and it's this potato tortilla.
Not a huge fan of beetroot, but in general it's nice. 3.8.
All the stuff you're serving me, like apparently, apart from julebrus, I've never had it at Christmas.
It is very important for me to be comfortable. I am a bit of a sloucher, but I'm also kind of restless in the chair, so I'll change position like a lot. I'll do a few different poses during the game, like I'll lean forward, I'll lean back, like on the side, but yeah, I don't know, it just feels good.
What's the most interesting place you've played from in your secret lab chair?
I've played a lot of weird places, mostly hotel rooms, some resorts, but I do remember one particular match against Nakamura when I'd hurt my back a bit, so I was standing over the chair.
Why did you choose the secret lab Titan Evo?
I do like these chairs a lot. I feel like it affords both comfort and flexibility.
Welcome back. We are here in Oslo, Norway at the live finals. We got the standings here. Look at those 4 at the top. Alireza, Magnus, Jan, Denis. That is kind of crazy. Which of the standings here? Like, what just happened here actually with David and Tanya? What do you think?
Well, Magnus Carlsen, as expected, got the win. Alireza Firouzja, very impressive, very controlled against Levon Aronian. Nepomniachtchi striking, maybe with a bit of fortune.
Nice.
But Denis Lazavik, Tanya, impressive.
Yeah, he was clearly the MVP of round 1, and we saw the gold standard there. That's what the players are aiming to finish in the top 2 to make it to the semi-finals right now. Magnus and Alireza taking their spot. And of course, they're 2 huge favorites here. Do you think in the players' mind they feel that, you know what, Magnus is already running away to the semi-finals already. We've got to get to that second place, David.
I mean, not to be a pessimist, but probably that's going to
Oh man,
be realistic, right?
Magnus story, right? Always a story of Magnus and who can beat Magnus, of course, as we always see here. But we got pairings, so let's see what those pairings are looking like and see who is playing who and how and what openings and etc. So here we go. We got the pairings up there. David, what sticks out to you?
Oh, it's a repeat of the 2021 World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi. I think that's going to be the one I'm watching.
That's the one that the world is watching. This is the 2021 World Championship clash. It's the clash of the Titans. It's going to be a big one. Can Jan create his kind of positions, you know, create those messy positions and draw Magnus into those complications? I've also got my eye out on the clash of the youngsters. Denis out of a big win against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And can Vincent find his form in this game?
That's going to be a nice one. Denis is hot after that one. I'll be feeling really, really, really good if I was Denis. But of course, with Alireza and Wesley, that one's going to be aggressive, I think. I'm also looking at that Levon game. I love tactics, Levon Aronian, and MVL, of course, them going at it. That's a whole tactics fest right there.
Yeah. And Maxime's got to be feeling it a bit, right? He's not happy with the way the round robin started for him, losing to Denis Lazavik. That's got to be hurting somewhere. And he's playing against Levon, who's probably bruised himself. What are we expecting? What happens when these 2 meet?
Oh, they've met so many times. They're great friends, actually. They've met in World Cup semi-finals. They've met with these huge stakes at play. And I remember Levon Aronian coming out on top most of the time, actually, in their history.
You know, I've got an inside info. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to reveal this or not, but there was actually a lie detector test that happened with Maxime and Lev yesterday. I think more on that later, but I'm also looking forward to that.
I'm looking forward to seeing all that too. Of course, that's the content that you get to see in the commercials, okay? So make sure you keep watching, download the Take app, of course, and keep using it, right? So now, very good, but I'm excited to see what happens in this round, of course, especially if Magnus keeps winning. Who's going to win in this round? It's 2-game matches. You got to be on your game here. It's also very fast, 10-2, 10 minutes, 2-second increment. Really kind of changes up the opening choices you make as well, David.
Yeah, and round robins have this special flavor to it. To them, you really need to strike. You cannot afford to fall too far behind because then you become a target. Then you're in must-win situations. It affects how you play chess, and especially for the likes of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave losing to Denis Lazavik, he knows now he's failed against the lowest seed. He needs to make amends for that.
Here we go. We'll see how Lazavik does in his next round against Keymer here. So how do you guys think it's going to start? What do you think is going to happen in that, the youngster game there? Those boys going at it, Denis coming off a win and Keymer coming off a loss. What do you think?
Oof, I think Vincent Keymer didn't necessarily play too badly against Magnus Carlsen, so he shouldn't be too disheartened. But Denis might be start as the favorite now. It's just his format, right? Showing he can do it over the board as well as online.
Absolutely. Of course, we also have that Nepo versus Magnus game. That's going to be awesome. Everyone's taking a look at that game. Of course, Jan being the underdog there. Magnus just trying to show dominance and also say, hey, I've done this before. I've done this in the World Championship match.
Yeah.
The famous Game 6 with the Queen sack. Of course, we all know that Jan is looking to, level the score here. But also, he was vibing. I mean, I like the energy Jan is on right now.
Yeah, and getting that dub against Wesley, that's got to be feeling confident, especially when you kind of survive a difficult game.
Yeah.
You feel the stars are aligning, and that's what Jan needs against Magnus. He starts with the black pieces. It's so important to not lose control in the very first game because making a comeback in a mini match of 2, extremely, extremely tough. I think if Jan is able to get the draw in this one, we've got a match on.
We got a match on. That's 100% correct. It can happen. Of course, a lot of it's psych too as well. You just got to understand, I'm playing Magnus. And immediately you're like, where does the pawn go? You know, like you can't be scared here, but obviously you do have to understand who you are playing and bring your best game every single time here. So Jan is looking to do that as well there. So looking good.
In the meantime,
about to start.
The two friends, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Levon Aronian. Both wanting to bounce back. The tactical style, I think that's the one. That's the reason we're so excited about this encounter.
And Maxime looks fierce right now.
He
He's
locked in.
totally locked in. And he's thinking,
MVL. Oh, yeah, he didn't hear me. Nope. Yeah, he logged in.
Well, Love looks as chill as ever in a very chill shirt. Wow, that's
He's
an angry
mad, bro.
Maxime, and you don't get to see an angry Maxime very often.
You don't like me when I'm angry. Wow.
I've been there myself. You play these round robins. You look at the lineup. You say, okay, I'm targeting this one player.
Right.
For him, I think for everyone, they're targeting Denis Lazavik. He already fell to defeat there, Maxime, so he knows he's facing an uphill struggle. In the meantime, these two giants of world chess, titans, shaking hands. Both born in 1990. They've known each other since they were 8-9 years old, but still long-time rivals.
So much history between these two, and it's always so entertaining when they face each other. Magnus will start with the white pieces, and there we see the headphones are ready. There is a live audience. They're cheering and rooting for their favorite player, so a lot of noise cancellation. I'm wondering if you're going to see a bit of a head bob by Jan in this one, or is it going to be a very focused Jan?
It worked the first time, right?
It did, in fact. You have to feel good. In fact, Gary has this saying where, you know, when you feel good, you play good. But also, you do have to play good. You don't just like, oh, I feel great, and then, like, you got to play the chess still. So, but, you know, feeling good gets you in that mode to, like, you know, you just kind of zen in a moment. And zen. And actually, even when Jan was losing, I mean, he still was bopping his head and then found a win, like, in there. So, it's very possible. Anything can happen, especially with this time format. I mean, it really changes things, having this amount of time.
And I think, David, you made a great point about Maxime. You know, one of the players that clearly is a target here is the youngest player, Denis Lazavik. And for Maxime to start, and we go here, 3, 2, 1, it's handshakes, it's liftoff. I'm expecting the king spawn opening. There it is. It's the pet move of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and a Sicilian. This promises to be a fun one.
Oh, Najdorf. He's playing a Najdorf against Mr. Najdorf himself. Have you lost your mind? Nope. Psych. Let's go. He plays the H3 variation. Nice.
Wow, and yeah, H3 does hint that White wants to expand very quickly on the king side. Pawn to G4, pawn to G5, kick away this knight, start throwing all the pawns forward. But this, of course, is very well-known territory. Yeah, playing it against the world's leading expert in this opening, that is either very brave or very foolish. And Levon Aronian, he's never backed down from a fight, though. That's why he's so popular.
Very aggressive, too, as well. With the H3 variations, as you see, Levon already paused here, and that is not the greatest sign here. You do want to be kind of blitzing out moves here in the opening. This H3 variation is very aggressive. You do have the G4, G5 idea. Very nice. In fact, of course, you know I know a chessable course on this. That's going to be Gary part 3, in fact, where he goes over the H3, G4 variations, Rook G1 quite quickly, Bishop E3, Queen D2, castle and queenside. Pretty awesome. G6 is a move, though.
I think he was dabbling too much with the Najdorf. He wants to transpose into the Sicilian Dragon, where you fianchetto your bishop, you get your king castled potentially. But this A6 move is very slow and isn't necessarily the most consistent with fianchettoing your bishop on the other flank. In the meantime, this is early in the opening. The game between Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi soon about to start. The one all the fans, I'm sure, out there in the arena are waiting for.
Let's go. Let's go. Use the Take app. Go. Download the app now. What do you think is going to happen in this game? Go guess the moves there.
Ooh, and another king spawn opening. So Magnus ready for a fight. We see an applause. I mean, people see Magnus make a move. They want to cheer for him. And it's the Petrov.
I'm about
it's the
to go
Russian
to sleep,
defense.
bro. I'm about to go to sleep. Okay, wake me up when this game is over.
I'll wake you up when we see alongside Castle in this one, because we see the Petrov can become quite a dangerous weapon these days. What are the chances of us getting an active Petrov, David?
They're very high, Tanya. You're a prophet. Prophetess. The bishop is, wow, I was going to say, about to come out. The white queen is going to shift up, and the white king is going long. Is going to the queen side. The black king, meanwhile, most likely to castle on the opposite flank, meaning mutual attacks potentially. I've got to say, the first time I've ever heard applause alongside a Petrov defense. Literally, I think the only time in chess history this will ever occur.
But you know, okay, if it's a Petrov, this is the only Petrov that I will be awake for. In fact, even the Petrov that we went over before, I think in the maybe it was World Championship, but knight takes e5 followed by knight d3 variation, like those were just very boring. These are very exciting Petrovs. So let's see what happens here. It's going to be, especially when you see castle on opposite sides, whoever gets to that king first is going to win.
It's a race to each other's king, and there's one open line, and that's in the center of the board. Will we end up seeing some trades there? Who will have control of the open e-file? Definitely the most exciting position that you can get out of this opening. It's Alpha Zero time. It's Alpha Magnus time. H4 on the board. H4. He's going for the attack.
H4, very fun. This is a fun line, I'm not going to lie. It's just, for aggressive players, you definitely love doing this, but it's kind of annoying. I think Jan, which he's a Petrov specialist, the Russian defensive guy, but this knight on c5 is quite annoying because you have to figure out where you want to put your bishop, and he answers that, bishop c4, but maybe a bishop e6 is going to be quite annoying too. He plays it,
Yeah, guess the move, James. Catching up now with Tanya. The bishop's likely to get traded off. Just depends on whose terms that's going to happen on. And, okay, there we see bishops depart from the board. Jan bobbing his head. Bopping his head.
Locked in.
Playing to the beat.
Exactly.
He's also an expert, right? Jan knows the intricacies, the ins and out of the Petrov defense. We've seen him employ this time and time again. Look at the speed with which he's responding. He's up on the clock. That last move takes control of some central squares, aiming at pushing that D pawn one step ahead as well at the right time. The B pawn might move forward. David, B5, B4 ideas on the board. I look at Jan. He's looking super chill right now. He's enjoying the music. He's enjoying the position.
Yeah, and rightly so. He's enjoying it for now, at least. He's got a very good score with the Petrov defense. We should mention Jan Nepomniachtchi. He pretty much became the World Championship challenger twice on the back of this opening, winning some key games as black at the candidates tournaments. But, of course, against Magnus, you could never relax. And despite the fact he's out of the opening pretty healthily here, Jan, still some questions to answer as both sides go for the opponent's kings. Maybe we zoom out of this one and check out the bird's eye view. This is likely to go through a maneuvering phase right now before the attacks really begin. And the other clashes, some weird, some wonderful openings. I'm very excited about this round, I've got to say. There we see it top left is that Najdorf that's become a bit of a hybrid with the Sicilian Dragon. That looks like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is trying to play on the front foot and attack. Alireza Firouzja against Wesley So looks slightly similar to some World Championship games we saw between Gukesh and Ding just last week. Magnus, of course, playing Alpha Zero-esque, pushing his H-pawn up the board now against Nepomniachtchi, but also Denis Lazavik against Vincent Keymer. The clash of the prodigies, the teenagers. I don't even know where to start with that one. It looks like it might become a more typical type of position, but it has been a bit unorthodox the first few moves.
Is that a Nimzo or something? Looks like that's some type of Nimzo, but...
Yeah, well, that's the bottom right board, but my eyes are on the top left that you pointed out. With Maxime, all his pawns in front of the king are going towards Levon's king right now, but this has got to be a double-edged sword, right? The way Maxime is handling this position, because it also feels over-ambitious. You could be left yourself with an extremely weak king. The E-pawn, the F-pawn, the G-pawn marching ahead. Should we do a deep dive into what's happening here? Because it looks like someone might be getting checkmated.
Definitely.
Yeah, let's jump in and recap. It looks like actually Peace is about to.
Oh wait, hold on before we go over there. Yeah, we may not go over there. If Queen B6 happened, we just gonna act like we never went over there.
Commentator's curse, right?
Oof. And I think he does it.
Play B5. Okay, we can go over there. We can go over there then. Okay, we can go check that game.
Let's dive in back to this Sicilian defense that we saw a bit earlier, but it has evolved. It has become a bit more tense. And the question for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave now is how aggressive he wants to play. He can start pushing more pawns in the center. He pushes his e-pawn. He was attacking the black rook in the corner. The white bishop now staring on an open diagonal. The rook moves. And the question is, do you continue pushing pawns forward?
I'm not even thinking twice about it. E6, you just play it. You just play it, David. No, I think he does have Queen B6 as an answer, believe it or not. But E6 is very strong. Very, very. It's just, you have to play it. It's aggressive, but you got to calculate that. I think Queen B6 is a move.
Yeah, the first move I think anyone looks at, pawn to E6, right? Just blowing open the king side. The black king a bit weak. If black gets one more move and just moves the knight out the way, If queens ever come off, then black is doing well because white's isolated pawn in the center very weak. The g-pawn overextended, as Tanya said. So, yeah, pawn to e6 is the big question. Queen to b6 trades off the queens by force. I think Maxime is doing pretty well in that endgame, but whether it's a significant advantage or not, that's the question. Tanya, who do you prefer?
It looks like the kind of position where if after e6, queen b6 doesn't work, I'm picking white every single day of the week. But you've got to sit down and calculate, because if the queens come off the board, then black's doing absolutely fine. So I think to answer that question, it just requires calculation, and perhaps Maxime slowing down, he's trying to work that out as well, because you only want to play e6 if you're sure that the queens remain on the board.
I try king h1, to be honest. Just whatever. King
Keep
h1.
the tension.
Correct. And if he plays e6, well, then knight e4, and that might be lights out. So king h1 is it just gets out of the way. You go queen b6, I'm not trading at all. Queen f4, if you try to hit the pawn on e5, I go rook ae. So I'm like, I'm keeping pieces on, and I'm going for this attack.
And you can feel, I mean, we felt that anger, right, in Maxime's stare before the game. The frustration, the desire to fight. And that's why he's hesitating now, as you called, Tanya. Just he wants these damsels on the board. He wants the queens to remain at all costs. I think e6, the more I think about it, the more likely it is that he's going to try and avoid that for now. Either you play it in 2 seconds or you don't play it at all.
Nice.
Yeah, the fact that he slowed down, I think he's trying to find a way to keep that pressure on the board, keep the tension on the board. Threat is stronger than the execution. And he does go rook d1, but that doesn't stop the queen from trading on b6. That's still a pin along the diagonal. And the blue arrow tells us that Levon needs to do it now. And he's reaching out. Is he about to play it?
Plays
He
queen
doesn't.
c7. Oh my goodness, isn't knight d5 and we live? What?
Or e6 now, because you can force black into this pawn formation that doesn't look pretty at all.
Oh my goodness, this was just crazy. This was
Jumps in.
unreal. He takes on e5, take. And literally the app, okay. Take.
Queens are off. I wonder if there was anything stronger.
King g7?
Yeah, maybe.
I'm out the way.
Maybe the white rook could have moved. He could have done it on his own terms. It would have been even better. He could have had, long story.
Wow.
Maybe we show it briefly on the board because it wasn't a
Let's do it,
opportunity.
David.
Definitely.
Let's jump in. And just 2 moves ago, I think the most natural move would have been queen to b6, as we were highlighting earlier, forcing the queens off. And instead, queen to c7 does the same thing, but on white's terms, the knight jumps in. And after queen takes pawn, wow.
Oh my goodness, that's crazy.
Computer points out keeping the queens on the board, rook f to e1 coming next. This is a huge sacrifice. You also give up a pawn on g5. This was never going to happen.
Yeah.
We
This is
cannot
crazy
blame
stuff.
Maxime for this.
Oh yeah, that's
The
not
white
happening.
rooks are just too strong. They overwhelm the black queen, which is lacking squares, and a position like this would have just been over. Knight takes pawn, knight takes bishop following, rook takes knight following. White would have won material, but let's catch up with the game because this was so difficult. And also some surprises. Instead, queens came off the board, the king moved, and here the black knight starts jumping this way. Wow.
Look at this knight on
What's this doing? Knight's in the Ramadan.
Oh, that's so funny. Look at the knight over there. But he can get it out with b4, but it was just a very funny route.
Yeah, the knight knifing its way onto that left side, attacking that pawn. But now that the dust has settled, queens are off the board. There's a material balance in this one. Yes, there's still fight on because we see white's rook beautifully placed on the open line. But I think this is going to be a bit of a grind, David. Let's zoom out, bring up our bird's eye view because action's heating up elsewhere. And I really want to draw your attention back to the Magnus Jan board. Take it away, David. What are the things that stand out to you with this zoomed out view that we've got in front of us?
Yeah, we saw top left, that game that's now entered the endgame phase between Vachier-Lagrave and Levon Aronian, roughly balanced. Bottom left, we'll probably jump into that next, so I won't go into any teasers there, any spoilers. Firouzja against Wesley So on the top right of your screens. Looks like a middle game, maybe a little bit of pressure for Firouzja against Wesley So with his nice 2-bishop pair. And Denis Lazavik against Vincent Keymer in the endgame. Also looking level. Let's jump into Magnus against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Let's do it.
That Petrov looks anything but boring right now.
Yeah, exactly. Not a Petrov. It doesn't look like a Petrov. No, it's a very, very wild position. I like this. H6 is hanging. Whose move is it? Okay, it's Magnus's move. Oh, but d6 is saying he's saying. Then bishop g7 maybe.
But I hear
d5.
you about this h-pawn hanging, but if black was to capture it and give up that d-pawn, you're also opening up a file on that king side. So I wonder how much you really want to support that pawn right now. I'd be happy if black takes on h6 and gives me the d6 pawn, knight jumping to e5 next, rook landing on h1. You're looking at some attacking possibilities there.
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. This thorn in the side, ever since Alpha Zero burst onto the scene and just spoiled our perception of chess, showed us all these new avenues. I mean, I never know what to do. There's literally no antidote. There's nothing recommended against pushing the pawn up the board. We're taught, throw your h-pawn up the board. Not sure what to do next, but not sure what the defending side should do.
For the score, I like that.
He's trying to defend his pawn. He's trying to keep that wedge in the black king side. This is maybe the last opportunity either to take this pawn or, en passant, Tanya opens up the f file for white's rooks.
Oh, that's forced. Yeah, en passant is forced. That's what they say. Yeah,
A streamer's favorite move.
That's forced. Yeah,
if it's on the board, you have to play it.
He has to play it.
It's not a glitch. It's not a glitch.
He has to play it. It's forced.
What else?
But, maybe b5 though. b5 at some point try to open up the b file. I mean, this is about to get very tactical. You did mention actually, Tanya, with the rook takes d6 and knight e5 ideas. I'm not really a fan of that. I do like to take this pawn and then run back to g6 really fast, but I think white does have time to just stick the knight on e5. I mean, it's very tactical. Like even bishop a6, rook d6, knight e5, queen f6 maybe, and then try to go bishop g7.
Let's show this.
Oof,
Let's show this. Bishop takes pawn. It's the most natural move just to get rid of that thorn in the side. Rook takes pawn, and James, you're mentioning bishop to g7, very natural move.
e5 maybe.
I think we might see that, by the way. Bishop takes pawn is on the board.
Wow.
Yeah, and queen f6, and then you just iron them, and now we have a b5 idea.
It's being played out.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh, that doesn't work. Queen f6, there's something wrong with that. I don't know, maybe g5 or something.
Yeah, g4 happened. Apparently a mistake by Magnus. Bishop takes pawn, rook takes pawn, and okay. The two most logical moves to my eyes would be dropping the bishop back or maybe trying to move this knight out the way because there's so much pressure on it. Knight to c5, for example, try to trade off some rooks. He does drop back with his bishop. Very logical.
So knight e5 is really strong, and queen f6, which is a natural move, immediately the engine went up. So, let's see what happens here. Knight e5, he's reaching, and he goes for queen
like
a5
that square.
instead. Okay.
I like it. It's on the other side of the board, feels offside, but the queen can swing over anyway. You've got this b6 really nice spot to attack the b7 pawn. You've also got the king side. You're eyeing that g5 square if the black knight moves from there at any point. Queen a5, I really like it. I think it puts pressure onto Jan here right now because not easy. How do you counter it? It stops that a pawn moving forward. It stops the b pawn from moving forward. I'm liking Magnus's chances here.
And you stop the black rook from coming to d8 and challenging this powerful piece. And the black knight drops back. One of Bent Larsen's quotes, knight on f8, there is no mate. But,
correct.
I mean, you don't need to checkmate necessarily right now. The big question is, do you have to trade rooks? Can you just move your rook away? Black's queen is attacking this pawn. So Jan Nepomniachtchi trying to save himself here by a series of exchanges. Actually, if I didn't see the eval bar here, I would be terrified as black. I would think that I'm under some serious pressure. Wow, very brave by Magnus. If a black queen ever lands on this diagonal now, it's just going to be checkmate. But for now, f6 is covered by the white rook. So, okay, a trade of rooks. Ooh, who's the favorite? Who do you guys prefer?
Comes in. It's such a tough question, right? Because black can line up, double up on the e-file as well, get his queen in front of the rook, and you're entering on that e2 square. Meanwhile, that knight on f8, like you said, there's no mate and there's no entry on the d7 square as well. So doing a key job of defending all the big squares there. I think it's turned around a little bit. I'm actually liking that dark squared bishop, which is a full sniper on the longest diagonal on the board. The e-file, I think it's going to be more useful than the control on the d-file. Has this turned around, James?
I think the knight on f8 actually makes, a very good point there. I think it's like, as the engine says, equal here. There's a lot for both sides. Like the knight on f8 actually, okay, stopping mate, stopping d7, but it's actually extremely passive.
What about the f4 pawn? What are we missing?
I was just saying that too. The f4 pawn was hanging. The f4 pawn was saying. I was definitely thinking that, but maybe there's some tactics with like takes. No, that doesn't work.
Is it bishop 8?
Bishop h6.
Show this on the board because it is tactical. I think queen takes pawn might walk into knight to e6, and the queen attacked. You need to defend this rook. If you drop back now, then queen to f6, and this is the idea we were talking about, right? Sniping on the diagonal.
That's beautiful.
And a double attack. You hit the knight. as well.
With the
Oh, that's beautiful.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, the white queen would be overloaded on f4. So a little trap there set up by Jan. And he continues vibing to his music. I think he's vibing to the position as well because this is such a Jan position to play, right?
Yeah.
There are all these tricks in the position.
He's the best at the Russian defense, aka the Petrov. He's just the best at it. We've seen it time and time again. I mean, he knows these positions inside and out. He even has a time edge on Magnus here.
Wow,
but
brave.
He takes f4 on the board.
That's very
this is
brave.
Spicy stuff here.
Wow, there's checks now. The black queen can just jump in, hit the white king.
C1 there.
Jan's spidey senses are tingling, right? You saw his face.
I mean, least of all, f2 pawn is hanging in certain moments. You could trade off the bishop, pick up the pawn on f2. That knight is landing on e6, hitting that white queen. Jan's got some pleasant choices, but he's got 3.5 minutes. Look at him. He
vibing so hard. Hey, I'm like, hey, stop moving, okay? You're distracting me.
He's been watching Hikaru too much.
He's bobbing. He is in the zone, no. But you like to see this type of Jan, especially, I mean, even against Magnus here. Magnus's caliber, being who he is, Jan is just locked in, feeling good.
Can a player actually call the arbiter and say this is distracting? Can Magnus do that?
I want to see it.
Oh, man, that's funny, right? What do you think, chat? What do you think, chat? Should he call the arbiter? Jan is vibing too hard. Okay, can you stop his vibe? Thank you.
I'm going to say it, in a classical game, in a tournament, OTB tournament, if this happens in your opponent, you do feel that it's affecting you, you can do it.
Yeah, OTB classical, that's correct. That is different. They can't stop you from like twirling the pawn in front of their face or opening the wrapper right at the board when you're trying to eat your food. This is just chess etiquette.
Ooh, gives a check. So forcing the queen to fall back, and now will Jan just grab the f2 pawn? He does it, attacking that knight. Magnus trades that sniper.
So you take
level material, but whose king is weaker? Both kings are
quite weak.
Bit of discomfort, yeah.
Well, you can move the knight right now because there's a. Oh, I guess you could go rook d1, queen f4. You went back. There's a rook e1, fancy, but he just steps up.
Threats on the board as well. Queen f6 check at the right moment. Looks like a scary check.
96. There's queen e5. Oof.
What's going on, David, here?
Yeah, despite the level material, I don't think a draw is the most likely here. It feels like someone is going to give checkmate or win material, or in an endgame, black is actually better because of the pawn structure. Black is a 2 versus 1 majority on the king side, and that black h pawn is a runner, and knight's notoriously bad at stopping past pawns. Okay, Jan trying to trade off the rooks, but it looks like a mistake. The eval bar rises. Magnus can keep the rooks on the board, bring his rook to the back rank, black's back rank. Look at that, blue arrow appears. The black knight, they say there's no mate, but maybe it is checkmate.
Did someone say that in the studio? Knights on f8?
Knight on
David,
f8.
what was it? Remind me.
I can't remember.
Knight on f8, there is no mate.
He's going to play it.
He finds it. Of course, he dashes off the board, and the rook and the queen combine to create an attack. How do you defend it? Rook f6? What are the tactics?
Yeah, it walks into a pin, Tanya, so I think rook f6, white can actually abandon his knight. This knight is doomed, but the white queen will slide in. Let's show this on the board. Rook f6, queen to e5. This is a pin. The white pawn will win this rook and maybe win the game for Magnus. So this is a killer tactic, potentially. Look at the eval bar. Off the scales. I think Jan was relying on this trick, rook f6, winning the white knight. He thought he was skewering white's pieces, but walking into a pin himself.
What is the move?
Exactly, right? If rook f6 loses on the spot because of the pin, how do you defend that knight? You've got to fall back with your queen to a less active square. He finds it, queen c5. Probably the only move that keeps the game alive.
Yeah, the only move to defend everything. For now, black's got the 7th rank covered, but a shake of the head from Jan Nepomniachtchi now. At least a queen check can be blocked on the 7th rank. The black pieces now huddled together, defending. But white is so active. The white knight can start coming to d4. That looks like the most natural move to my eyes. He goes pawn hunting Magnus Carlsen. Another very strong move, trying to get to the 7th rank. This looks fantastic for white.
Yeah, this looks super scary. You've got control of the 8th rank and the 7th rank, and the queen comes back to defend, also lining up with the rook. At least it looks like you managed to consolidate the position, and the blue arrow tells us, well, Magnus Carlsen find the best move. Of course he does.
Of course, right? Of course. What day is it, right? G5. Yeah, that's a great move. And look at the knight, is the disgusting piece on f8. This is so nasty there. You can't play rook f6 anymore. The knight D7 is not happening like
Knight on F8, not going on any date.
Knight on F8 is not great.
It's not Black's mate.
In the meantime, Wesley So profited from some mistakes from Alireza Firouzja to win in the endgame, gobbling up some pawns. Wesley takes the lead in that match. And Vachier-Lagrave on the brink of victory against Levon Aronian. I wonder whether we jump over there. It looks like that game is about to end. Let's do it. Here we go. The white A pawn is about to promote.
Oh, that's a resi.
It's about to be resignation.
That might be a resi.
If you take this pawn, you get skewered on the 7th rank.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, and he resigns.
Resi. GG.
Yeah, nothing to be done. And should we just jump straight back to the Magnus board? Here, Maxime getting the win, which means Levon again on a must-win game 2. Not going to be easy. How easy is this for Jan to defend?
It's horrible. I think he's going to have to defend for a very long time if he's going to save this game. But he's been doing a good job, I would say, Tanya. He's at least curled up into a ball here. And this is a nice defensive formation. It's hard for the white knight to get active. That's the main problem for Magnus right now.
Also the time. I mean, this is a time scramble. Anything can and will happen right now. Yeah. So this is a great... And also, Magnus's pieces aren't as coordinated as they were the last few moves. So, like you mentioned, the knight can't really move too many squares. The rook is on B8, doing a great job, but it is by itself. Hence, he did attack at Queen C7, attacking the rook now.
And Magnus has to go for the kill in the middle game, right? In an end game, we see that Jan has got this 3 versus 4, handling the 4 pawns on the left side, and actually has the majority that can be made into a passed pawn on the right side of the board. So it's all about trying to get to Jan's king right now. And look at that, Magnus with power piece play centralizes the queen. And our computer points out that rook e3. David, you love it.
Ooh, that's a very clever move because it gets the queens off by force. You attack the white knight, you would have opened up the tension with the queens.
Is there 95?
And now,
check. No.
Double question mark.
Double.
Can the white knight jump in?
Here we go.
He reaches out for the rook.
Ooh, still looks very good for white. Jan struggling to defend here. He's so passive. Yes, he's held everything together for now, but passive pieces normally end up being clumsy, and it's all about the 7th rank.
There's something here. There's something here. What did he play? Queen D6. He's getting closer.
The pressure on. That knight is coming to E5. Knight E5 would be a massive move right now.
Look at Wesley. Look at Wesley's face.
Okay, Wesley in the background with the smile.
Knight E5 is a big threat. The knight jumping on. There are a million pins on the 7th rank. How does Jan take care? And now he realizes it. It's not an easy move to deal with.
Maybe King
5 seconds.
King F8
Make
only
a move.
King F8 only move.
That was panic.
It's only move. It's 95. Now at least I'm defending everything for a move.
Takes knight. Free piece.
Knight. Yeah, and there it is.
Magnus wins.
Nice. Woo-wee. Man, what a game. Look at Magnus's face.
Unstoppable Magnus. It gets the first win against Jan. But this was a complicated fight. Could have gone either way. But then Magnus finding his momentum, turning it around, putting the pressure on, gets the job done.
Of course, as he always does. I mean, Magnus gets it done again. And I get the black pieces here, and play solid, and, try to win
James,
the
there's
match.
a reason why they say when Magnus plays a tournament, it's a race for the 2nd place.
Look at that shrug of the shoulders and a march out of the arena. Jan's not out of it. He didn't play too badly there, just 1 or 2 small mistakes. But striking back on demand with white is going to be an uphill struggle.
Here we go. MVL versus Levon Aronian. 1 there. Levon is in a must-win situation. You have Alireza versus Wesley, and Wesley gets the dub there. Wow, actually, that was, I think it was the other way around at first there. That's crazy there. Magnus Carlsen versus Jan. Magnus wins, as we just saw, and a draw at the Prodigy board, as we like to call it, with the youngsters there, Denis Lazavik and Vincent Keymer. Wow, we got another match coming up. What do you guys think is going to happen?
Yeah, I'm just looking at Jan on our screen, when he was having this great time, and he had a great position to boot as well. Maxime there came in with such a razor-sharp focus and made it really count. And meanwhile, for Alireza, it was disaster on the board as Wesley strikes to take the lead in that match.
We saw some...
I just want this energy,
I just want to know what song he's listening to.
We got to ask him. Well, look at the vibe, I mean, Jan is inspiring the young generation, as you can tell.
There's some handshakes. We saw some twists and turns in the other games, it must be said. Lots of endgames there, lots of really tense battles that suddenly fell apart for one side. Jan looked like he was holding it together for so long. Suddenly Magnus upped the pressure, switched gears. And I just wanted to show Alireza Firouzja and how he fell apart against Wesley So. And here we go. It was actually level just 5 moves before the end here.
Wow.
But it was Wesley with the knight against the bishop, showing that knights are actually better when the center is blocked. It looks like nothing too wrong, nothing too significant can go wrong here for white, but look at this. Rook to d7, the black rook gets active, ready to start pouncing, coming in. A mistake from Alireza Firouzja, who perhaps should have started pushing his pawns or centralizing his king. Instead, moving his rook up the board. And after knight to g5, he suddenly realized this pawn is indefensible. f4 now, as the blue arrow indicates, the only move to counterattack, to counter-strike. If you play f3 trying to defend, the black rook swoops, kicks the king away, and the black knight starts feasting on some pawns. Instead, not sensing the danger, rook to c6, allowed this pawn to disappear. And after king to f3, another killer move. Rook to d4, look at the centralization of these pieces. Not just one pawn, a second pawn was about to fall, and Firouzja very quickly fell apart. He moved his pawn up, and here, f3, dropping a third pawn in a row. He had to simply resign. In the space of 6 moves, it all disintegrated.
Yeah.
Look at the accuracy, too, 95.4. Whoa, he was playing out of his mind there. Very good game there from Wesley. Well, we have another game, though. Another game. So must-win situations for some. I think it's must-win for all. Every game is always must-win, right? That's what it's about. So, of course, but hot off a win here, guys. We have MVL. Of course, we caught up with MVL and with our very own Mike Klein. Let's take a listen and see what they had to say.
Thanks, guys. We're here, Grandmaster Max today. Now, you're a Najdorf player, and he played some sort of like Dragendorf. Were you expecting that?
Well, I saw that he played the Najdorf first game against Alireza. So I thought, yeah, he might repeat. I didn't expect this sort of variation, but I thought the opening went well. Then it was a bit of a mess. Probably I should have been more accurate technically, but, you know, point is a point, and it was needed.
Absolutely. Now, what is the goal of these first day? Is it to try to get in the top 2 to have an easier path, or are you just mostly trying to avoid the 7th and 8th place where you don't get to continue the event?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes. Of course, you know, I want to win as many matches as possible, but yeah, first I wanted to get in shape in with them. It's, you know, never easy, but yeah, I hope this is a beginning of me being in good shape.
And finally, what do you think of the atmosphere? We do hear the crowd cheering. I know you can't hear it when you're playing, but what do you think of this whole, like, you know, one-way mirror and just basically everything?
Yeah, it's fun. I think this is a way tournament should be conducted, in a way, like, you know, to have a more engaged audience and, you know, to make it a spectator sport as much as possible. So I'm very happy in that sense.
There we go. The man with 3 names gets his first win. He's going to try to hold his black and win his match against Levon. Thanks for your time, and now back to you guys.
Well, of course, as we saw MVL there, he didn't expect that that variation. He said, okay, he played a Najdorf, but he didn't expect that variation, David.
Yeah, he didn't expect it, but he was able to go with the flow and later turn things in his favor. Levon Aronian didn't seem to quite click into gear there, not sensing the danger on several occasions, ultimately falling in the endgame. But great strike back from Maxime after that defeat against Denis Lazavik earlier.
Yeah, and I love what Maxime said, you know, about that. The players are really enjoying the atmosphere.
Yeah,
They've got this live audience. They can't hear them during the game, but it's always nice to see them cheering and clapping. So I think for this guy on our screen, for Levon Aronian, he needs to find his rhythm, right? In this format, it's so easy to go into a spiral if things don't start well. So for Levon, it's a big game to try to come back. He's got the white pieces. How does he get by in this one?
Oof, Levon is Levon. He'll have his ideas. I mean, he's had so much success over the years against Maxime with d4, but these days Levon does mix it up a bit. He pushes his king's pawn. Now we see the countdown. The game will begin.
Here we go.
Either way, he needs something dynamic, Levon Aronian.
He starts with the king's pawn opening, and are we going to see another Najdorf?
Oh, Vincent v5 check. Oh. This is actually like main line these days, too. People love playing bishop b5 check against the d6 lines.
Yeah, surprisingly solid, it's got to be said, by Levon Aronian, as we see bishops traded off very early. This move, pawn to d5, is not the most common, though. Usually the black knight comes out to f6. Or black starts pushing pawns in the center, but d5 an immediate challenge. It looks like a c3 Sicilian.
Yeah, this is a c3 Sicilian for the kill. Exactly. Take. Why did takes? I guess without the light square bishop, d4 is probably problematic. I guess.
Yeah, and we might see a sort of a French setup now if black pushes that e pawn one step forward, but that'll be a great French to have because notice how the light squared bishop, which is a problem piece in these positions, is off the board. So right now, Maxime, he takes a think, but I'm expecting e6, open up that bishop, get the pieces out, bring your knight out in front of the king.
Yeah. Even a French defense, even the best French defense, Tanya, it's still a French defense.
It's still French. Yeah, it's still pretty gross. But,
I mean, did you guys see the World Championship this time?
What do you mean?
There's a lot of French defense going on.
There was.
Didn't work out in the end for Ding. In the end, he is a Frenchman. He does go for this French defense pawn structure, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And in the meantime, I think other games soon to begin. But yeah, let's go to Magnus Carlsen against Jan Nepomniachtchi, where it is Jan in the must-win situation. And it's, the head bobbing continues.
You know what I mean? It worked for him. He had a good position, you know, so he was feeling good. He's just going to keep doing it, I think. And keep doing what works here. Here we go. We're off.
Yeah, I think that's such a good point that the takeaway is so positive from that one, you know, with the black pieces. He also managed to put some pressure on. And of course, you know, losing to Magnus, there's no shame in that whatsoever. It was a big fight. But now he has to come back. He sticks to the Italian, brings out that knight forward towards the center of the board. And Magnus slows down.
Yeah, this move was played... Oh, I keep referencing it. I need to get over it. But it was played by Ding against Gukesh. That World Championship match is still so ingrained in all of us now. And this move is a multi-purpose one. It looks like a beginner move. You bring the knight out, but you can sometimes catch this bishop unawares. Sometimes you jump forward to the center as well. You kind of keep your options open, flexible with the pin. Looks like copycat chess, Tanya, here. But yeah, very high-level chess these days.
And sometimes that A-pawn starts moving forward as well, as we saw in that World Championship game, David. Right now, Magnus trying to understand what structure to take, how to develop his pieces. Interesting that I think it's very instructive, you know, when you're faced with a move that perhaps you weren't absolutely expecting. It's a good moment to slow down a little bit rather than rushing your decisions.
And
trying to understand what your opponent wants.
Correct. And we also know what you guys want there, chat, of course, as you can predict the next move. We want you to do that. What do you think is going to happen next in the moves here? Of course, take. That's what we're talking about here. You can play along with the players, so make sure you download the Take app and experience chess fandom like never before, guys. Visit go.chess.com/takex3 or use ! Take in chat. Do it right now. Do it right now. I know you're watching as I'm watching you guys. ! Take in chat. Let's go.
Wow, and in the meantime, there was a missed opportunity from Magnus Carlsen, potentially. Tanya, it looked like the blue arrow appeared for a second. Maybe we do a quick backtrack in a moment, but it does look like it's a trade of dark square bishops, and Magnus is very solid. Could have been more, though. There were ideas of knight takes pawn, followed by a strike in the center with d5. Now this has been prevented by Jan Nepomniachtchi, who's actually got more time than he started the game with, looking very confident right now. This knight is very annoying for black to deal with.
And that's such an interesting decision by Jan, where he took that dark squared bishop, opening up Magnus's rook. But what he got in return is this really nice square for the knight, because now black doesn't have an a6 pushing that knight out, which will put so much pressure on the c7 pawn, tying down Magnus's queen for at least a while to defend that pawn. And imagine someday the other knight lands on d5.
Yeah.
It could be trouble, but the drawback is that Jan still needed time to finish his development, and he does it.
I do remember theory, actually, from black side standpoint, instead of h6 was actually more of an a6, usually, or d6. A6 first, so you can tuck the bishop, and then you also do play h6, or, you know, d6, allow bishop g5, and after they take, you go queen takes, knight comes to d5, you go back to d8, and you're fine. That's your general theory here. Magnus went a different route here, which gives white basically a slightly better position, but I mean, still, it's very playable. Like, there's so much chess to be played here, actually, in this game.
Yeah, this reminds me of their World Championship match, actually, just 3 years ago, where often Magnus wouldn't necessarily play the most ambitious moves as black. He just wanted to hunker down, be solid, and neutralize Jan long-term, relying on the fact that he's a very, very good endgame player, Magnus, and he's happy to deal with some light pressure. For Jan in the near future, the big question will be whether or when to play pawn to f4 to kick away the black knight. First, you would ideally want to improve the white queen, the white rook in the corner. But he's also hinting, Magnus, that he might not sit still. He might take this knight off the board. He might apply some pressure to white central pawn. And so many questions to answer in this middle game. F4 always comes with drawbacks, of course. Pawns don't move backwards, so potentially some strong pawns, but also weak pawns if you allow too many exchanges in the near future.
This gives Philidor vibes. As I remember, Philidor, of course, the pawn is usually on a7, but usually you would go h3 to obviously stop knight g4 for f4 here, but you do want to eventually go f4, stop anything swinging into g4. The difference here is there's no like queen b6 type ideas, so I can get a quick f4 off, maybe even immediately, and not have to worry about the queen b6 checks, and play h3, you know, because if knight goes to g4, you actually lose it. So I mean, I think White is slightly for choice here. You are playing Magnus, of course, so he's going to defend. He's going to play his best, and like, you know, in game if you trade. But f4 is very, very playable. f4, it's going to be quite annoying to deal with. You might have to just go back to c6. Maybe we go a3, try to get knight d5. I got space saying White.
And I think that's the key point, right, David, that White is going to end up with more space. The f-pawn moving forward, the a-pawn perhaps moving forward 2 steps as well, kind of controlling the queen side as well as the king side.
Yeah.
You know, this little move, queen d2, connecting the rooks. It feels like it's Jan's position that's got the better flow. And Magnus might have to be on the defense.
Yeah, I think that's going to dictate the next few moves, at least. For Magnus, it's all about holding and not making things too much worse, but White's position full of potential. I think this is a dream for Jan Nepomniachtchi
This is a good
as he aims to
position
strike
for
back.
Jan. It's very good, to be honest. Jan has a good position. You can't really move a lot. Can't move the c-pawn, the d-pawn hangs. Like, you can go knight g6, but like, what am I doing there? You know, and then f4 restricts the knight even more. So I'm not a fan of the position.
Yeah. Talking of Philidor-esque positions, maybe we zoom out of this one, because elsewhere, it looks like some players taking a lot of risk in the early stages.
I was going to say the same thing. I think we let Magnus solve his problems and we'll come back and see how much pressure Jan puts on. What stands out to you in the other action that's heating up, David?
Oh, I think Alireza Firouzja in a must-win situation with the black pieces. He's gone for something very passive. Doesn't look too enticing now, but at least all the pieces still on the board. In the meantime, in the other encounters, Levon Aronian against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, it looks very balanced. Different pawn structure, French defense, as I say, balanced. Belbar slides down in Vachier-Lagrave's favor. And the other encounter, Vincent Keymer against Denis Lazavik. I'll stick my neck out and say that one is definitely balanced. Okay, a choice of 2, Levon Aronian against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave or Wesley So against Firouzja.
I think let's head to Firouzja's board. You know, it looks like a very complex middle game. None of the minors are off the board. White has just jumped a knight closer towards the black king. So Wesley looking aggressive. The d-pawn is weak. Some questions to be answered. And there's a question mark on the board as well.
I don't know. I love that move too, though.
Me too. Like, that's a good move. You know, Engine's like, psych. You're like, okay, whatever. What did they want instead? Like, I'm curious to know. What did they want? Something like a4 or something stupid, probably.
Maybe there was something even stronger, but this looks strong enough, and the bar still on White's side. Knight and f5 will thrive, as they say. That was a huge target, and taking off that knight would not have helped too much. The black knight on g6 wouldn't have been too well placed. Another question mark. This is a very difficult game to navigate. It's so tense with all the pieces on the board that we can definitely forgive the players for not finding the best moves. But right now, what my eyes are drawn towards would be moves like g3, setting up that f4 type move that we were discussing earlier. You've got to time it well. You don't want to risk pushing pawns in front of your king, especially if a draw is enough. It's maybe not Wesley So's style, but there we go. Pawn to g3.
Nice.
Of course, the bar slides because we're humans.
I did like b6 first.
I just want to say G3 is such a Wesley and David move to make, you know, just consolidate, have a plan, you know, push for space, gain more momentum in strategic aspects of the game. So no doubt that Wesley wants to play like David right now.
Of course, they do play very, in fact, David says, yeah, we play old man chess. And he's correct. They play very boring chess, but that's okay. Like they, you know, we'll find tactics when they are there. But they do play very boring chess. David said it themselves, so we're just...
They know how to grind like a grandmaster.
It's very effective, though. It is very effective. In fact, I've watched many of their games, so very effective chess. G3 looks nice. I like the b6 first, you know, just to throw it in there, but it does make the pawn. Because, like, queen had to go to b8, I think, there, because we have knight h6, d6, which is really strong, but it's really strange for the queen. Then go g3, queen's trade, and then f4. So, obviously, g3 still works, too, as well. Question mark from Engine. I'm curious what they wanted. Obviously, they always say we're terrible. G3 is like, oh, question mark. You know, it's a good move.
Okay, guess the move. I've taken a peek, so I'm going to eliminate myself from this competition, but the two of you, guess the move for black. Apparently, one is much stronger than the rest. And,
oh, gosh.
That's my only clue.
Yeah, David's just putting us on a spot.
Oh, James.
Knight takes pawn?
Knight takes pawn.
Wow.
Correct.
Let's jump in and show
Now
it.
that you say it, I can't unsee it. David, gotta show the tactics.
Tactinos, as we like to call them.
The fans know it as well. There's one move. The queen is actually overworked. The white queen defends this pawn, indirectly defends the knight, also defends the knight in front of it, and black can totally discombobulate, confuse that white queen by taking this pawn. Shout out to the fans out there. If knight takes e4 happens, I want a big cheer in the arena. It doesn't happen because either this knight would drop next or this knight. White would still maybe have the advantage, but this would have confused confused Wesley So, that is for sure. For example, queen takes knight, bishop takes on c3, or vice versa. Knight takes knight. The bishop will capture on f5, and at least a pawn up, you would suffer for something. But Firouzja misses it and plays rook to e8 instead. Big miss potentially, because now Wesley has time to defend his pawn on e4 if he needs to.
I mean, you also can't go f4 immediately because bishop c3, knight e4. So, like, you know, g3 was cool, but f4 isn't really a threat right now. Maybe it is. Is there bishop?
That's true.
c3?
I think Wesley's made a
That's
decision.
crazy.
So he defends the e4 pawn by bringing his bishop to the diagonal, which can find a nice spot in front of the king, and then you start advancing the f pawn.
Right. Oh, yeah, and bishop g2 or something.
I also want to point out really quickly that bishop takes knight, queen takes bishop, and don't take that pawn on e4. Suddenly the queen and the knight combine to give a checkmate on g7, and I know I would have fallen for it every single time in a blitz game.
Whoops.
Whoops.
Whoops. That would have been disastrous.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, that's
Nicely
nice. Look
done,
at David using the little emo things. You can use those, chat. That's kind of cool.
Okay, but back to the game, and yeah, slow and steady. That's Wesley's style. He's going to drop his bishop back. Really instructive, Tanya. There's no rush, especially if black's direct attempts now no longer work, like bishop takes knight, and yeah, bishop back, followed by pawn to f4, that type of thing. Firouzja is really struggling, but on the clock he's level, and if he can keep the position intact, he's maybe the faster of the player of the two, more confident with 1 minute on the clock. So, okay, do we zoom out? Maybe check out another game. Jan Nepomniachtchi still with a little bit of pressure against Magnus Carlsen. And the other games, though, getting very tense. It might be that Sicilian come French defense that we were talking about earlier between Levon Aronian and Vachier-Lagrave that we have to jump back to.
Yeah, it looks like MVL is a little bit better there, and it's just tough for Levon. I mean, he's just not winning anything here. Of course, obviously, you're playing against these guys, and it is really hard to win games here, but he's just not catching a break, it seems.
And that's the top left board. We see that strong stallion on d3. It looks like Maxime's dream position. Should we do a deep dive into that one to see how Levon even survives this?
See, like, what do you even do? You might have to sack and go knight d4. That's gross. I don't even want to do that.
Yeah, big trouble for Levon Aronian. Let's jump into that game. He's down to 2 minutes as well.
Maybe just rook f1.
On the clock, he's the lowest out of all the players. 2 minutes, under 2 minutes now against 6. And yeah, the Octo Knight, the octopus, with all of its tentacles out, Tanya. I mean, this is it's horrible. This knight is a beast. And I had no way to fight against that.
I mean, you just need one of your tentacles, right? The f2 pawn is just so tender, and you can double up on the f-file even if you defend that f2 pawn once. There's rook f8 coming in. It might be time for white to jump in with his own knight on h2. Hello, what are you even doing there up to g4?
Yeah, that's a good move. I believe that's a good move.
I'm surprised he hasn't played it already. He needs to move Levon Aronian. He's frozen.
Ooh,
Maybe
I didn't
he's
even
going to take
notice
this
the
knight,
clock.
but
What is he looking at? So knight g4, I guess he's afraid of h5, actually, at some point. I mean, because you move the rook and then h5 is a threat. So you have to go like rook f1. Then h5, then knight moves back.
he just burnt half of his remaining time on that one move, Levon Aronian. And now a simple response by black. I mean, another classy move. If Wesley So were playing it, he'd play pawn to h5. Just, he'd see your idea, Tanya. He'd stop the white knight from ever
That's so mean.
Jumping out.
That's just brutal. And then if the white knight jumps to g3, you can jump in with your own knight to f4, push that pawn to h4. This is looking big trouble for white, actually. I really like the move rook f8 or h5. Really pleasant choices for Maxime, and he's got about 5.5 minutes. That's a lot of time to decide.
Exactly. In the meantime, I just see on our screens the bar between Wesley So and Firouzja has just exploded. So let's jump back to that game. Levon Aronian suffering here, we know that. But bishop to e6. Is this a blunder? Or is he just getting outplayed? That's the big question. Firouzja's position is so miserable right now. I think it might be due to this bishop being trapped in the center of the board. He's got no escape squares. And your move earlier, Tanya.
And your move earlier than that move, g3. You know, you go back with your bishop, and who's stopping f4? That bishop on e5, center of the board, but nowhere to run. And he doesn't go for it.
Not yet. He might go for it next. But yeah, the idea is to drop this bishop back, free up the f-pawn, unblock its road. And okay, I think Firouzja was so scared of that. You can still play it. I don't really see why not. It's also tempting to land a knight in the center of the board, attacking the black queen, but bishop to g2, pawn to f4, and this bishop might just fall off the board.
He might be trying to go for a queen. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I was going to say queen a4 and trade, but maybe you have bishop c.
Oh,
This
he
is
does
weird.
it. We're going to see this being played out. And it's crazy how the black bishop has gotten entrapped by its own pawns on f6 and d6.
Yeah, that poor bishop. Looks beautiful until you realize it has no escape squares.
It looks like a King's Indian with obviously a King's Indian fianchetto variation, but you didn't fianchetto the bishop. In fact, on g7, or obviously White's doing the fianchettoing there, but usually your bishop's on g7, and then okay, you have some play in the King's Indian type of positions here, but then the pawn on d6 would be weak. This bishop is really bad on e5. f4 is coming. How do we even stop this? Like, what do we do? This is a good question.
It might be resign time soon.
Jeez, right now.
Single move.
Queen a4 is not, I mean, queen a4 doesn't even do anything really. Trade and try to go bishop c3, but b7's hanging there too. This is gross.
Yeah. Maybe you can get a pawn on the queen side or maybe a couple of pawns for your bishop, but ultimately White's pieces are so fantastic, and I mean, the knights have so many jumping points.
f6 not a move, d5 not a move. Jesus. What is the move? Like, what does the engine say is the best move? I'm just curious.
Okay, I'll take a peek. I try not to normally, but
What
okay,
is
your
the
queen
move?
a4 is one of the best. Knight to a6.
What?
Knight to a4
What's
being
the
the
idea?
other.
Oh, knight b4, I guess. But they're giving up 2 for 1 there, I guess.
These aren't going to happen. I think, if anything, it's going to be queen to a4 or just resigns from Firouzja. He looks desperate.
He does. He keeps like making a decision and then pulling back.
You see the head shake too?
Yeah, he doesn't like what's going on. He can't decide how to even keep the game going. I think knight a4 has been the decision here.
Knight a4, okay.
And you could just push the f pawn now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is slightly tricky though, because
Queen takes pawn.
yeah, there are some counter-attacking ideas. So I think ultimately a good response out of desperation from Firouzja, but he's under 2 minutes, and Wesley calmly just defends his pawn. That is exquisite Wesley So at his very best. Just full
Classic
control
Wesley.
mode. Yeah.
Just stops all his opponent's ideas, and f4 is still in the air. He defends that c4 pawn. And guess what's coming up next? You're about to lose your piece. And it looks like Wesley's in driver's seat in this one. David, do you want to stick around to see Black suffering, or should we move on to all the other excitement that's on?
Oh, I'm not a sadist, Tanya. I don't like to see people suffer, so let's jump out of this game. Let's maybe go to Magnus Carlsen's game against Jan Nepomniachtchi, because that one is in the endgame. It's the most deeply progressed game so far. Levon Aronian survived, but at the cost of the exchange, as we pointed out earlier. He had to give up rook for knight. So he is alive and fighting, but down to 30 seconds.
But he needs to win the game. A draw is just not good enough. He's trailing the match. And do you see this kind of endgame? Where are the chances you win the b4 pawn? But that knight on c5 is such a solid piece, stopping any advance, defending the b7 pawn. And now Magnus is looking for rook activity. Is this closer to a Magnus hold or a Jan win?
Or a Magnus win? You never know. This knight is so superior to the white bishop. Pawn schmawn here, like the pawn on c2 is never going to move in this game. We're never going to get anywhere.
You literally don't even realize that White is a pawn. In fact, I mean, this situation here, it doesn't feel that way at all. But obviously, you have the double pawn, and the knight is an absolute beast on c5. You also have to think about when you have a bishop, you should not put the pawns on the same color of that bishop, right? So we see 3 out of the 6 pawns. I'm sorry, 5 out of the 6 pawns were all on white squares. So he plays g5 here, take. Maybe we get the pawn back. And as David said, is this closer to Magnus win? Like, what is going on?
I think you guys are pushing it there.
No,
Magnus, he's down a pawn.
Correct. Yeah, it's hard to win this.
And if you ever give up that knight, which you shouldn't, for that bishop to win a pawn, then b7 would be extremely weak. Right. So Magnus needs to play on piece activity. He needs to keep the rook and the knight alive. I think Jan's going to push this because of the mat situation, but it feels like it's not going to be enough.
Magnus is annoyed, by the way. I did see a little bit of annoyed in his face there. He's a little annoyed.
But what Magnus has done is really clever. Look at the white rook. It is trapped. It cannot get back in this game. How is it ever getting in? If it goes up to attack the d6 pawn, the black king will just shuffle up and defend. And this white rook now, there's no way back home. You can never relocate because the black rook and black knight have trapped any attempts to move. So, okay, the rook retreats. Magnus can just sit with his king on the e7 square. And I think he's just got the perfect fortress. A draw is enough, so he can just sit forever. And what is white doing in the meantime?
I think he wants to go around the corner. So bishop g4, bishop c8 ideas. And now Magnus brings his rook to the center file. If the bishop moves away, the rook will land on that e4 square, attacking pawns laterally.
Ooh, nice, Tanya. Nice spot. The white pieces now struggling to defend their pawns. This h-pawn was attacked. And Nepomniachtchi moving his king up the board. Black can keep checking, harassing from behind. And the white king is going to struggle. Ooh,
there it is.
Nepo's face.
Yeah,
there it is.
His face gave it away that it's going to be a repetition now.
His draw, I lost the match, is what it is. And Magnus
takes it. Very impressive defense there. Great endgame skills showing he doesn't just win endgames, he draws them too. And a bit of confusion. Magnus looking elsewhere. In the meantime, still some games going. It looks like the Wesley So game against Alireza Firouzja might end very shortly. Maybe we jump over that.
Yes, let's do it.
Wesley So a piece up.
And Alireza on 15 seconds.
2 pieces up. Maybe I can't count.
2 pieces up? 2 pieces.
For a rook though, right?
Okay, I really can't count, Tanya. I was like, wait, where are Black's pieces? Okay, Black has a rook. White currently has a bishop and a knight. But why is the EFR bar so far in White's direction?
Because look at White's pieces. I mean, that just looks dominating. The queen and the knight combining with threats on g7. Beautiful rook and knight on c6. I mean, this is a full-on Wesley So show.
Ooh.
Bishop d5, is that an idea? Right now the queen's hanging, so watch out.
Yeah, you're right, Tanya.
Maybe first.
If it wasn't for this last move by Black, if pawn takes pawn, for example, the white bishop would have come, kicked away this bishop, and checkmate on g7. But Wesley trades queens. Wow, that is a bit of a strange decision until you realize it's a double attack. You're hitting the rook in the corner and this loose bishop.
I think you were a prophet, David. White is going to be up a piece here right now once that rook falls.
Yeah.
You were just predicting the future.
Yeah, Firouzja irritated there for obvious reasons here.
Under 10 seconds as well.
Oof.
He's going to resign, I think, Firouzja here. No reason to fight on. There we go. It's a handshake. Wesley So wins the match 2-0. And more applause in the arena downstairs. Let's jump to the other game, though. It's about to be a result. Vachier-Lagrave about to defeat Levon Aronian.
Yeah, there's up material as well here. He's got an extra exchange as Maxime continues to push for a win here. Is he going to take it 2-0 as well? Looks like it.
Yeah, looks like he's going to take it here. It's tough to see for Levon here. He's playing well, but not
there was a threat of a checkmate on the board.
Ooh, what a move. That was nice.
Yeah, the black rook saving the day. There was a pin along the f-file. The white king and knight lined up, so the black rook was surviving. But look at this, so tricky.
Another mate threat.
Going for checkmate again, Levon Aronian.
Another mate threat, that's nice.
This is so creative. Just the defensive resources. He keeps trying, attacks that black rook. I think this is professionally done. You know, you get rid of the problem piece for yourself, the most aggressive piece, and you're up about 1 million pawns, and this is technique.
Head shake, yeah. And Levon, yeah, he's just...
He made that move with 1 second on his clock. Levon Aronian brings his rook back now. But there we go. Handshake, resignation. Maxime takes it 2-0. Very smooth start.
Yeah, and still no Armageddons.
Still Armageddon. That's another 100,000. Dang, that's crazy. You running out of money.
I want to see these matches
go
down to the wire, but we haven't had that. Players have been dominating their mini-match victories, and Maxime has got to be feeling good about this one. Started the day with a loss to Denis Lazavik and comes back in big style. Speaking of Denis Lazavik, action is on between the two youngsters. What do we make of this position?
Yeah, we should have said no Armageddons yet.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
It's level pawns.
Dang it.
Looks roughly level. I think I would take black slightly because the black queen is so dominant right now. The black queen is such a fantastic piece. And black with some pressure. Denis Lazavik also, his type of position. No risk at all. He's bringing his king. I wonder where that king's going. It was a bit trapped. Yeah. It's going to just sit in the center, maybe poised for an endgame.
Yeah, I like
slightly up on the time, Tanya.
Controlling the entry squares on the D file as well, and White trying to trade the queens, wants to get to the queen side pawns. If you capture on E4, if you capture on Vincent's terms here, the white rook gets extremely active on the 4th rank.
Yeah, he can do that. Wow. I actually thought we could take on B2, but he takes on C4. It's his whole idea is what he's saying, so...
But even that should be fine with the rook sliding back, but he says, no, I'm going to trade on my terms, improve my pawn formation if you take.
Again, really classy. Again, typical Denis Lazavik move. Keep control. He offers a queen trade yet again. This time on his own terms. A capture would improve the black pawn structure. The white king goes back. Will we see a dance now between the black queen and the white king?
Armageddon coming
There
in.
we go. Hold on. Wait, hold on. No,
Lazavik wants
Armageddon.
the draw.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it, bro. Don't do it. Dang.
And this one goes down to the wire. It ends 1-1. We will get the big Armageddon in this, guys. I'm excited. It's the clash between the
There you go,
youngsters, and
Moshe.
what a big fight.
That was nice. In fact, that was actually very, very good. Well, we have a Armageddon coming up, guys. That is crazy. Well, as the arbiter collects the bids, let's review the other scores. Let's take a look at what's going on while the arbiter collects the bids here. This is going to be a decisive result in Armageddon, as it always is. So let's see what happens. Let's take a look at these scores.
And we've got our arbiter Judith there. I think she was just explaining the rules and how they're going to do it, because this is an exciting format, James.
Absolutely. Exciting format as we look at these scores here. MVL 2-0 for Levon Aronian there. He's actually down. He's losing another match there. Tough to see. Wesley So 2-0 against Alireza Firouzja there. Wesley stepped it up this match. Magnus Carlsen winning as usual. And of course, winning his match. And then we have an Armageddon with the youngsters, Denis Lazavik and Vincent Keymer. So let's take a look at our standings, see where we are. But what do you think about the round, guys?
Yeah, it was fantastic performance by the players. I mean, two of them taking a 2-0 victory, absolutely dominating as well on the board. And for me, I'm just glad that we finally get an Armageddon today, because it's just such an exciting format, you know. And Dennis, he's had experience in this, right, James? He was in the finals last year, but how's Winston going to handle? What kind of bid will he put in? How low can you go for the black pieces in this one?
That's scary. What do you think, David?
Yeah, I mean, Vincent was very impressive this season on the tour, especially in Division 2. He had some fantastic results, won some tiebreaks, won some very one-sided encounters. Oh, I think Dennis starts as the favorite, although the over-the-board factor maybe adds a bit of variance to that, a bit of unpredictability. Chess is the winner here, because these two are going to fight off against each other for years to come, and this is where it's all going to begin for them.
Well, we have Armageddon coming up, but first, we have to talk about the Rubik's Cube is celebrating, of course, 50 years with Make Your Move campaign. In those 50 years, Rubik's Cubes have spread across the entire world, with 1 in 7 people attempting to solve the puzzle. Like chess, the art of a Rubik's Cube is its complexity and the eternal human values of curiosity, perseverance, and creativity. With over 43 quintillion, that is a number, permutations, and only one solution, what's your next move? Visit go.chess.com/Rubik's50 or use !Rubik's in chat to explore. Pretty awesome stuff, guys. We got Armageddon coming up, of course, so I'm excited for the Armageddon, and we have more chess. It's exciting. Armageddon coming up. Well, in the break, the Logic, the rapper, talks a bit about Rubik's, and when we return, Armageddon. Guys, stay tuned.
All I ever wanted was like to be accepted by people and this and that. But I'm walking in hip hop, solving Rubik's Cubes and talking about anime and Star Wars, and it's like not a vibe. But through it, I was always myself. Oh man, the feeling I had the first time I saw the Rubik's Cube was like, it's only begun. Because I was like, it took me that long to do it. And I just wasn't satisfied. Then I'm like, okay, cool, what's next? And that's also how I feel about chess. I love chess and I love the Rubik's Cube because you can't beat them. It's like a game you can't beat. That's what's so cool about it. And the only person that you're really essentially playing against is yourself. Yeah, I was like 24 years old and I got a Rubik's Cube and I went on YouTube and I told myself I was not gonna leave the room until I finished it. And I was in the room for 14 hours.
I feel like I'm a judge in one of the cooking shows. Like what I came here for.
Yeah.
Oh, so what is this?
Whoa.
Oh.
Should I try?
What is this?
There you go. You don't have to finish it. Just a taste if you want. Cutlery as well.
Yeah, okay.
Enjoy.
Okay, it's now you're growing up like so rapidly.
So these are some shrimps, and they're glazed with some egg.
Okay, there's some peas, some carrots. And I'm actually making a mess, but alright.
I'm officially giving up. Like, I'm just clueless, apparently.
I'm scared to bite it.
Wow, this is really big.
Don't feel like you have to eat it all, by the way.
It's dinner right here.
In Russian we have something like it calls холодец.
I think this is like quite similar to what we do in Russia. But in Russia we normally do this with meat. It's like coming home without coming home, yeah?
So you prefer the Russian version?
No, I don't like it.
This jelly stuff, I love the texture.
This jelly kind of thing is not my favorite texture, but still I like the taste quite well.
I mean, it's alright.
Like 1.5 out of 5. I didn't really like this one.
This one I'm not such a big fan.
This is great. Yeah, straight to the 5, I guess. Do you have some more?
My father loves to make things like this, especially during the winter. I'm a happy guy. This is my country. You know, the fish and vegetables. 5 out of 5.
It's amazing. I'll give this a 5.
The most exciting format in chess, Armageddon, the ultimate tiebreaker. Armageddon grants White more time on the clock, but in return, White must win. A draw secures Black the match point. White will start with 10 minutes. Each player submits a confidential bid with the amount of time that they are willing to play with to take Black and get those coveted draw odds. The lowest bid gets to choose their color, usually Black, and plays with the amount of time that they bid. The opponent gets the full 10 minutes. Let the Armageddon commence.
All right, here we go. Armageddon is live. Let's check these bids. Whoa, look at that. 659 for Vincent Keymer. He wins the bid. Denis Lazavik 720, and he actually picks Black here. Vincent Keymer. Wow, what do you think about the bids, guys?
Wow. Vincent with 6 minutes 59 seconds. To me, David, that's an extremely low bid. There's no increment, no bonus time, and that's gonna get pretty crazy. We might have pieces flying off the board. I mean, the name of the format tells the full story, right? It's so destructive that it's called the Armageddon. 6 minutes 59 seconds as starting time. Yes, draw is good enough, but is that way too low?
Yeah, I think it's borderline, Tanya. Throughout the season, we've seen online chess, and often 7 minutes is pretty much the extreme. And yes, Denis Lazavik, with a solid style, maybe not enjoying must-win situations, but he can hustle on time here. It's physically difficult to make the moves within such a short amount of time. And okay, Queen's Gambit declined. The exchange variation, we see a pair of pawns leave the board very early. As long as Denis can keep tension, not let the game fizzle out too quickly. He's playing rapid chess. Vincent Keymer's playing blitz.
So for Denis, he has to keep the time advantage going. He has to keep putting pressure on Vincent's clock. And it's only after move 60 that the players will get that additional 1 second. But will it even reach move 60 to start with? And Denis starts the play on the left side. He wants to control the board. Often we see ideas of the minority attack. Here, White has got 2 pawns against Black's 4 pawns on the queen side. And we can expect these pawns to move forward to try to create a weakness against the Carlsbad structure as the one you're highlighting, David.
Yeah, this is often White's plan. Pawn to a4 is actually a very new, trendy idea, just in the last few years, suggested by computers, neural network engines like AlphaZero, because Black's counterplay often relies upon pawn to b5, pawn to b4, counterattacking, and dark squared strategy, as Tanya highlighted, dark squared bishops off the board. But now it's about wrapping around. The white knight might eventually land on the c5 square, the white pawn might come to b4, and often it's all about what Black decides to do with these two pawns that will decide the nature of this middle game. Vincent's just getting ready to drop his knight back to g7 now. He's going to try and play on the king side. Black's pawns are pointing this direction, Black's central pawns. So Black plays on the king side. White, because the pawns point the other direction, plays on the queen side.
That's really nice. I think it's called the pawn pointing theorem in chess, which often dictates which side you should be looking for activity. So for White, it is the queen side, and for Black, we see another knight joining that party, trying to create more pressure on the king side, perhaps landing on that central e4 square next.
I think it's nice. Of course, you get plans for both sides here. This a4 idea definitely made Vincent think a little bit. It's newer, because I was like, oh, this is just, he can blitz his moves out. He obviously has to move fast anyway, and he can really just kind of blitz his moves out. But then a4 froze him, which actually, would have froze me too, because it's like, oh, that's not the usual move we're used to seeing, actually. So my play is around a5, b5 type ideas, and like really, you see model games where the knight comes around to c4 and et cetera. Now that's not a possibility. And it's knight g3. Dennis has this thing locked down. I like how he's playing it. He's even stopping the bishop f5, which was coming next. That was the next move, was bishop f5, and he stops it. And as David is pointing out, f3, e4 is going to be coming here. White has a very good position, I think. But also, Black is fine. And that time, there is no increment. So that takes a big part.
I really like that last move by Denis. This is the Armageddon. You want to keep as many pieces on the board. You want to keep the pressure on, taking away the f5 square, which would have led to liquidation in the position, creating a threat that forces Vincent to now burn the clock, the break, the central break that you were pointing at earlier. I think this is a bit of a problem move now for Vincent to solve, and it's tick-tock. The clock goes lower.
Tick-tock. Vincent needs to wake up here. He needs to move. He cannot freeze.
Yeah, here we go.
He's been thinking for over a minute, but f3, e4, no matter what order White plays it in, needs some calculation. Ultimately, he plays the most natural move. He could have played this in a second and dealt with the consequences, but it's the type of position that does encourage thought. Assuming now Denis is going to play one of those two moves. It's either pawn to f3, and when his knight gets hit, to drop it back, or he goes for it, pawn to e4. I don't think playing so directly is necessarily a good thing in Armageddon chess. It's also not Denis's style to go straight for the attack. I think he would rather just keep the tension, keep building. He's got a very healthy foundation to the position, and pressure is going to be on Vincent long term.
I think Vincent feels a little bit better, though, as he did make him think with this move. Vincent was kind of, Denis was just kind of moving, just quickly making good moves. Made him think here, so now he can think on his opponent's time, as you should do, be thinking on their time. H5 was an awesome move. In fact, I remember seeing this idea a lot in the book. It's a nice book by Peter Hein-Nielsen, actually. Of course, it's a chessable book. What else, right? But it's actually techniques of positional play. When one of the chapters, it was actually showing how you actually, every time you see a knight on g3 or g6 or b3 or b6, generally pushing the h or a pawns is the way to go. So he found this very quickly. h5, h4 being played, and now the knight moves around, and we're about to have a game.
We're about to have fire on the board, because you can take on that d5 central pawn, opening up the rook, attacking the queen. What just happened there, David?
Yeah, sacrifice. I don't think it was a blunder. Vincent saw this. He's looking into the future, and he's banking on the fact that there's a double attack. White's knight on the g3 pawn is hit by Black's h-pawn here, and next move he'll be able to recover this pawn in the center. There was a hit temporarily on the Black queen, which did step back, hence the last move. But let's just show that action replay. e4 met by h4, ignoring the threat. A capture now, and yeah, the drop back met by knight to e4 this time. Oh, there's so many tricks in this position. These knights, James, it's tactic heaven.
Oh, this is nice. I love the tactics here. It's just such spectacular games like this, but also no time. Like, you have to keep coming back to that. Like, oh, these players have been playing, so many games so far with increment, and then to just switch to no increment, it's very difficult to do sometimes, especially in tense situations like this one, where there will be a result in this game.
I'm looking at ideas of the white queen jumping onto h6, knight g5, trying to threaten checkmate, but the one big defensive resource for Vincent is that black knight jumping to f5, kicking that queen out of that square. So you can't really rush in with these checkmating ideas just yet.
Hold on. Queen h6, knight f5, knight d5 anyway?
Let's show it.
Queen h6, knight f5, knight d5.
Hitting the queen.
Tactic sense is tingling.
Knight
takes
takes
d5. And black's winning, but knight takes, and the idea was knight f6, so apparently there's something in between that I missed. But what is
Denis
that
with a
move?
very slow approach here. He keeps all the threats on the board,
rook
James.
d5, okay.
He first plays h3, stopping that black pawn from advancing further, and Vincent immediately comes out with his bishop.
Yeah, the bishop lands out now.
Finally gets it out.
Back to the live position. Vincent's done very well. I think h3 is just too slow in such a dynamic position. We were talking about tactics. It feels like you have to keep attacking somehow. I'm not sure the right path. As you said, Tanya, the most direct path was blocked there for white. But ultimately, now black's pieces are fully mobilized, and white is the one with the weakness long term. This pawn on d4, and maybe a pawn on a5, slightly vulnerable, slightly overstretched now.
He's feeling good. I think Keymer is nice here. He's feeling good as long as I'm not getting attacked. My pieces are developed. Remember, good things happen when we develop pieces. Everything's out. Just got to get this queen off the back rank, connect those rooks. You got some weaknesses. Maybe the A pawn could be weak. D pawn could be weak as well. What you got, Tanya?
I'm telling you, the queen's landing on h6.
It's going on a6? You doing it right now, Tanya? Put 100,000 on it.
I'm already in big debt ever since this entire broadcast started. All thanks to you, James. Not putting any more money on anything, but queen h6 is just so tempting right now.
He's reaching for his queen.
Is nice.
It's about to happen.
Denis hesitating. He's still got over a minute more than Vincent, but
Come on, Denis, you can do this. I want to see queen h6 on the board.
I didn't bet, actually. I didn't bet, so.
It's the type of move he should be playing.
Oh, it's there!
You won, but
Did
you
he
ain't
play?
no money, though.
He played
Okay,
it.
takes, and then, yeah, this is nice. Still something. He's trying.
Still some pressure on Vincent right now. There's a lot riding on this knight in the center. He decides to trade it off. And, okay, white's pawn structure is brilliant. The bishop looks like it's slightly dominating the knight right now. Denis has a very small advantage on the board. It might come down to the clock, though. We're only at move 23. No increment for ages, Tanya.
It's a6.
And he comes back with his bishop, offering a trade. And I think, James, you were about to mention the move a6. It's always there to create weaknesses on that left side, on the queen side pawn formation. There are a lot of problems for Vincent to deal with, and not enough time on the clock.
Ooh, he needs to speed up under 3.5 minutes in a moment. And
Are we going to see pieces flying off the board?
we will. That is the one difference, right? Over the board, online chess. They've been playing a season of online chess. This is very different. Every move takes a second or two longer.
And you have to hit your own clock, right? We have to remember that, guys. That's a luxury when you're playing online. Is you do not have to hit your own clock. Here you do. You have to hit your own clock.
Okay, Vincent's got a good position, though. He's got a very solid base to draw this game from, to win this Armageddon. But he just needs to speed up. Every move he's taking 20 seconds, and
Too much.
too much. Okay, he's trying to get the rooks off. He's trying to accelerate the play on the board, at least, trying to get the pieces off because he knows the clock situation is not in his favor. Now, under 3 minutes, Denis up at 4 minutes 47.
And I like that Denis has kept the last pair of rooks alive, keeping that a6 threat. Again, there are back rank issues to be solved as well. It's definitely on Denis's radar. That pawn moving forward. You know, you've got the queen on one side of the board, tying down black's queen. It's time to open up the other flank, but he's reaching out for the queen. I think he's going to bring it back. And he does it. Queen d2. That's a bit of a passive move, David.
A bit passive. I guess he was just worried his queen would be unemployed on h6 in a few moves' time. Deciding, at least he wants coordination. No more direct attack, though, allowing the black knight to start jumping out. I'm just not liking the hesitation from Vincent. It just feels like he's not found his rhythm yet. This is pretty much blitz chess for him now. And no increment. The youngsters aren't used to this. We learned that in the World Championship, actually. Nobody's used to this anymore, the lack of increment.
Yeah.
And Armageddon gets so tricky, right? Because you really want to keep things under control. You don't want to be that player who's dropping the pieces and things are flying off and you don't even know where you've put your move on. But I feel like we're heading into that territory right now with Vincent 2.5 minutes, Denis less than 4 minutes on the clock. One plan I see is to try to push that C and D pawn. Right now, you could line that rook up with the queen and get C4, D5 moving ahead. Just try to find plans for Denis here, David.
Yeah, I think that's a very good plan. At least, again, any indication of a plan would force Vincent to slow down and think. The white queen jumps in. There was a quick offer of a trade of queens. Vincent, his challenge was rejected. The eval bar sliding up and down, but nothing too significant. No real tactics here. Vincent demanding those queens off the board.
Get him off the board, bro.
Don't
Get
do
him
it.
off the board.
You've got to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. I think I'm expecting Denis to fall back with that queen to d2. A queen trade will only help black in this position.
Uh-oh.
This is playing so well, though.
That's a nice move.
Notice how all of black's pieces are on dark squares, the opposite color of the light squared bishop, so they just cannot be attacked right now.
Finally, he's jumping forward. He had a threat there against white's pawns. It's unclear which side is pushing here, who's got the real targets. But ultimately, 1 minute difference on the clock. They do say in Blitz, 1 minute is often worth a pawn.
There is a plan. Queen d6 f5. Queen d6 f5 4. Going for, obviously, we're trying to get f3 in, but that's a little risky. So he's going knight d6, maybe swing around to c4.
Yeah, and he says repeat, sure, because draw is black's win.
All I need is a draw. That's it.
c4, d5. I think this is the plan that Denis needs to get in. Combine that with the threat of a6 on the board. Vincent keeping the pieces active. Queen to f4. Is it time to start pushing the c-pawn?
It might well be in the very near future. I think Vincent is just going to try and insist that the queens come off. His idea is to trade off this white queen, which holds everything together. Maybe advisable to drop the white bishop back first just to prevent that. But then again, the black queen might drop. And, okay, he does retreat his bishop. Denis just needs to keep the game going and put Vincent under time pressure. Vincent's under 2 minutes. We're at move 36. He doesn't get any increment for another 24 moves. Here we go. Tanya, your plan in action.
Here it is.
It had to happen. It's the only active plan in the position. He lines up the rook and the queen at the right time. The d-pawn will become a passer. Will it be a strength or a weakness in Denis's camp right now? It's all about the clock. It's going to be Flagsville very, very soon. Vincent needs to speed up.
Vincent needs to move faster. Guys, this is... Let's think about this at home, right? Have you ever played over-the-board bullet chess? Let's just think about that for a second, okay? I've played a lot of it growing up. It's fun, but it also, you know, and this is a high-stakes game. You know, over-the-board bullet chess is not where you want to be in this situation, having no increment here and having to try to win or draw the game. He's 30 seconds away, 29 to be exact, obviously, to a bullet game, 100% pure bullet.
Okay, and Vincent has sped up, sensing the 1 minute mark approach. The Black Knight is glorious now, though. She's so strong, teamed up with its queen. And yes, white has pressure against one backward pawn, but is it enough? Vincent has everything else covered right now.
c5, you've got to defend that pawn.
He's got to make a move.
Down to 1 minute.
Is Rookie 2 a move? No, that's too much. Rookie 2 is way too much.
He's looking for something. I think he wants to attack somehow. Knight e2 doesn't quite work. This queen will... after all, defend... Oh, I was going to say it doesn't work, but after an exchange, this white queen is going to defend its pawn.
Did he miss that? Did he miss that the queen defends backwards now?
No, he shook his head. Yeah, he missed it completely. He missed it. Head shake there. Yeah. And under a minute. And now we in pure bullet, looking for a perpetual.
Ivar Bas says it's still level because white's rook is so passive. There's actually a threat of perpetual check. Rook to c1 check, trading off the rooks. The black queen will act like a pendulum. c1, f4, the white king will not be able to escape. So still playing well, Vincent, despite that miss.
Yeah, this looks like a happy accident because Rook C1 is a massive threat to wrap up the game on the spot. And I'm trying to understand how do you spot it, because if you bring your queen back, the C4 pawn is falling as well.
It's a double hit as well on the C4 pawn. Vincent, that sometimes happens, right? You blunder, but you get a bit lucky and things fall in your way. Right now, 30 seconds between them.
It's all about the clock.
It's all about the clock.
It's all about the clock.
Okay,
and he makes a move.
What did he make? Queen e3. Trade them boys off. Oh, yeah, he's good. He's good.
Vincent takes a
Vincent
pawn.
back in the game.
This should now be a draw, and quite a straightforward one, especially if the queens come off the board. Denis needs to keep something alive, but he's spending far too long. If this were online, they would be bashing the moves out by now.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and you could be pre-moving as well. Here it's so much tougher. Can white trade the queens and pick up the b7 pawn? Does that end up with an extra pawn in the rook pawn endgame?
Short term, yes, he's going to go for it, but Denis is actually below on the clock right now. He's banking on his d pawn, applying some pressure. But Vincent captures that pawn. It's going to drop off.
Oh, he's going rook b6. Oh, what a move.
Oh my gosh,
nice.
and both players 45 seconds.
Out the way. I get one, you get one. No, wait.
Vincent's down a pawn. Denis can bully Vincent now. He's up a pawn.
Here we go.
40 seconds each.
You gotta move.
It doesn't matter, just play something.
Just move.
You've got to flag your opponent. Shameless flagging is encouraged in the Armageddon here.
Dirty flag, it's a real thing.
We're about to reach move 60. The players have a counter. They will be able to look over at the tablet.
There. Oh, that sucks. Oh my goodness.
Move 60. We get the increment.
Move 60. Oh man. They made
But David,
60
it's still just 1 second, right?
Cannot hesitate for too long. Vincent panicking here. And the problem for Denis, yes, he's up a pawn, but the white king somewhat trapped. There was en passant there.
That was forced.
Forced.
100%.
But now the white king is coming. This is anyone's game. Denis has to risk it. It's going to be a race.
But this has to be a draw, because anytime the white king comes close enough to that white a7 pawn, black starts giving check from behind and forcing and driving the king away. And we're going to see that being played out.
No, this is just a draw, right?
Comes back towards the black rook. The black rook will eyeball that white pawn. The white rook is trapped. White rook is trapped, and only one weakness for Vincent on the other side of the board, but he can easily hold it with his rook. Should be a draw.
There's no progress to be made. The rook defends the g-pawn laterally and attacks the king horizontally when the white king gets close to the queen side.
Denis under 10 seconds. He's going to give up his pride and joy, the a-pawn, in order to get another pawn, but it's 2 versus 1 on the same side now.
And he's got less time on the clock as well.
Gosh, this should
Does
be
get that 1 second increment, but it's not going to really matter.
Should be a draw.
Vincent Keymer needs only a draw to win, to get the match victory. And it looks like he's done everything right so far.
Indecision by Denis. He's still trying. There are still some pitfalls. If you take your eye off the ball, allow the white king in, allow some checks, driving the black king away.
8 seconds. Make a move.
Ooh. Vincent, some hesitation there, but he's doing everything right in his defensive efforts. He goes passive with his rook.
Oof. And the white king jumps in. The f-pawn's about to fall.
Oh, now it's slim margins. The black king is so poorly placed on the edge of the board.
But look at the incredible precision by Vincent in defending this. It's still in balance.
It's still a draw. He can check from the side at the right moment, but...
Look at the clock. They both are playing with 1 second on the clock.
Wow. This is going to be decided by the clock. It's a theoretical draw. Vincent has studied this so many times in his career. But can he hold it with no time?
And that's the big question. What happened?
He allows the white pawn forward. White's going to make a new queen.
Oh my goodness. The time, the clock is not on our side. That hurts.
And look at the way Denis converts flawlessly with 1 inaccuracy by Vincent Keymer. What a win, and a well-deserved applause for Denis Lazavik, who gets the big match victory. What an Armageddon.
Wow, what an Armageddon. A test of endurance for the two players. Denis Lazavik with a small smile there, getting the job done. His second match victory.
Didn't he just win the last match?
Yeah.
Yes, he won against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and then gets the dub against Vincent.
Den Laz is in his bag. What is he doing? The kid is playing out of his mind. Wow. That was amazing.
For Vincent, tough luck there. That is now 2 match defeats, but he came so close, seconds away from holding the draw. That was a really classy encounter, high accuracy game. But Denis, deservedly, ultimately, taking the win in Armageddon. Our first Armageddon of these finals.
Armageddon, as we look at the scores here, MVL taking down Levon 2-0. Wesley So beating Firouzja 2-0. And Magnus Carlsen doing what he does, winning another match against Nepomniachtchi there. And Den Laz winning a second match here, taking down Vincent Keymer in Armageddon. Wow. That was amazing, right, guys?
Yeah. It was one Armageddon, but a very spicy one. And Vincent, he was so resourceful and relentless in his defense. But again, rook pawn endings, dangers are everywhere. And one small inaccuracy, and Denis Lazavik showing technique way beyond his years.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell both players were well versed in their endgame theory, but ultimately the clock, it really puts pressure on the player, the defender especially. And Vincent cracked after defending so well for 100 moves. It was, move 102, the final mistake.
That hurts, man.
That's a century.
Den Laz is showing that he came to play, okay? He's very, very excited about this and playing very well. Let's take a look at our standings here. As we see, Magnus Carlsen at the top, and who is right behind him? The kid. They counted me out. Not anymore. Denis Lazavik in second place. They're actually really tied for first there. Of course, Jan with 1, Wesley with 1, MVL with 1, Alireza with 1, Vincent Keymer, and Aronian at the bottom with 0 there. But still, of course, games are to be played. As we have our next matchup, last one of the day, round 3. Vincent Keymer and Levon, Alireza, Denis Lazavik, Magnus Carlsen, Wesley, MVL, and Jan. What do you think? What we got, David?
While Magnus Carlsen against Wesley So is a familiar sight in Champions Chess Tour history, they've battled each other so many times, including in last year's final. But I can't wait to see how Denis Lazavik continues this dreamlike ride.
Yeah, I got my eyes on Denis Lazavik. I mean, after his last game, starting from the match 1 victory against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah.
Maxime, he's a stalwart, he's a titan, and then Denis does it against him and then goes down to the wire against Vincent. High pressure. Can you imagine the nerves that are required in that moment? And Denis comes on top, just keeps the game going, keeps the pressure on, making move after move, with just 1 second on the clock, and he's up against Alireza. Now, Alireza, he's a beast in this format, but
100%.
Right now he's struggling. He lost 2 games back-to-back against Wesley So. Can Denis ride on that momentum?
He definitely can. I mean, the kid is very stoic, very calm. He plays great chess, as we see, and it doesn't seem like he's rattled by anything or anyone, right? So, pretty great stuff. But before we go on our next break here, Chess.com is thrilled to support fellow game changer Chess Up, the record-breaking company taking the game world by storm with their brand new Chess Up 2. This physical electronic board syncs to your Chess.com rated games, which you can save and analyze on Chess.com with built-in Wi-Fi, a touch screen, touch sense pieces. Chess Up 2 supports beginning players, players in training, and casual games between friends and family. For a limited time, save 10% on your Chess Up 2 with code CCT10 at the checkout. Head over to go.chess.com/chessup2 or use !chessup in chat to unlock this offer and take your game to the next level. The first 2 rounds of the CCT Finals have delivered. We're taking a longer break to make sure our tech is sound. We'll keep you entertained with some Grandmaster food reviews and more info on Chess Up. When we return, round 3 of the 2024 Champion Chess Tour Finals will be here. Stay tuned.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your Chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on Chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of Chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the Chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
We made some for you in honor of the
Get
chess
outta here.
bot. Custom Crunch
sick.
Labs.
There I am. Are we gonna play a game? You have to be blindfolded.
I can do that. if you
Really?
want. Yeah.
You know, maybe I think I need to do something really weird because that's gonna make it harder for him to remember, right? Okay, he's never gonna see this coming. A6.
All right, knight takes e5.
Oh shoot.
Gotta look at his moves too.
Okay, I'm abandoning that trick. You think that was a mistake on my part, but I'm hustling you.
Knight takes f7.
Mm-hmm. I think I only have one move here.
I'm gonna go queen f3. Check.
I'm in danger. Pawn to b5.
Yeah. Rook takes b5.
Interesting.
Oh, I forgot you played a6.
Pawn
LOL.
takes.
Okay. Okay, see, that's what happens in blindfold chess. Now,
Yeah,
we got a
let's
game
go,
here.
Mark
We got a game.
You think that was a mistake on my part, but I'm hustling you. Rook captures on a2. Because it's unprotected.
Pawn to c4. It's explosive. Queen to b8. Check.
What have you done?
Knight to c7. Check.
I saw that right
Yeah.
after I moved. I'm not going without a fight. I move my king to a8.
And queen to a7 is...
You jerk!
right.
Exits that way. Yeah, if you beat
All right,
me in
man.
chess, you gotta let yourself out. Get out of here.
Playing the Sveshnikov, which is one of the favorite openings of Magnus Carlsen. I had the privilege to be a trainer of Magnus Carlsen for 10 years, from 2013 till 2022, helping him in all his World Championship matches. I want to suggest you a sound opening. This is a good opening. You will get unbalanced position with a lot of counterplay and winning chances. Easy to play for us, difficult to play for our opponent, easy to understand as well for us.
What's next? Skiing? Or?
Okay, this looks really interesting.
Clearly, there's beetroot.
And herring, I think.
I haven't had this since I was really little.
I love herring. I'll give this a 5 too.
No, I've never been a big herring guy.
No, this is very good. This I give 5 out of 5. Yeah, it's a very good fish.
That was herring in mustard sauce.
Oh, yeah, I love mustard.
Combines very well. I like it. Also a 3.5.
It's excellent. I might move to Norway. Maybe Magnus could use a board too for the Olympiad.
5 out of 5. You know, chess players, they eat very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're always late, you know, to the game because we're preparing. And
Yeah, this is the final dish before the dessert.
Well, that's why I came to Norway, right?
Came for the chess, stayed for the food.
I came for the food.
Interesting. I love berries.
So this is called left sam, the thing that the salmon was packed in. But I don't know what the dish is called.
I like the spice used in this one. And I get the dessert. Perfect.
Very good. Uno más.
It's not bad, but I don't see the added value compared to the first one.
I feel like you could be a food critic in another lifetime. Like, come on.
You know, eating is a passion of every French, so.
It's getting late here in Norway, but we still have one more round left for the day. Welcome back to the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. I'm here with David Howe, and
Tanya Sachdev. Let's take a look at the standings after round 3. Magnus Carlsen at the top, Denis Lazavik right behind him, of course, with two match points as well. Jan, Wesley, MVL, Alireza, all with 1, and then Vincent Keymer and Levon are still looking to get on the board there. So Magnus and Denis are in the lead, looking good up there at the top. But we've got some great pairings coming up. So here we go. We got, of course, pairings coming up next, and have some fun with that. But so far, what do you guys think's happened so far? Like, give me your take and everything. What do you feel?
Well, Magnus, as expected, half of the course.
Yep.
But Denis Lazavik been the story so far,
Sweet.
I would say. Just very controlled, very impressive chess over the board, which might have surprised some people.
Yeah.
Magnus as expected, Denis as completely not expected. I mean,
Right.
he's up there with 2 match victories and 2 incredible performances, but the tournament's just started. And, you know, it's about who is sort of the long player here.
Yeah.
And Levon and Vincent, they really need to start racking up the points right now and get up on the leaderboard. I think this next round victory will help them get back on it, but if things don't go their way, they might be just out of the race.
Wow, yeah, that's huge. And of course, I mean, it all comes down to really this round right here. Who are they going to play? In fact, we have to check the pairings to see who plays who and what kind of lineups we have. That looks like Vincent Keymer and Levon Aronian. Okay, that is going to be a match right there. They're both like, hey, I got to take you out. No, I got to take you out. Magnus Carlsen versus Wesley So there. Wow, that's going to be a very nice match. Obviously, something reminiscent of we had before. Alireza and Denis Lazavik, MVL, and Jan Nepomniachtchi there. What stands out? What matches are you looking forward to?
Reminiscent of what we had in the 2023 Champions Chess Tour Finals. It was between Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So in Toronto. James, you were there.
Yeah.
We were here in the studio. What a final that was. But the one big takeaway for me from that matchup is that Wesley has to try to get Magnus into messy positions, into chaotic positions and openings. Because if you try to keep it solid and positional against the world #1, it doesn't get you too far.
You're right, Tanya. Last year, he landed a killer move against Magnus Carlsen in those tour finals. Really impressive stuff. He ultimately wasn't successful. It was Magnus who triumphed, but Wesley has to play on the front foot. And I mean, this round is full of juicy matchups. Alireza against Denis Lazavik. That's going to be fun. The youngsters and that must-win situation for the 2 at the bottom.
Well, Magnus Carlsen leads the tournament. We caught up with him after his win after Nepo. Let's take a look, see what he had to say.
We're here once again with Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, who's now started 2-0. How important is it for you to get one of the top 2 spots to get an easier path?
No, for sure. Just like last time, being top 2. I mean, I'd just love to be top 1, but even second is great. So, going through that playoff, like it's tough for anybody. We saw Hikaru last year and not managed to get through it, even though he was close. So. I mean, you sort of take it game by game, match by match, but try to get off to a good start, and you never want to be in a position where you sort of have to win a couple of matches in order to make it.
And also, you're going for your 5th consecutive CCT Finals championship. There's been times in your career where I think you've not played as well at home, and then you've gotten a lot better playing at home. How does it feel playing in Norway now? Have you come to terms with that?
No, it feels good to be home. Like I've always liked playing here when I can play from where I can stay at home and everything. And I've liked playing in Stavanger a lot the last few years as well. So. It's all really nice.
You like the experience of playing in front of a crowd?
Yeah, I mean, we're sort of in our own little world and we can't see anybody, but I'm hearing from people that they're enjoying it in the crowd, so that's good to hear.
We can actually hear the crowds where we are. Thank you so much, and good luck for going 3-0 on day 1.
Well, I'll try. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Well, that's awesome to hear. Of course, Magnus always in good spirits. He's always just so nonchalant. He's like, yeah, got to do what I got to do. And I mean, hey, it's another day. I'm home. And like, yeah, like that's how Magnus talks.
Well, one thing that Magnus does really well is be in top 1. Like he said, that's the aim. That's what he wants to do. And I want to point out that here there is a difference for the players finishing in top 2. Both qualify for the semifinals, but the one who qualifies at the top of the table gets to pick their opponent in the semifinals. So that's probably somewhere at the back of Magnus's head.
Yeah, he's a perfectionist. He wants to play his best. He wants to come #1. But talking of those top 2 spots, Denis Lazavik occupies one of them right now. His game begins against Alireza Firouzja. Firouzja starts with white, yet to be fully in the flow. It's the Italian opening, and very solid start for both of these two young players. Denis, I think a draw in the first game. Again, fantastic. He's shown he can rock the Armageddons, but in the meantime, this is mainline theory. This is very well-known stuff. And
you got knight into a5 now, or no?
Predictions in this clash. Firouzja, maybe more pressure on him to win this one.
You know, you say that it is a solid start. It is an opening where we see sort of the development before it blows open in the center. We've seen that narrative played out. But look at the player who's playing white. I think one thing is a guarantee that we will get a fun fight in the middle game. And I did see our live board. I think a few more moves have, in fact, happened as we catch up with our current position. The bishop did not go back for sure.
It did not. There's a small glitch in the matrix. We will catch up with the current game shortly. Black castled. So something landed on f8. It wasn't the bishop. It was the black rook.
Probably not the king.
Castling.
Yeah, probably not the king here. No, but so far so good. I mean, I think Denis is in a good form here. I think Alireza looks different this round, meaning I think he's a little bit more locked in as he know he needs to be. Sometimes when you put under that type of pressure, you know, good things happen. But Denis is the man to beat along with Magnus here. So we will see what happens here. Oh, this is nice. I like this knight a5, c5 idea. It definitely expands very quickly. You bring the knight back to c6, you go bishop b6, and try to push for d5 at some point.
Yeah, I'm trying to gauge the moves from the camera. Not sure I'm succeeding, but okay, it looks like I'm really guessing here. Okay, castles has...
Live board is trying to catch up there.
Happened.
Castle with a double exclamation point.
Let's jump over.
Let's jump over.
Vincent Keymer and Levon Aronian are playing.
Double question mark.
Ooh, and that's a Queen's Indian defense.
Indian.
Moves are definitely coming in correct in this one. Mainline theory so far. Standard position. And there we've got Denis and Alireza. The pressure's on these two. Alireza more so to get up on that leaderboard. Denis, meanwhile, has had a fantastic day. Can he keep up his run and end on 100%? On day one.
Consistency is very important, and of course, if you can just be doing what you were already doing in every round, you just continue to do that. And of course, when you win matches, when you win more, I mean, you get more confidence. And I think, you know, that's a hard person to beat, is a person that is already strong, playing well, and now confident, as Magnus seems to do. I mean, we see that with Denis so far.
And in the meantime, two players who are down there in the basement. It's Vincent Keymer and Levon Aronian yet to get on the scoreboard. Very solid start to this game. It looks like a Queen's Indian defense. And meanwhile, a handshake between Magnus Carlsen, the leader so far, and Wesley So. Predictions here?
It's the English opening. I was just going to predict that right before he played it, obviously. This is the clash of the titans. It's going to be a big one. You know, predictions here, this goes to Armageddon.
Oh, no. Put 100,000 on that. Let's go. Come on.
After two draws or after two barnstorming wins for each side?
James, you take that question.
I actually think Magnus is going to take the match here. I think he takes the first game here, especially if this goes into a Catalan, which is one of his favorites. This could be a Catalan by transposition at some point. I mean, it's a reverse Sicilian. A lot of ways to go here, in fact. So Magnus is already in home turf, feeling quite good here as he used this even in the World Championship against Jan. C6. These lines are cool. I like the ideas with, what is the idea? There's a knight f3 here. Knight f3, e4, knight e5, d5, takes queen b6, knight c2. Yeah, that's it.
I love how James is always just recalling his entire chessable course, all the openings. Meanwhile, Magnus strikes in the center with the d pawn moving forward. A check development is getting completed, but there is a tension in the center right now, David.
And we've seen this before. Jan Nepomniachtchi played this earlier in the day. This reaction to the English opening. A check, bishop's off the board. And very solid stuff for black. But white does occupy the center. White will soon, if he wants, put a pawn on e4. He can also bring the knight out in the near future, either to f3 or after moving the pawn to e2. And black is very solid. White gets the space. It's a bit of a trade-off. But Wesley just happy to survive the opening. He looks like he's enjoying whatever music's in his ears as well.
He's like kind of smirking a little bit. Like, he's just feeling good. You know, he's happy to see Wesley happy.
9 minutes each. Magnus may be the one facing the surprise, just choosing now where to put his e-pawn, where to develop his knight before he gets castled. Or will he surprise us all, shock us all by castling queenside? You never
I think he's thinking that, you know, because, like, you know, you already got a few more, like knight f3, you know, e4, I mean, or castle queenside. That is a move. He may be considering it.
He did a Shadoop. That was the queen, I think. He's not moving that queen twice. Wow. Yeah, long castle would be stunning. I wouldn't bet on that move happening. But James, to your point, you bring out your knight, which is such a natural move in the position, and then you're inviting black to gain more space in the center by pushing up that e-pawn with a tempo. That doesn't look very attractive either.
I like the e4 move. I mean, it does block. Oh, wait, he goes for something else. Rook d1.
Half a long castle.
Half a long castle, right. And then maybe pick the king up and, oh, excuse me, it's Jadub. And then put the king on c1.
No, Magnus just moving his rook. I think he's just staying flexible, dependent on what Wesley So does right now, who pushes pawns in the center. And black hasn't really got any weaknesses. I'm expecting the black queen to move, to choose a square. And yeah, this game will go into a maneuvering stage, and maybe we can zoom out in the meantime. I think both sides have reason to be happy here. Magnus with a small space advantage, Wesley because he's rock solid. Where is the action at?
Definitely not on the bottom right. So we're not going there at all. So that one's not having it.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Looks like it was a Petrov defense, and Maxime playing it very safe with white. Jan Nepomniachtchi looks really bored, I've got to say, and understandably so.
Yeah, we're not going there.
Okay.
We could go top two boards.
Yeah, well, the top right board, Levon versus Vincent. I think for both of them, it's a desperate situation, right? They need to win the game to get up on the leaderboard, to have a shot at qualifying as well. And F5 right now, the knight has jumped in. There's a threat of a fork on E6. Should we just take a quick look into this one, David?
Yeah, maybe more than just a quick look, because actually Vincent Keymer has spent nearly 5 minutes on this game. Levon Aronian has barely spent any time at all. And it is a very complicated position, mainly due to this pressure on E6. As you pointed out, Tanya, the knight is jumping. How to defend this square? If Levon Aronian isn't bluffing and is in preparation, I'm expecting a move in the next few seconds. The most natural moves to my eyes would be either bringing the queen out to defend the pawn, but also to attack this pawn in the center, or to shuffle the rook. But I don't know, shuffling the rook, I'm scared.
Rook e8 is queen h5, right? Queen h5 and then h6, queen f7. You looking crazy. I would love rook e8, but no, yeah, queen f6 is nice. I was like, oh yeah, I can't do nothing there, I guess.
Yeah, it looks like the most logical move here, but
yeah, it looks good.
Surprising to see him hesitate.
That's good. Queen f6 is nice.
Yeah, and opening surprises were so important in the World Championship match. Also in rapid chess, kind of the price of a surprise is so much higher. He's 3 minutes up on the clock here, Levon Aronian. He has the luxury to think, but yeah, it's a scary type of position if you don't know exactly what you're doing as black.
And that's really important because you force your opponent to take time, and then when the critical decisions arrive, which happen later on in the game, you don't have enough time to handle and navigate. And that's when we see the mistakes. So you have to play the clock in these formats. And he does come out with the queen on f6, eyeing that d4 pawn as well. And white falls back with the knight to f3. Are we going to, I was about to say, are we going to see f4 by Lev? And of course we are.
That's his calling card, right?
Yeah, this is a Lev move.
Yeah, he's fighting back. He has to here. I mean, you know what's ridiculous but can be played is actually g4. I know it's crazy, but it is a playable move. g4, queen g6, maybe h3, h5, knight h4, queen g5. Yeah, that's weird. But very playable here. But of course, if f takes, then we'll take with fg. So that's his idea. I do like it from Levon, though. You might even see a g5, g4. All kind of things are possible here, and Levon is looking to strike.
Yeah, Levon trying to go for the white king. He doesn't have too many pieces that he can kind of shift in that direction, though. Maybe he'll start by bringing his rook to the center, trying to push some pawns. But great intent, at least from Levon Aronian, and a great opening preparation. Maybe we can jump over to another game right now, the one that we haven't seen too much of so far. Let's jump to the youngsters, Alireza Firouzja and Denis Lazavik, where Firouzja looks like he's applied some pressure. We only saw the first few moves, the Italian game, but now, big moment for white to take this pawn with the knight, to take back with your own pawn with a bit of a clamp. Either way, the white queen looks beautiful. Behind enemy lines here on a7, controlling the 7th rank, keeping the black pieces really passive. I like white.
Complete control of the only open A line that's on the board. Looks very pretty. I would be very tempted to actually snap up that pawn with the knight, come in with a threat to that d6 weakness as well. Just sort of looks like the kind of move you want to make. It's the hand move, but the fact that Alireza slowed down, he might want to recapture with the pawn, open up the D line, and start actually targeting the d6 weakness with his own rook landing on d1.
Yeah, nice potential for an outside pass pawn as well. b4, b5 in the short term, maybe even long term future. F5 though from Denis. Active.
Lashes out.
I like that. That's active activity. Ooh, C5. We got some spice. Here we go. Here we go, y'all. Here we go.
I mean, whose pawn chain is better? These 4 pawns look a bit rickety, a bit shaky. But I'm assuming here that pawn takes pawn in the center now would be met by a counterattack. White will not back down. He'll take, and it's like hungry hippos. You start capturing everything in your path. And wow, this is crazy. Not Denis's type of position, though. I would say this type of position should favor Firouzja on paper.
Yeah, it's definitely more up Alireza's alley, something I was going for that.
Nice.
But C5, I really like it because any pawn trade would actually weaken Denis's pawn formation. If you take the pawn on C5, the queen can recapture and the central E pawn would be very vulnerable. You could also be thinking about knight takes pawn immediately. Looks really nice. I love the move C5 by Alireza. It's asking big questions, and now both players touching the 5-minute mark. Denis has got to be feeling the pressure. You've expanded in the center, but all the pawns are weak.
Yeah, all the pawns are weak here. Yeah, this is crazy. My mind is just like, I'm like Firouzja right now. My hand on head, just trying to figure out, because there's just so many captures. You have a D5, F4 is possible, maybe. I mean, these are all interesting moves. FE, F4, do you play D5? I think D5 may not work, but a lot of possibilities. And then even, obviously, DC, taking the pawn. So.
Yeah, and one thing I've noticed about Denis's play, he doesn't like having a weak king. So the fact that he's been forced or felt obliged to open up his king means long-term he might be suffering from some attacks by the white queen, by the white knights. And, okay, in the meantime, D takes C5. Now we're expecting one of 2 moves. This pawn or this, sorry, my arrows? This pawn even to disappear in the center. And either way, it looks like Firouzja with some pressure.
Jumps in with a knight. Knight takes pawn. C5 is eternally weak right now. Is Denis going to capture the E4 pawn and at least keep the material balance, open up the F line?
It looks consistent at least, right? It looks like he could and maybe should play that. Will he activate his queen instead? Will he try and gain time against the white knight somehow? This piece does look very scary. Maybe he's afraid of the knight continuing to jump into this square. Okay, he pushed. No, he doesn't push his pawn. He captures in the center, the most logical move, as you mentioned there, Tanya. And, oh, the black pawn structure is ugly, but the black bishop could come to life on an open board later. Still in the balance.
Pawn and Alireza slows down. It would be in balance if he just picks up that C5 pawn, right? Material balance will be restored. But he's thinking right now, is he thinking about that other knight jump, blocking the queen from activity as well, and then perhaps taking on C5 with the knight instead?
I think that's very logical. That's the type of move that's easy to miss, right? Knight jumps are so tricky. Into his camp here, he does play that move. I was going to say it's a very Alireza move. Again, it's
razor
sharp. His alley.
Up his alley. And okay, the black rook.
Rook F4. I mean, that's too aggressive, probably. But
somewhere, right?
Yeah, rook F7 though I do like, because knight C5. Okay, we get the tempo, like 95 or something.
The one move not to play here for Denis would be rook to E8, because I think then a bit of a shimmy by the white queen, queen back to A2 check would get the white queen in.
Ooh, that's a crazy sequence. That's so, like, tricky. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
That's incredible geometry.
Maybe we put it on the board.
That's crazy.
Rook to E8 now would be a huge mistake due to this check. And the black king now is caught in 2 minds. If it goes to H7, for example, where's the tactic? It
knight F6.
Be a check. Fork. Puzzle rush. Pawn takes knight and check. This queen swoops in and delivers the killer blow.
That's nasty.
He's made a move. It's
rook E8. Oh my goodness, he played rook E8. That is not great.
Will Alireza spot queen A2?
He played rook E8.
And that's what we've been talking about, right? Denis, when it comes to these tactics, is perhaps where there is this slight weakness because he plays brilliant positionally. And rook E8, the queen A2. I mean, this is pure geometry and such an easy miss. And Alireza is reaching out for his queen.
But wait, there's king H8. So
it's about to happen.
It's not over yet,
It's on the board.
Right? King H8, and is it knight F6 anyway? Queen F7? I mean, that might be too much, but king H8 is the move.
It's queen F7 anyway, I think.
Or
Look
even
at queen
knight E5.
D7, knight F5, rook G8.
Oh, but look at this. I don't think you need to play knight to F5 even. Maybe just rook to D1. And look at this. The queen is attacked. She loses her rook.
My goodness.
One of the pieces drops.
Wow.
Yeah, you can hit the button.
He does it, David. It's on the board. Queen F7 played.
Let's see. Any reaction from Denis? There's a head shake. Yep, there is a head shake. And he just completely missed his tactic. There's just no other way to put it. He just missed the tactic.
Yeah, the retreating queen move.
Correct.
All
Very
the way
hard.
back.
Very hard to find. Always the retreating moves.
Beautiful geometry. Those long-range pieces, queens, rooks, bishops, always these long-range moves. I mean, it's like doing puzzles, right? Endgame studies. It's always the longest move on the board. Mate in 2, always the longest move on the board. And here,
Can I get away with bishop c7?
So passive. Bishop c7 might be the only move, James. But black's pieces, look at them. They're just they can barely move.
Yeah, it's pretty gross. Bishop c7 at least. I'm trying to hold.
It's going to be an early knockout. The black queen has to defend her rook. I don't think rook to g8 really saves much. I don't see a knockout blow, but
After bishop,
paralyzed.
maybe you can just take on c5. He does go with the rook to g8, and now he's threatening to take on d7. Just grab the pawn and come in with the knight to e6.
Yeah, grab the pawn. You could also go back this way, just hinting that you might jump in the other direction later. You could just defend your knight.
Rook a7's a
He's
move.
reaching for the
All
rook.
kind of stuff. Rook d1.
Ooh, the bar slides.
Has to find this move.
Wow. Knight to d5. I think process elimination. There's no other move, but that's not obvious.
Exactly. We just take it. Take. And like, it's equal. Well, into equal. Like, what?
Yeah, because the pawns are still equal, right? Even if you get the d5 pawn.
Yeah.
But it still feels pressure.
Still looks
Yeah, that's
beautiful for
crazy.
white.
That's great. It feels good for white. Like, it's insane. Engine thinks that it's equal like that.
I think your rook a7, James. I think bringing the rook into the black camp, dominating the 7th rank, setting up all these checkmating patterns, might have well been the knockout blow. But Firouzja doesn't realize he's had a missed opportunity there. Denis Lazavik finds the best
He
move.
finds it. The guy is insane. He's locked in.
And now can you, instead of trading, just come back with the knight and start threatening checks on g6 as well? Centralize that knight from d7 to that e5 square.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In practical terms, still white is the one with the advantage, right? Risking precisely nothing. Firouzja here.
Up on the clock as well.
Up on the clock as well. All of the other 3 games we should mention are roughly level, all roughly in the balance. Not too much action. Magnus Carlsen against Wesley So, very tense, very level. But this is where the decisive result could be.
I mean, full credit to Denis Lazavik to find rook g8 and the sequence of bringing that knight to defense and just keeping the game going. How easy it is to collapse in these moments. And we see a trade, that's the top left board that we just left. Alireza's picked up the pawn, still pressure is on. But David, it's also heating up on the Wesley Magnus board.
Yeah, maybe just a quick peek in over there, since it looks like Alireza will not be able to win anytime soon against Denis Lazavik, although Denis dropping low on the clock, so we'll check back in shortly. This is the status on the Magnus Carlsen against Wesley So board, as Magnus goes for it. Pawn to f4.
What? The pawn's in front of the king here. David.
Oh, don't try this at home again. Magnus neglecting his king safety, but if it works, it's going to be very effective. The black knights might well be pushed back. And I think the plan is to play f5, but knight takes g4.
Wow.
Wow.
And h2 is weak as well. Good luck calculating that.
Tanya, I'm gonna guess that Magnus is looking at pawn to f5. Let's show this on the board while Magnus thinks this is going to be a long think from him. I'm assuming pawn to f5, knight takes pawn, looks like it's deadly, and the only way that I can see to guard this pawn is king to h3, double attack. Hit this knight, hit this knight.
Oh my gosh.
But this is so risky. So risky.
That you actually end up winning material, because that's a double attack. But do you think Magnus has spotted the idea of bringing that king up? Because that's not a usual move. That's not a standard way to play this position.
And what's funny is like queen d7 there,
He's
like
seen
trying
it?
to be tricky, and you go king g4, and literally your king's on g4. King takes g4, you're like, ha ha, you know, yep. King g4.
Oh, he made a
Magnus
move.
play?
F5 on the board.
Oh my goodness, it's on the board. Here we go.
We're headed in this direction. Knight takes pawn now, would lose a piece. Black gets compensation though. with a king out there, anything can happen, right? But
I mean, this is amazing stuff. Magnus spotting this idea of king h3 and a double attack with the king in the middle game.
With the king, you know, I mean, who says that the king is a fighting piece? Which
Only
one of
the
the
king
world
can
champs
say
said that? One of them world champs said that. Like, yo, your king is a fighting piece. You know, like fight with the king, and then you get mated. You know,
Steinitz maybe.
I think it was Steinitz, believe it or not.
And the key is that the white queen defends across the board, so on the second rank. So that's why the king moving up defends everything, hits the black knights. I was going to say, Magnus loves those types of tactics. I've spent enough time with him to know that he loves these unexpected moves, like walking into a discovered check or walking out with his king. His one Achilles heel is sometimes he gets a bit too brave with his king. Yeah. But on this occasion, it looks like it works. Wesley So might have to retreat his knight. That would be a reluctant decision.
That's terrible. Then the knight go to e5, and I'm just cooking. Like, you go any knight e5, g5, everything 5. And, like, you in trouble.
It's also Magnus's desire to always have maximum fun in the position, right? He wants to take that on. He wants to bring in the gutsy decisions. And Wesley doesn't take the gutsy decision of capturing on g4, calculated it, doesn't want it, comes back with the knight. And now Magnus just offering a queen trade. That's always a tough call against Magnus to go into endgames. Yeah. And I think with that d5 weakness, to trade on Magnus's terms here, allowing the knight to jump to f4 would be bad news for black, sorry.
He has to go for it. I believe he had to go for this line too, though.
Take on d5?
Yeah, it takes d5, yeah.
Yeah, it happens. This is the endgame. Magnus's terrain. Slight advantage for the world #1. But let's go to the bird's eye view because there is action elsewhere. Clocks are ticking down on all of the boards. And some of the players down to their last few seconds, including Denis Lazavik right now. 14 seconds for him. The other two boards on the right side of our screens there look level. Into 2 endgames there, although the Vachier-Lagrave and Nepomniachtchi game is complicated. Let's, I think, go back to Firouzja against Lazavik because that's where the result might well occur in the near future.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a queen and a knight combo against the black king and a king that's exposed. This is danger territory. Defending that with 5 minutes on the clock. Right now, Denis has got 14 seconds to boot.
You can smell the tactinos here, aka tactics. H4, that's a nice move. Maybe queen f5.
H5 coming in.
And he plays queen f5, correct. Yeah, this is probably best. I get it. Queen b7.
That's his rook g7 idea, always keeping things under control on the 7th rank.
It's annoying. Wait, there's always tricks, right? Queen f7, wait, queen b7, rook g7, rook d8.
That bishop takes rook.
Like knight g5, but you can't do it. You know, I'm trying to get this knight g5 to work, Tanya, but it's not working.
Oh, he goes for the 8-6 pawn instead.
Yeah, bishop g7.
Firouzja down to his last few seconds as well. He's been burning up his time. And Black's queen now getting really active, hitting this rook. Could we see a turnaround? This pawn is dropping. Black's bishop is better than the white knight if the queens come off. Any endgame, the black bishop is ready to pounce, ready to swoop.
All right, take one, you take one. Same.
And he's got less time on the clock. This is a scramble. But the knights are the trickiest piece to deal with, right? And there's just always threatening folks. He picks up the c5 pawn. The b pawn's about to rush up the board.
And offer a queen trade. The queens are off the board. These are 2 of the best blitz bullet players on Chess.com. But this is over the board. Can they hold their nerve with just a few seconds increment?
But the b pawn's coming, David. How are you going to stop it?
Yeah, it's incredible that the eval bar says it's level because, or like holdable for black because white simply has an extra pawn.
Oh, 2 seconds, 1 second. Whoa, he made that with 2 seconds on the clock.
Oof, nerves. You can sense it. The players are fumbling their pieces. Firouzja goes back. The white knight looks beautiful, though, on this f5 square. Lazavik fighting hard.
Yeah,
10 seconds.
He destabilizes it immediately with that h-pawn moving forward. Notice how Lazavik's rook is stopping the b-pawn from getting up the board, but now the g-pawn is hanging. He defends it with the bishop.
Wow, Lazavik's defending so well. Well, the pawns are disappearing. If the black bishop can give itself up for white's 2 remaining pawns, it will be a draw. Rook and knight against a rook is a draw. Denis will be able to hold that.
There's going to be a blunder in this position.
Yeah,
a knight and a rook combo. It's so tough. Yeah, you feel it coming, James.
That knight, especially with this time and like you trying to hold and then the knight's tricky and you're like, oh, stupid fork, right? That's usually how it happens.
He's doing everything right though, Denis. And Firouzja's king now shifting, really walking a tightrope now. And he drops a second pawn. The blunder does happen, Denis Lazavik.
That's it. That might be it, boys.
Yeah. Now the f-pawn will find its way up. Gives a check. f4 coming in.
He's going to mobilize the second pawn. Yeah, it's enough to tilt black over the edge now. Oof. Look at that. All the white pieces on light squares. Opposite color complex to the black bishop. Great blitz technique here from Firouzja. You can tell he's done it before. Oh, Denis nearly blunders his bishop. Nearly put his bishop on the same line as the king.
Yeah, the knight is the hardest piece to play a scramble against. All the checks, all the forks are just terrifying to fight. And look at the sort of the mating net that now Firouzja's created against the black king. The pawns are pushing both sides of the board. Firouzja's doing this flawlessly.
He is going to win this game. He hides in front of his own pawn, most likely. That white king has a safe Haven, he chooses not to. He goes back the whole way around. And maybe not the most efficient way to victory, but he's doing it slow and steady here, Firouzja.
Oh, he's going the other way so I can push. Oh, yeah, that's very smart. Very smart.
Denis, how is he going to hold this? The white B pawn, one square away from touchdown.
Oh,
one
gives
move
a
away
check.
from...
The bishop defends it, but the F pawn's coming up.
Checkmate threatened. The black king.
There it is.
There we go. Would have had to walk in the way of its bishop. A white queen was about to appear. Firouzja takes the win. But we have action elsewhere. Magnus Carlsen losing to Wesley So.
He lost the game? Oh, that's crazy. We got to go see.
We will recap that one a bit later. In the meantime, 2 remaining games. Vincent Keymer against Levon Aronian is about to end in a draw. But Vachier-Lagrave against Nepomniachtchi also ends in a draw. So 1 game remaining on that stage.
Wow, and both players playing on seconds right there, which should be holdable. It is the final game remaining. And under 5 seconds for both Levon and Vincent.
Look at all the nerves, too. All the players are still there after their games. Like, no one left. There's just so much tension going on in the room here. They're all excited in the games. This is theoretically drawn?
Yeah, this is the perfect fortress. The moment the black king goes back, the white king would have stepped forward, a trade, and now the white knight will give itself up for the pawn, and this will end in a draw.
There we go, the handshake. Levon Aronian showing a bit of frustration because he was the one trying to press the advantage towards the end, but great defense from Vincent Keymer. Wow, breathless action again. Unexpected results as well, which we will recap very shortly.
Yeah. Magnus lost with the white pieces, which means for the first time today, he's been put under pressure, James, and has to win on demand.
Oh, yeah, he has to win on demand, but, I mean, not that he can't. He has done it before here, but that was a big win for Wesley. Can be some huge confidence there. I mean, that was crazy to see. And as we see here, after that game, after that first round there, of course, of games in this match, we see Vincent Keymer and Aronian with a draw there. Of course, Magnus losing to Wesley So there. Wesley So with a big dub. Alireza winning. He needed that beating. Denis Lazavik. Looks like the 2 leaders take L's in the first game. MVL and Jan with a draw there. 2 as well with another game to go.
What a comeback by Wesley this day has been, right? He lost the first match to Jan Nepomniachtchi. A tough one, a tough pill to swallow for him. And here he is with a victory against Magnus Carlsen. And for Jan Nepomniachtchi as well, you know, the action continues. But Alireza against Denis. What a game that was. Denis holding his own till those very last few seconds. But Alireza piling on the pressure, making it impossible in seconds to keep the defense going.
Yeah, it's nice to get warmed up, play games, of course, and try to play your best. Wow, that was crazy, right, David?
Yeah, crazy stuff. Alireza Firouzja showing his dominance there. But Magnus Carlsen, look at the reaction. It was a 1-move blunder in the end. He slipped in roughly level position. Wesley So taking advantage.
Wow.
David, I mean, at some point, we've got to see what happened on that Magnus board. And you said, yes, of course, you know, with his back against the wall, how many times you've seen Magnus bouncing back. But Wesley So is one of the hardest players to beat on the circuit. And Wesley starts with white.
Yeah, that was crazy. David, can you show us what happened in that? I mean, that was insane that Magnus lost the game. Obviously, he is half a human, as we like to say. He's half a human. He does make mistakes sometimes. What happened, David?
He does. Magnus Carlsen is human. Breaking news. And it was actually a very high-quality game from both sides. We left it here in the middle game. Black's knight, Wesley So's knight, forced to retreat. And here, maybe continuing to apply the pressure, continuing to motor forward was the best bet for Magnus. He played in his style, however, going for an endgame, queen to f4, forcing the queens off the board. And here, Wesley So was able to capture this pawn on g4, breaking the white kingside pawn structure. Magnus here, though, went downhill very fast. This position is roughly level, and it's equal pawns. Looks like we're headed in for a long game, but just 5 moves later, it was over. The black knight stepped across to h7. White tried to kick the black knight back. Now, look at this. Knights in the rim are dim, they say. Wesley So disagrees. Knight now attacking this weak pawn, which stepped forward. Pawn to g5, kicking one of the other white knights away. Magnus jumped in with a check. Very committal move. Black king slid to the side. The knight jumped forward, and this is where it started getting crazy. Knight takes pawn, destabilizing these 2 knights. If there is another recapture, the white knight drops off on e7. Instead, Magnus tried to go on a journey. This is a knight fork after all, but after rook takes knight, he landed up in the corner, and after knight to d5, the best move by Wesley So, keeping this knight trapped in the corner of the board. The big blunder from Magnus Carlsen. He needed to trade rooks off and suffer the consequences there, but rook to e5 double question mark, allowing a simple trade. Magnus realized instantly that he'd walked into a knight fork. He resigned because pawn takes rook, walks into this check.
Yikes. A one-move blunder, as we say. Of course, he is half a human there, and Wesley was able to take that win there. Well, Mike Klein was able to catch up with Wesley after that spectacular win. Let's see what he had to say.
Thanks, guys. We are back once again with Grandmaster Wesley So, who was able to beat Magnus in Game 1 as black. How did you do it?
Well, I need some luck. Yeah, I mean, I think I was playing relatively well. The opening was pretty much equal. He was trying to put pressure, but also his king was a bit weak. Then he found this f5 very interesting, knight g4, king h3. So I used half of my time there, which was a very bad idea. And he was squeezing me in the endgame. I mean, I thought I was slightly better, but yeah, I think maybe like I had to be careful also, but maybe it's just equal. But I think knight c7 was a bit ambitious.
And you found this knight fork, which won the game. So did you find it right away?
Yeah.
Do you
That's what knights are for. Yeah.
Do you think
he could make a draw like knight f6, rook e7, knight h7? But of course, knight c7 is very tempting, but at the same time, knight is trapped, so maybe it's not the best idea. But I had 16 seconds, and whoever has the less time will lose. So
you only need a draw as white in Game 2? What are you going to look to do?
Force him to accept it.
We'll see if that plan works out. I have a feeling it's going to be a little bit harder than that. Now back to you guys in the studio.
Well, Wesley says, of course, hey, it takes a little bit of luck. He's like, did I see it? Yeah, of course I saw it. You know, Wesley saw seeing it there and taking down Magnus. Now we're going to have an angry Magnus here. But, of course, there is a must-win situation for Magnus. This is going to be a spectacular round. A lot of players are in must-win situations. David, Tanya, what do you guys think is going on?
A question for you, James. How do you force Magnus to take a draw?
Yeah, that's a good question, of course. I have no idea. I mean, maybe try to be nice to him. You know, hey, man, I love you, bro. I love your work, my guy. Can we take a draw? You know, that's the only way you can do it. David, do you have anything?
No advice. I don't know. I think it's going to be a fight. Wesley just has to embrace it and just has to play his normal game, not get too thrown off by the fact that a draw is enough. Often if you make negative decisions, if you fight too hard for a draw, if you play for that result, as we saw when Ding played Gukesh in the final game there, yeah, it can backfire. You can play a bit too passively.
Yeah.
My coach always told me that the worst way to play for a draw is to play for a draw. Because then you're just not taking the objective decisions on the board, and Magnus is going to make sure that he gets his chances. So we're still alive with perhaps an Armageddon in that one. Magnus needs to win, and we start with Alireza taking on Denis Lazavik. Denis, with the white pieces, has to win on demand. How will he create his chances against Alireza?
Well, Denis opens with the English opening. It seems to be the default now. The default choice for players when they are in must-win situations. I would say actually Denis doesn't need to tweak too much. Alireza very rarely tries to force the draw, or at least to lock things down. Alireza wants to play actively. We see an early exchange of pawns in the center, slightly surprising, as Denis fianchettos his bishop, trying to avoid mainline theory here.
Yeah, definitely. He's a Catalan player, so yeah, you can reach the Catalan by many different ways, and this move order will reach something that he's used to playing very, very, very well. I mean, Denis has great Catalan games. You can check. He also plays it all the time. We know he plays Catalan. Everyone knows, and he reached it through a different position here, as David mentioned. You know, sidestepping some theory here, so there will be no d takes c4 lines, which are generally very nice for black. From the black side here, so now you have to play it a little bit differently. Black has some different choices to make now.
But it's also an asymmetrical pawn formation, right? So you're not going to have quick trades, which means for white, it's great. You can go shock castle, you can develop your other bishop, fianchetto it as well on the other long diagonal with going b3, bishop b2 at some point. You're just looking for a game if you're white, right, in this mat situation. And from that perspective, I think this opening is great because you're not going to have a lot of trades. You'll have all the minors on the board, and the pawn formation for both sides is going to be completely different.
And in the meantime, while Denis tries to bounce back in this match, another player on the back foot is Magnus Carlsen, who's about to get going against Wesley So. Must win with black. That's one of the toughest things at the top level of chess. Wesley, it's glasses off, business time. He's going to start with his king's pawn. Surely that's what he tends to do when he wants to play it safe.
He's like, wait, hold on.
Yeah, did you see that? It was sort of like he wasn't, he didn't decide what he wants to go with, and then he changed his mind last moment. Like C4, D4, E4, and then he goes for the queen's pawn opening. Keeps it solid.
Keep it simple.
The top players, they're so versatile these days. They play every opening under the sun. And what will Wesley go for? D4 opening does give Magnus a lot of choice. Will it be a King's Indian defense?
Ooh.
Will it be another Nimzo Indian? Magnus looking for inspiration. He's very rarely in must-win situations, but he's also the king of bouncing back. So tough to call. He goes for E6, something he's been playing a lot today. And it is the Nimzo Indian defense.
Nimzo. I mean, he already feels good here. I mean, his record, every time we see Magnus play the Nimzo Indian with the black pieces, it's been a masterpiece. I mean, like many games I've seen of him just winning on demand with the Nimzos. If I was Wesley, I probably would have chose, honestly, anything else, but going to a Nimzo Indian against Magnus Carlsen.
I was going to say, Tanya, this is very predictable. Queen C2, the most solid in the Nimzo Indian.
Yes, unlike we saw F3 earlier on today against Magnus. That didn't work. Queen C2 is one of the ways to just keep everything under control so that if black was ever to take that knight on C3, you don't destroy your pawn formation. Magnus keeps it flexible. He wants to keep as many pieces on the board for as long as possible. David, this is going to be a long grind, this one.
Yeah. And on paper, that would suit Magnus. Wesley, of course, no slouch in long grinds, long endgames. Very solid player, but often in a must-win situation, you don't actually want to go out and kind of burn your bridges too early and go all in. You just keep the game going, keep it going. Your opponent gets nervous a bit later. So Magnus with D6, this last move, he's aiming to play either C5 or E5. He's admitting that he's going to have to trade off his dark squared bishop, so he's going to put his pawns in the center on dark squares. That's a very good strategy.
There's also a very good line here that black can play, obviously, with B6, bishop B7. The plan is very simple. You go B6 at some point, but you did mention C5 and E5, which are very playable moves. One very combative line that I do like, especially if you're playing for a win, is B6, bishop B7. You obviously are going to trade with bishop takes C3 at some point. You're going to go knight E4 and F5, and the knight on B8 actually swings around to F6. You also get a rook lift after castling, so rook F6 over to the king side, and you go for mate, actually. It's a very fun line here when you go with the D6 line.
You just made it sound like 0-1 starting from this position.
All forced.
All forced. Why can't do anything?
All forced.
So Magnus first starts with the developing move of the knight, also eyeing the other ideas of pushing the e-pawn. But I love what you suggested. Bring that bishop on B7 and start eyeing white's king side.
Yeah. And Magnus, if he can go for mate, of course he will. But I don't think he would be averse either to a long maneuvering battle. E3 played by Wesley So, showing some hesitation there. But okay, this game, we're only at move 6. It definitely feels like some psychology at play. They're spending a lot of time on their first few moves. Wesley, it's been a while since I've seen him spend 2 minutes on 6 moves in a rapid game.
Yeah, playing Magnus, like you just like, how does the knight move again? Oh, yeah, okay. You just, it's different.
Actually, talking of knight moves, every time Magnus blunders in one move, it's always a knight fork.
Oh, wow.
It's always a knight fork.
Interesting.
It's just a blind spot. Every player has their blind spots, of course. He has fewer than most, but it is a pattern.
Ooh, and he's going for James' idea, putting that bishop on B7 next. So trying to create those chances on that E4 square. And Wesley, meanwhile, will bring his own bishop to D3 to try to fight for it on his terms.
Yeah, I'm expecting that move. Bishop to D3. And Wesley, though, it's that Magnus effect. Especially when you're ahead, you have something to protect, you start to slow down. He's spending a lot of time in the early stages.
I think he goes for E2 because bishop B7 runs into some bishop F3 stuff at some point. It's just annoying. But here we go. He takes on C3. Let's see if we go for the plan, boys. Knight E4. I'm telling you, listen. This man is going for mate. Queen C2. Bishop F5. Oh, man. You know what? Listen, bro. I'm out of here. I'm out of Can I get paid, bro? Where's my check? Can I get the check now or what? Okay.
James, maybe we bring up a board and you can teach us. Teach everyone at home, teach us here in the studio what black is doing next.
Oh, my goodness. He's going to castle, and he's going to go rook F6 and over to the king side. That's a general plan. White can try D5 at some point and try to break that up. But, yeah, okay, never mind. It's already happened. D5.
So you want to put the knight on D4 as white if black was to capture on D5.
Very nice. Correct.
Yeah, and maybe just very quickly we show the moves. If white had done nothing, I think D5 is a very good move by Wesley. Then black castles, say something like this. Rook F6. You go for checkmate, right?
Yeah.
And
we do right there.
Of course, there will be some tricks.
There's going to be some mate. You get mated in 7 here.
Ooh, yeah, you're going to get
in 7.
checkmated very
Force.
shortly. So
Force
Wesley,
mate.
of course, didn't want to see that, right?
Right.
Pawns d5 instead.
Oh, but did you see Magnus right now? He had a bit of a reaction like he missed d5.
Yeah, I think this is why castles is the move first. I think f5 might have been, obviously, he's Magnus. He can play whatever he wants. But, like, f5 might have been too early. I do know castle. This is a plan, but maybe the move order obviously matters, because it's d5 early. I'm used to seeing it with castles in this position. But with d5 early, I'm not familiar as much.
And Magnus, I think he might have been move ordered slightly as well, because often you get this type of thing. You kind of force white to play a3 to kick your bishop earlier, and then you trade off.
Oh, yeah,
as well.
correct.
So maybe
correct.
you could have had the same thing, but having castled too.
Makes total sense, yeah.
But okay, d5 is a very clever move, and actually it's very thematic in these positions in the Limzo Indian. As soon as f5 ever happens, especially in conjunction with the bishop on b7, somehow the coordination gets broken with this type of pawn sacrifice. Just for everyone at home, it might look like white is blundering a pawn, but no, knight to d4 next will hit the f5 pawn and actually aim to land on the e6 square.
And the other problem with these positions is if you don't take on d5 and you think you can push e5 and get a beautiful center, white always has the ideas of retreating that white knight from f3 and then kicking that black knight out with f3. So it just kind of makes a lot of sense for white at the end of this line, despite allowing e5. You're the one who's going to be pushing in the center. You've killed that bishop on b7. You're forcing black's knight to fall back, and you've got full control with f3, e4 coming in.
Wesley, just fantastic start to this game for him. I'm not going to say disaster for Magnus, because obviously still a long game ahead, but not the start he wanted.
I mean, it was very nice. I think he might even sack this pawn. He might just go castles or something, just to, okay, so he ended up capturing.
Wow. Oh my God.
Ooh.
The bar hates it.
Man.
Is it knight d4? It's got to be knight d4.
Such a strong move, I'm not going to lie. It is a very good move.
And it's
Wesley does it. Cool and calm.
Yeah, there it is. Yikes. So can I go queen e7? I don't even want to finish the word there. Queen e7. And he takes queen f6.
Yeah, maybe queen f6, but the whole idea of kind of winning a pawn short term would just allow simply pawn takes d5 now, and the white queen suddenly would be hitting this square as soon as the black queen moves. I don't think Magnus actually has a way of guarding against these threats.
Look at him look away. He don't like this position at all. Yeah, I think castles was probably better than f5. And also, as you mentioned, bishop takes c3 without being provoked was also, I guess, a slight error, inaccuracy, where it was crazy how Wesley figured this out and just played d5 so quickly.
Yeah.
And his positions is just much better already.
Yeah, but it's incredible the kind of difference that happens in chess with just switching up the move order and one inaccuracy of not going shot castle before you push that f-pawn. And Wesley obviously understands these positions, immediately gets d5 on the board, immediately destroys Magnus's pawn formation. And Magnus is in big trouble in this one. You've got f3 coming in as well with the queen taking on f5.
Yeah, I forgot
You've got
about
the
that.
knight jumping on e6, attacking the queen and the pawn on c7.
Okay, let's get this off the screen. Let's just go to another board. Let's get the bird's eye view.
This is big, right? I mean, Magnus could go down 2-0 right now.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, that's crazy to even see. But I mean, Wesley has done it to Magnus before. So I mean, it's kind of not a kryptonite, but it's possible because we've seen Wesley do it before. So it's tough here. Magnus is not looking good in this game, but it's still game left. But it's just not going his way so far.
Yeah. Under 5 minutes as well, David.
Yeah, let's go to that bird's eye view. We will, of course, come straight back to this game. Magnus deep in the tank now. And, okay, we see a very simplified position between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on the bottom right of our screens. That looks level.
Yeah, we're not going there. We won't go over there
We'll
at
come
all.
to that later. Top right of our screens, Vincent Keymer against Levon Aronian. Very tense, but Vincent Keymer's pawn structure looks fantastic, so maybe a small advantage for him. Denis Lazavik hasn't necessarily got an opening advantage against Alireza Firouzja, but a long game guaranteed over there. Action very much on the Wesley So against Magnus Carlsen board, and Magnus down to 4 minutes.
I say we go back there. I say we go back, unless you want to jump quickly to one of the other boards. But
no,
Magnus now
wherever,
really taking a long think, and we're what move is it?
It's move 12.
Move 12,
Bro,
and
he getting cooked on move 12. Like, this is unreal. I can't even believe this. I don't even want to go over there. I don't even want to see this. It's just, that's tough. That's really tough to see.
Magnus doesn't want to see it either. He was looking away from the board for a good 30 seconds, 1 minute there. He looks despondent already.
Yep.
And the thing
4
is, he
minutes
got
now.
everything going on early on, right? He was making all the moves quickly, got that b6 in, got that bishop on a nice spot, jumped in with the knight. You're in a flow, and then suddenly you mix up the move order, and you're in
One
big
move.
trouble.
Literally one move. F5.
You mix it up to a point that there's no point. It's a point of no return. And Magnus, he hates his
He's
position
dejected.
right now.
He's dejected from the position already. He's dejected. Bishop takes c4, maybe knight e6. I mean, yeah. He's
He can't believe it.
He's not happy.
Yeah, and sometimes you just have to steer into the skid and accept the fact you've made a mistake and just get on with things. But this is the type of mistake that could already end the game within the next few moves. The white knight is about to land deep in black's camp there, attacking so many things. Looks like it's falling apart, but Wesley, maybe the downside for him is he has too many tempting moves.
Yes,
Problem of
correct.
plenty.
Oof.
Correct.
And I love the idea that you're suggesting. It's something that you were hinting at earlier. Get that knight to attack the queen. Knight e6 would be a big move by Wesley here. He's taking his time. Also, the choice of picking up that pawn on c4 as well. And I think Wesley's jumped in with the knight.
Where do you go? Queen c8.
And you pick up the g7 pawn with a
and
check.
the f5 pawn? Come on,
f5 pawn,
bro.
everything falls apart.
Hey, we got to get this off the screen, y'all. This is a family channel, okay? This is a family channel. We got to get this off the screen. This is not good. Knight g7, knight f5 to follow.
This might be a miniature, James.
That's insane to see it from I mean, usually you see it the other way around here. So Wesley in good form here. Magnus just blundering the first game and was not able to regroup in this one. I think he just, literally just missed up, one move, maybe two with the bishop c3 early. Usually you wait for a3 there, but he had the right idea. It's just the move order. That's so crazy.
But you can never write off Magnus.
Correct.
We've seen him come back from the dead so many times. And yes, knight takes pawn forces Magnus's king to lose all rights to castle for the rest of the game. But David, is it still too soon to call this a Wesley win?
Oh, I know we were talking about guess the move earlier, but I would be talking about guess the move that Wesley wins.
Okay, look.
I don't know. It just looks so good for white. I don't even know why Wesley's hesitating, to be honest. You see a pawn, you take a pawn. Take a pawn with check is even better. And,
But there's something. Okay, so if I'm playing like, it is what it is. I'll see. Yeah, I was about to say in knight g7, knight f5, there might be king f7, and then when you take on f5, I go knight e5, and then I go rook g8, and I'm just like hoping for a Hail Mary, basically. At that point, he didn't want to allow any of that and said, get out of here now. So now I can probably take on both.
Yeah, let's actually show that. Let's jump in because it's a key moment. Either Magnus Carlsen goes down in flames here and now, or he's able to launch some kind of fight back. Just for James's point, knight takes pawn check does force the king away. I'm not sure where you go, but for example, knight takes pawn now, and the black knight does come. You do gain a tempo.
Look at the bar, too. That's crazy. You get this counterplay. Knight moves, rook g8, and okay, hopefully you're mated.
Wow, I mean, this is suddenly scary. The black queen can come out to h3.
There might be f3 here, though. Oh, but yeah, queen h3.
Oh
yeah,
my gosh, Magnus has gone all bonk cloud on the position.
Wow.
F3 king e7 on the board.
F3 king e7? I mean, I don't know what's in that bonk cloud right now. But, I mean, this is
What is happening
crazy.
here?
Knight takes pawn? I guess the king is attacking the knight. He's going to gobble up that pawn, Wesley. Of course he will. Now queen to f8.
Playing quickly. I like it. Hey, listen, it's not over till it's over.
He's making it absolutely crazy, the position. He goes king e7, queen f8. He's hit every single chaos button that ever existed. Wesley keeps it under control, simply comes back with the knight, hitting that knight on e4. c4 is hanging, f5 is weak. I like the control that Wesley's showing right now, also up on the clock.
Yeah, there's no tricks, nothing. I have to move this knight. I guess I have to. I don't have nothing. Wow, maybe knight g5 with a rook g8 and knight e5. I have to move this knight, apparently.
Oof. Yeah, it looks really difficult for black. After the next move, it will be level material. And the black king out in the open. White has the bishop pair. White has a beautiful outpost. It's not over, though. He's not going to be material up yet, Wesley So he still needs to transform that into something tangible.
Correct.
I keep forgetting that Wesley only needs to draw.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
I forgot about that, too.
He does
I
recapture
forgot
with the
about that.
queen. And Magnus's knight could jump to the center of the board, hit that queen, and I really like what you're pointing out. The queen, it just swings over to the other side, giving a check to that king on e7 after knight e5.
Yeah, Magnus didn't have much choice. Again, reluctantly making these moves. He knows how ugly his position is, but sometimes you just got to get on with things. And that check forces the black king away.
Yeah, there's all kind of stuff. You got b4, bishop b4, bring the bishop to b2. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Bishop b2, get all the pieces out.
You should be getting that app out now, James. Take. Guessing the move.
Guess the moves, guys. Guess the moves. Oh, man. Takes app. Yikes. Yeah, bishop b2 now, and then bring the rooks somewhere. Oh, yeah, bishop b5 is good, too.
They're coming. The rooks are coming. Black king is in the eye of the storm.
I have nothing.
I'm just seeing all the good stuff for white here. Where is Magnus's play? That bishop on b7 has been blunted. No attack on g2 whatsoever. White is threatening to open up the central lines and get to black's king.
Oh, I was going to go rook g8. That's an instant blunder. Knight f6. Yikes. Of course, the knight. So he lost the last game. So like queen e7, takes. What am I down again? 3, 6.
Material.
I'm not down anything? Okay. Yeah. Trade the queens then, B-Dog. Come on.
Yeah. Magnus in an endgame, maybe with some chances. If the queens...
goes for it.
He goes for it.
Come off.
Okay. He might feel a little better here as Magnus.
Wow. Wesley was trying to win some material, but Magnus gives up the exchange. And, okay, he's fighting. He's got light square domination. I don't think this is over yet. It looks very nice for white. Rook up for a knight, but... Oh, I've seen Magnus turn around stranger things than this. At least there's no checkmate. He survived the storm. No miniature. This will not be printed in all the newspapers. Magnus clinging on.
Yeah, and Magnus needs one move, right? Bring that rook to g8 and you're a happy camper lining up on the g file. e3 is under attack right now as well. If you give up your light squared bishop, I don't think that's such a great idea because you give this powerful piece to black that cannot be challenged ever. There's stuff to fight for here.
Yeah. Definitely stuff to fight for. He was actually forced to give up material, we should mention, Magnus. He does trade off Wesley. He's going to push forward his pawns.
I saw this, but like I thought black was okay here. 95. And, like, I don't have. Remember, rooks need what class? Oh, raise your hand, chat. What do rooks like? Open files, right? So you need to have open files, and I actually don't really have them right now. Okay, I have the C file, but other than that, yeah, A6 is nice because now after rook C1, well, at some point we can play C5. Basically, is our idea. Try to block these rooks here as much as we can. This is good. I mean, he's okay. He's fighting back.
And Magnus made a face as well. He was like, oh, it's not that bad. He was like, really? B5?
Yeah.
Maybe the worst is actually behind, right? It felt like Magnus's king was about to get checkmated 10 moves ago.
We definitely thought that.
And here he is, down in exchange, but he's got that extra pawn. He's got a solid bishop on b7, a beautiful knight on e4. It's the best position Magnus has had all game.
All game.
Since move 6 or 7. Yeah, it's momentum, right, as well. Wesley might start getting frustrated the longer it goes on this game. Bit of a shake of the head there for Wesley So.
You're right. That's crazy.
Yeah, Wesley doesn't know the bar says it's still completely winning. He's just seeing Magnus get all the counterplay. You know, no piece to challenge that bishop on b7. You can't immediately trade the knights off the board. Magnus is in the fight here.
Can't immediately force a draw either, which is going to be annoying for Wesley. Normally, when you're winning, you know that at some point there's an off-ramp. You can just trade off all the pieces, draw, okay, win the match, go home. And
I was just going to say A5's a move. Oh, it's equal to that. No, okay, recalibration. But A5 was nice. You could take on B5. Move for G3 instead.
This is getting messy now.
Chaos.
There is no rook C1. Takes. Can I take on A6 first? Bishop
You
takes.
could throw in a check as well. I don't know if that's useful or not, but f6 is always there, and then get the rook. Well, don't get it to c1 because of the fork on e2.
Ooh, that's a very timid move from Wesley So, moving his rook to a square that avoids any checks, but what is the white rook doing here? I mean, you're also just offering up this pawn in the near future. If Magnus wants it, very strange decision. Magnus, though, might want to deal with this tension first. Which pawn are you going to capture? Very unclear. Down to 1 minute and a bit for each player. But yeah, definitely the best position Magnus has had all game.
I really don't want to trade rooks here, so he's contemplating that and calculating, of course, as time is getting lower. 2-second increment. He takes.
You just take it back with the rook, and then you want to capture on a6 and trade off a pair of rooks. If Wesley trades one pair of rooks, that eases the tension for him. He first throws in a check, saving that f-pawn.
Okay, where's the black king
King
going?
f7 or e6, he moves forward. And now take that pawn on a5.
Yep. No reason not to.
Takes it. Take back. Rook takes b5. We have some counterplay.
Wesley wants the rooks off, but this is a valuable pawn. You don't want to allow the black pawns to start marching.
That thing's scary. C and B, I don't know. Who's winning there.
This is a game for all three results right now.
Yeah.
You just can't ride on Magnus. You know, you take on b5, black's rook will at some point enter that a2 square as well once the bishop moves to safety.
Yeah, the bishop moves, I'm not sure exactly where, e4 maybe, and then the rook comes, and okay, Magnus maybe has to speed up slightly, down under the 1 minute mark now.
Well,
hesitation.
One thing I like that Magnus did for this game here, and this is just something to learn from as a player too, if you're watching from home, all right, is actually just keep fighting and create chances. And that's what he did here. I mean, this was just busted out of the opening, but you have to find the moves.
And look
you
at that.
have to play accurately.
The bar goes down. Rook a1, but Wesley needs only a draw. He's just trying to neutralize all pressure and all ideas.
Yeah, I keep forgetting. All he needs is a draw. That's annoying. Yeah, all you need is a draw. Right?
Yeah, and Magnus not playing the best move, which was to trade rooks, but that would have led the game closer to the draw. So let's ignore the cross. He's taking risks now because he needs to. Magnus must win situation. He needs his rook to combine with his bishop and knight later. The blue arrow appears saying that white should drive this black knight away, but that's not an obvious move. The white king shifting. There's no real entry points for these white rooks, though. Really frustrating for Wesley.
By the way, 30 seconds.
Tough move
you gotta move.
He does make a move. He's coming for the g pawn now.
I thought that was a good move. I ain't even gonna lie. I was like, oh, rook g5.
H pawn goes up, defending it, and the c pawn's about to come up. c5 in the air. Magnus is creating threats right now. And the pressure is on Wesley. I mean, if Magnus survives this, I've seen everything.
Wow, under 20 seconds, Wesley So. Who thought we'd be here a few minutes ago? But the black knight jumping back. The black rook can start getting active. Watch out, this white bishop doesn't have too many squares.
He does it, David. Rook b8. You've got to move that bishop to c3. The only square where it stays connected to the f6 pawn.
Now the black pawns are coming.
Because of the time scramble here, Wesley is probably slightly worse in these type of positions here just because of the time pressure. We did see him do this against Jan earlier.
Magnus has been here so many times before. His nerve usually holds. Wesley lower on the clock, struggling to find a plan. Brings his rook up the board.
Here we go. Look at the bar change. Unbelievable. Wow. That's crazy.
You know, there are all these ideas you've got to watch out. Rook b1, rook h1 if the g2 pawn gets out of the way at some point. And Magnus, is he going to try and step that? He does. He's trying to set that up.
Oh, my goodness.
You take on h3, rook b1 comes in.
And that's a scary move.
Ooh, he
rook check. He gives up.
Wesley. He's going to try.
That was a sick move. I'm not even going to lie.
He's going to try and get rid of one of black's minor pieces.
Oh,
but
my God.
A mistake. I think you have to eliminate this white rook now. And then you can...
He does it. And this is winning for Magnus. Rook h8. Rook h8 is...
Well, yeah,
no, rook h8. There's bishop on c3.
Yeah,
why is this lost?
Rook b1.
There's
the rook
G3.
is coming down the board.
G3 too. As well, G3 and rook b1.
Whoa.
Wesley gives up his rook. He's about to make a new queen. It's going to cost black his rook, but...
Oh, my goodness.
Magnus wins. Checkmate.
You can never count the man out.
And the crowd goes wild. Magnus Carlsen makes a comeback from a dead lost position.
Hot take, because he won that game, that's it. Like, I think that's it for the field. If you win that game, you can't beat Magnus there. Like, that might be over, you know. That could give Magnus a huge surge of confidence, and that's exactly what you don't want to do.
And in the meantime, there is one game going. It's a queen endgame between Levon Aronian and Vincent Keymer. So important for both of these players who are currently winless in the event so far in the finals. It's Vincent Keymer with 2 extra pawns should win this game. But queen endgames are so tricky, Tanya. Can Levon hold?
Ooh, very tough with just 4 seconds on the clock. You know, one wrong queen move and a check comes in, a queen trade, and you're completely lost. Winston can play this on forever. I don't see Levon holding this one. Yes, you can hold it for the next 10 moves.
That was nice.
But not longer than that.
That check should do it. Yeah, check. What? Oh, he's trying to h3. Or maybe not.
Yeah, black's queen needs to stay close to the king because it is Levon's queen that's going to start checking. And it's going to be too tough to hide then.
Oh, it's so risky, though, pushing your pawns. Vincent Keymer, he's risking a repetition of moves here. He's been around this block and no more checks. Okay, he has to re-centralize his queen. Oh, the white queen, as soon as she gets to give checks...
You can do it now.
This might start turning.
Queen g8.
Oh, we see all of the players watching. Magnus Carlsen, Wesley So watching this queen endgame. Vincent Keymer still in control. But can he hold things together? Can he hold his nerve? Only a few seconds left. They're both making moves with 1 second on the clock. Wow. The black pawn's coming, though.
Yes, one move away from queening. And white's queen, it's got to keep giving checks right now. The king hides, another check.
He does have a bunch of checks, though.
Where do you hide? He blocks. This might be the winning move. The black king can continue running.
Just don't fall into a check where your pawn goes down, and wow, and the bar shoots up.
Yeah, because he got queen e1 or even king g2. Get the king around. Yeah, just check him, I guess. Check again. c3, a1.
You've got to keep giving checks, otherwise queen d1, and that will be game over. You can't go into a passive defense.
h8, check. Wow.
Keep checking. Oh, he goes passive, as you say, Tanya, and that spells the end. The black queen now dominates the white queen. He's only up one pawn, Vincent Keymer, but...
Oh! He flagged.
Wow.
He flagged. Levon is having a
on
tough
time.
tournament. Oh my goodness, that hurts.
And Vincent gets the win. And I absolutely cannot believe that we've got an Armageddon coming up between Wesley and Magnus. You know, they say that to beat a top grandmaster, you have to beat them thrice, right? Opening, middle game, and end game. Against Magnus Carlsen, you have to beat him in every single move. Because he's got a knack to turn around even losing positions. And Vincent walking away after that big win. Magnus is seated. He's ready to go for the Armageddon. Is momentum on his side?
It has to be on Magnus Carlsen's side. He faced death in that last game, but he emerged victorious. And balancing the scores, Wesley needs to recover.
And look at that. This is what we were looking for here. Of course, as you see, well, we have one decisive match, of course, with Vincent Keymer over Levon Aronian there. Then you have one Armageddon there with Alireza and Denis Lazavik. Two Armageddons, Magnus and Wesley. Three Armageddons. Tanya is so hype over here. MVL and Jan with another Armageddon as well. That's crazy, guys.
Yeah, that's amazing. And for Denis Lazavik as well to make a comeback in his match with the white pieces against Alireza, phenomenal stuff. I mean, the next 20 minutes, nobody moves. I mean, this is where it's at. 3 Armageddons.
Yeah, we waited the whole of round 1, 0 Armageddons. Round 2, eventually at the final moments, we got 1. Suddenly, all of them coming at once, these 3. And I mean, we'll be trying to jump around covering all of them. It's going to be fire on the board, that's for sure. But yeah, Magnus Carlsen, it's a miracle he's here.
Do any of the other results surprise you guys? Anything else?
I'm going to say impressive by Vincent Keymer, winning with black in that second game against Levon Aronian. I'm not sure I'm surprised, but very impressed to do that against such a world-class player when he really needed to. His first match win of the finals.
Well, we have multiple Armageddons here. Tanya is super hype about that one. And of course, I'm sure you are too as well, because of course we have more chess to come. While we're collecting the bids, we're calling all players of all levels. Make 2025 your year of chess mastery with the Chess Improvement Challenge. Let's go. Set personal improvement goals, connect with players and coaches to support your journey, and earn prizes when you reach milestones. Plus, keep up with your hard work to reach the Coach Champs tournament later in the year. Use command IMPROVE in chat or visit go.chess.com/improve2025 to learn more and register now. All right, guys, coming up for 3 Armageddon matches we have. Learn more about Meetup and Chess.com's community event in the break. After the break, we'll have the bids and be ready to go. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of Chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on Chess.com.
And we actually have a dessert as well coming up and a hot drink.
Oh my god. Why can't we have a day like this every day?
Oh, there's another one.
Yep.
I feel like I'm in a Michelin restaurant. Looks very cute.
What do you think about the presentation?
That's awesome.
I guess this is some yogurt with some strawberry jam or something.
I actually had this the other day. This is called riskrem. A little bit of pepperkaka. This is lovely.
What is this exactly?
So this is, I guess, milk rice, similar kind of thing, and some jelly. Yeah, I like such desserts.
Aha, okay. So there are some raisins, there are some nuts, and there is the cinnamon. Yeah.
In Russia, we drink it like with some oranges, some different spices, but without nuts.
I haven't had that often, but I love it in general. This is a 4.5 for me.
Honestly, I probably will not like it too much because I'm not a huge fan of cream in general, but it's quite good, especially with the biscuit. So
I think last New Year I would cook myself like a lot of ginger cookies, but not as beautiful as this one.
Yeah, this is excellent. A 5 as well.
I'm not such a big sugar guy, so but I think it's pretty good. It's like 4.5.
I'm not a desserts guy.
This is good. 4 and 5. Approved.
Approved! And that's rice pudding, and usually we eat that on Christmas Eve in Norway after dinner.
That's great.
I like it more than I thought I would, so maybe a 4.
Both of them are like very nice. I think the best we had, so let's say like some 4.5. Very nice.
Yes, this one is very nice. 5 out of 5, of course.
We have 3 Armageddons. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Alireza versus Denis Lazavik here. Looks like Denis wins 7 minutes, 10 seconds. Wow, what do you guys think about that one?
What do you think about Alireza's bid? He bid for 10 minutes. He just wanted the white pieces.
I want white.
Which means that Denis could have gone for 9.59 and still gotten black.
Yeah, definitely. MVL versus Jan here. He did the same thing. Jan's like, I want white. MVL, 725. And of course, Max MVL wins that bid, 725. He gets black.
Yeah, we just got a confirmation that these are correct bids. Because I was just wondering, what is going on? Why is everyone bidding 10 minutes? And look at this one. This is the big one.
This is the big one. Magnus, of course, as he wins bids many times
He wanted black this time. 6 minutes, 37 seconds. He wants to have that draw odds there. He wins the bid.
Can I just say that this match shouldn't have even gone into the Armageddon? What was that position that Magnus Carlsen survived? David, it looked like he was about to resign any moment out of the opening.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus is quite expressive by nature. He never hides his true feelings, and I've never seen him so dejected as that early in the game, at least. He looked like he wanted to give up after move 12, but ultimately he survived, and I think that all of these players now in the Armageddon have shown some courage with their bids. Firouzja, Nepomniachtchi bidding 10 minutes, kind of backing themselves with white, shows supreme confidence in their own abilities. And Magnus, 6.5 minutes. That is extreme. That's going to be hard to keep up with Wesley there.
When you talk about confidence too as well, I mean, Magnus coming from where he was in that game there, you know, think about yourself at home. If you come back from a game, very important like that, and you win, it gives you a huge amount of confidence and just self-will and discipline that you probably didn't even have in that before, especially before that you were losing that game, right? So Magnus feeling better here, confident. He's going to his Armageddon. He got the black pieces. It looks like he's trying to close this thing out, but this is a must-win situation for Wesley, so anything can happen.
And what about Wesley, right? It's going to be tough for him as well, thinking about how close he was to just wrapping up the match.
Right.
And we were talking about Alireza's bid of 10 minutes. I don't think I've seen that happen before in the Champions Chess Tour. Making it clear, with the white pieces, you have to win on demand. And we are off. How will Alireza prove his bid of 10 minutes? He starts with the King's Pawn opening.
Well, he did win with the Italian game against Denis Lazavik earlier in their match. And lightning has struck twice. It's a Italian game again, pretty much repeating until this moment, the game they had played earlier. So we'll see a slower encounter, maybe the game liven up a bit later. Denis now bringing out his bishop. As it gets kicked back, he trades that piece off. Looks like an opening battle. A lot of theory here. Let's jump over to Wesley So against Magnus Carlsen in the meantime, which is just about to get going.
Oh, you look how happy he is, right? Compared to how he was just looking?
Survive to live another day in this one, another game, so to say. And for Wesley, I think it's so much about the mindset the players will come into. You know, Magnus, for him, he gets this shot. But for Wesley, can he let go? Can he leave behind everything that has just happened? Completely winning right out of the opening. Up in exchange and lets Magnus off the hook.
Yeah, that's tough. You have to mentally get over that very quickly here. And Magnus is listening to Staying Alive, as you can tell. You can definitely, I can hear it. He's listening to Staying Alive as he's still in this thing, trying to be 3 out of 3 with his matches today.
3, 2, 1, you can go.
And here we go. The countdown, the handshake, and liftoff in this Armageddon. Magnus, it's a race against the clock as this game begins. As Wesley, okay, opens with the King's Pawn. It's a Sicilian defense. Wesley not repeating the successful opening from last time, even though the result wasn't great. Magnus keeping very flexible here. This is his go-to opening these days.
Yeah, and I have my eye out on the other board as well. By the way, exact same opening in the Alireza Denis board. Is that correct, David?
No, Denis against Firouzja. That was the Italian game, so I think maybe a small mix-up there, but this is the clash, and Magnus very quickly striking out in the center.
That's a con Sicilian, I think, is what they call that one with the early A6, where you can get crushed classically. I saw classical chess, man, that was a bad opening in classical chess. But, of course, in faster time controls, it's very flexible. You get lots of play, and I think so far so good for Magnus.
Again, apologies on that one. The names were mixed up in front of me right now, but this is where the Sicilians are at. There's already an isolated Queen's Pawn that Magnus has to deal with. He keeps the momentum on the clock. He's playing quickly. It's so much about that in the Armageddon. Meanwhile, the queen side not yet developed for Wesley. He's got to get those pieces out. But if you bring that knight to c3, you're inviting Magnus's d-pawn to move forward with tempo.
Definitely would like that too. I guess I would have to give. I could win a pawn over there with bishop c6, but yeah, bishop e3 seems very good. Bishop e3 with knight c3, and castles getting out of the way. Very quick moves here. How much time did he bid again? Magnus bidded 6:37, so he needs to move
pretty low.
Not that he needs to move faster, but there is no increment until move 60.
And now notice with that bishop developed, the d4 square is under control, so the d-pawn can't move forward. Wesley piling up the pressure on the isolated queen's pawn. Magnus defends it, bringing his own bishop out. And now how does Wesley bring pile down on it? Do you double up on the d file, move your queen one step forward, and then bring the rook on to attack d5?
I think that's a great plan. Queen d2 or d3 and bringing the a rook to d1. Just bully the pawn, h3.
A quiet little move first on the right side as we get our board set up, David.
Yeah, let's jump into this middle game where Magnus still down by 2.5 minutes on the clock, but a relative success, I would say, for him. At least he's stabilized. He quite enjoys these IQP positions. I remember him talking about this in post-match kind of press conferences afterwards. He believes that he can draw these positions even if he has to go really passive. And this isn't the worst situation I've ever seen with an isolated queen's pawn. Black does have a lot of activity potentially. The queen might step forward, attacking this pawn. The black knight might start jumping over into this really juicy c4 square. First, Magnus gets all the useful moves out of the way. Pawn to h6, avoiding any backrank checkmates for later. He's covering all the squares, and only later will he decide whether or when to jump in with his knights.
And whenever there's an isolated queen's pawn, right, there are ideas of trying to create an attack. You want to keep as many minors and majors on the board. Here with black, you're looking for chances to get to white's king. If there are trades on the board, on the other hand, endgames will favor Wesley here. So Magnus, I think he's reaching out for the bishop. He places it on the very active diagonal against X-raying Wesley's king on h2. It's got the makings of an attack.
He understands these structures, as of course, as they all do. In fact, there's a very good book, of course. Yes, it is on Chessable, but it is the Grandmaster Structures by Mauricio Flores, one of the greatest books I've ever read on pawn structures. This book actually talks about your plans and ideas for literally both sides. I highly recommend the book, but it talks about the ISO pawn, and Magnus did exactly what you're supposed to do. Bishop d6, you're supposed to back the bishop up to b8. The knight on f6 actually goes to e4 in some cases, in fact. And then you would just literally attack them. Bring the queen out, bring all your pieces over to where the king is, maybe a h5, h4 is in the air as well. But you have to play aggressively, in fact, having the weak pawn on d5, try to limit the trades.
And just the one piece that you left, I think the knight on c6 can also jump on e5, get closer towards not only the white king, but eyeing that c4 square as an entry spot for black in this position. Magnus slows down just a tad bit, but that's a bit of a long think by Magnus.
For Armageddon, this is a very long think. He needs to speed back up. He eventually trades off the knights. Exactly what we're taught not to do here, James. But,
yeah, this is okay. Don't try this at home, for number one. Number two, and the reason I would say this is because you're supposed to limit the trades that you make. Now, of course, Magnus is Magnus, but for everyone else, it's different. You're not supposed to trade as much with the ISO pawn because the more that you trade the pieces, the weaker the pawn gets. That's just usually the general consensus of that. But Magnus has some different plans in mind. I'm curious to see what he does.
His plans, this is an Armageddon. A draw is good enough. Liquidate as much as possible. Makes it easier for him to make moves when he's down on the clock as well. Balls in Wesley's court. Yes, he's got one weakness, but Magnus will keep that defended. I think he's playing the math situation. He's playing the fact that this is an Armageddon rather than what is objectively correct here.
I like that.
We did say, however, the worst way to play for a draw is to
play for a draw.
Exactly.
Deep. That's very deep.
So we'll see if Magnus's decision is rewarded. I think the idea is to simply trade off these bishops, maybe bring the black rook forward to kick away what would have been the white queen in the center, now replaced by a white knight. But okay, Magnus is going to get his queen active. Look at this, an attack against the b pawn. He's studied these types of positions so much. There are some really famous historic games here. And I think he's just going to drop his bishop back and chill. The black knight is beautiful on f6. It's not the most active for black necessarily, but hard for white to make progress. Magnus making a face there, looking confident.
It's a beautiful position for white, right? Wow. And Wesley goes in with a rook lift, getting it to the b file, hitting that queen and also targeting the b7 pawn. A really nice idea there by Wesley. A weird spot for the rook, but an attacking, an aggressive one, tying down the black queen to defend the b7 pawn. Now you can try and step up with your own queen and bring the other rook into the game. Magnus trying, on the other hand, to jump with the knight to e4 next.
Yeah, the knight is jumping. I think Magnus could also think about landing his bishop here a bit later. Maybe he'll just start expanding on the queen side. Plenty of moves here. The white king goes back, Wesley admitting that his king was a bit awkwardly placed, but at least he's defending this square, just in case the black queen is ever able to pounce on the diagonal. Well, it's a matter of time, though. He's eaten away at Wesley's time advantage.
Yeah. Wesley is not even up. He's up on the clock by about a minute and a half right now. He needs to keep that going. But looking at the position objectively, are you picking white or black here?
Yeah, Knight back to g5. The knight is now hitting this pawn. But while this middle game progresses, let's quickly check in on some of the other Armageddons. We have 3 running simultaneously. Just to jump over, Alireza Firouzja against Denis Lazavik. This was the game to start first. It looks balanced to my eyes, although Alireza might like the fact that his bishop is staring down the black king from afar. Thoughts on this position?
What was he just made a move? I didn't see it update there. I'm curious to see what that was.
I see the clock situation. Denis is down to 3.5 minutes.
H5.
So many pieces on the board. Not a single pawn's been traded off. The H5 pawn weirdly placed. I think Alireza should be happy with the outcome of this opening. You've got all the tension. It's a complex battle, and you're up on the clock.
I like the bishop here too. I love having the bishops. I'm just trying to figure out where my plan
Knight
is.
E2, Knight G3 ideas.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly it. Knight E2, Knight G3, Knight F5. No matter what you do, Knight F5. No,
Yeah, you can provoke G6, but that just creates dark square weaknesses, and then you're really talking about the bishop pair here.
I'm loving that. Definitely nice plan here. Very typical in Italian as well. Knight E2, Knight G3. Is also hitting H5, provoke the weakness with G6. Very nice.
Yeah, this position very tense. Alireza maybe with a small advantage, at least on the clock. The board looking roughly balanced. And a quick check-in on Nepomniachtchi against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Looks like a big
Where's his
mistake.
queen at? Where's his queen? Both the queens
Are there
gone.
tactics on B6?
I think
you
he's
mean rook takes? Oh,
simply take on E5.
Simple.
Oh, it's all about this pawn, though. The weakness.
Okay.
Looks like there are some tactics.
Takes, knight takes with check. King more E2.
The king will retreat, and this pawn is very, very tender.
C5 is weak.
Still a long way to go in this game, but it does look like Nepomniachtchi in the driver's seat. 2 extra minutes, and with a big positional advantage.
We didn't see the start of this. What was this opening?
Just look at the beautiful pawn formation that white has. Not a single weakness. Meanwhile, for black, you've got so many pawn islands and the double C pawn.
Right.
You'll have to fall back to defend it. Every single white's piece is active. I think this is looking beautiful for white. It's going to be technique. It's far from over, but Jan in driver's seat.
Yeah, and let's jump back in the meantime. This one has a long way to go. Wesley So against Magnus Carlsen. Wesley has taken 1 risk too many, and look at the bar.
Whoa!
Oh my goodness. Okay, is black to move? Is it rook C3?
He traps the white rook.
Oh, and look, let me see. No reaction from Wesley.
Wesley has blundered the exchange. He's got his rook trapped. All of those adventures, he gives up the rook for Magnus's bishop. But we've been here before, just with colours reversed. An exchange down isn't necessarily the end of the world.
Yeah, and Magnus blundered a rook in their game 1 when he played rook to E5. And now it's Wesley who's returning the favour. This is a topsy-turvy match. What happened in game 2? And now in the Armageddon, Magnus Carlsen, it looks like he's about to take the dub.
Yeah, he's just more locked in. I mean, he's like, you know what? I almost lost this match. I'm not going to let it happen again. So he's playing a different type of... This is a different Magnus you're seeing right now. You're like, I'm locked in, Magnus. I don't want to lose this match. And he's playing, you know, very, very incredible chess now. And also playing quickly, too, as well. Even having the 637 to start in Armageddon.
You gotta love those neon headphones that
everybody in the crowd
the
there.
fans have.
Right, can we get that fan shot one more time? Shout out to the fans. Pat yourself on the back. Pat yourself on the back. Good to see the live fans here. We love to see you guys. It's awesome. So, yeah, those are nice. I'm probably there. Look at those neon headphones. Those are sweet.
Looking good.
Wonder if you can take those home. Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, everybody. Hello. It's awesome. Good to see you guys here. There you go.
And wow, look at the action that everyone's getting, right? Watching Magnus take this to the Armageddon and not dominating it. He looked absolutely dejected and rejected in game 2. Right. And did you see him right now with the bob of his head? He knows that he is taking this one. The rooks come all the way. And you said it. How active are the rooks? How strong are they? It depends on the open files. The D file is open and Magnus has full control of it.
That's exactly right. You got to have the open files. Rooks love the open files. And of course, the only, well, okay, maybe H file too, but the real open file, the D file here, controlled by black here. I do not want to play rook D1 and just trade the rooks off. I have a rook, says Magnus, an extra one. Queen is centralized. Very nice spot for the queen. The knight on F6 is good. I mean, black is just in the driver's seat here. Wesley is trying to think about, you know, how did I get here? There's a lot of emotions. As a chess player, you're like, how did I get here? Look at the head shake. I was beating him the last game. Like, you just all these emotions, and then you play a few moves and be it.
And if you're suffering this much on the board, you at least want to be ahead on the clock. But Wesley is now suddenly below Magnus, despite starting with 3.5 minutes more at the beginning of this game. He eventually does decide to trade the knights. And yeah, that's the sign of a real champion, right? The ability to switch gears. Magnus able to defend in the last game, able to attack here. Pawn to E3 looks like the first move you would look at here, just to try and break through to the white king. Of course, you don't need to rush if you're Magnus, but Yeah, he can pick his poison here. He should be on the brink of this match victory.
B2 is weak after you push that E pawn forward. Rook D2, you're pointing out queen takes pawn in the air. Just be careful of that G5 pawn for now. But for Magnus, I mean, just this whole match, the way it's happened, I think for Wesley, coming into this Armageddon was really difficult with the mindset of everything that happened in game 2, so close to victory. And then suddenly you land up in this situation. And I think he never just got the game going.
Of course, it's easier said than done when you're like, oh, yeah, okay, I have to forget about the last game. But the last game could have ended the match, and you were beating Magnus, and you had a great position on the opening. And you have to say, oh, I lost that game, you know, going to Armageddon fresh. It's very difficult to do
Really
this,
tough.
especially at the highest level here. And playing Magnus here, you had him. Like, it's tough. You definitely feel for Wesley here. But Magnus took that chance to say, I'm back in the game here. This is it. And with that type of confidence, Magnus may actually try to take this thing all the way to the
Just
house.
takes
Look at
G3
that,
because the queen
G3.
on E2 is spent.
He's in form. He is cooking right now.
Yeah, there's a pin here. If White decides to take this rook off the board, Black can even decide to take this rook off the board. And yeah, ultimately, when the dust settles, Black will be ahead by the exchange. Rook for bishop.
Resi there.
Magnus takes the win.
Wow. And Magnus in Armageddon takes 3 matches out of 3 today. Not the cleanest, not the way he wanted it, but it doesn't matter how you get it. It matters if you got it done. And Magnus got it done.
Always gets it done.
He always
even
does.
when he's trailing, even when he loses the first game, even when he's busted in the second game, he finds a way to come back and takes the dub. David, action is on the other 2 Armageddons. Where do you want to jump to?
Well, we have a dilemma here. Alireza Firouzja against Denis Lazavik, both players low on the clock in this Armageddon game. But Jan Nepomniachtchi in the other encounter on the brink of victory. As we see a knight endgame over there. Do we go with speed? Do we go with the clock? Do we go with the position? Just brief check-in maybe here to show why White is winning. Essentially, White has an extra pawn. It's an outside pass pawn as well. This is going to keep the black pieces, the king, knight, deflected. And at the right moment, the white knight is going to go over for these queenside pawns. The white knight is coming back now with a check. Again, this big weakness for the entire game. This was the Rossolimo Sicilian, and these doubled pawns have been a real thorn in Black's own side here.
One of the coolest things I learned from studying games, especially in Devoretsky, page 243. In fact, it does say that knight in games are basically pawn in games. Bobvinick says that too as well. But this is definitely a pawn in game.
This should be winning eventually for Jan Nepomniachtchi, whose knight is now going to come over and hoover up some pawns. Let's jump to the other game, though, because there's been a huge development. And look at the clocks. Both players down to their last few seconds. 20 seconds against 40.
And there's no increment until move 60, and they're far off from that right now. Is Alireza about to get flagged in this one?
Oh, what move are they on?
Wow, they're at move 31.
Oh, yeah, that's crazy.
There's no way he's making it. In 15 seconds, how do you reach move 60?
Yeah, right.
Without making a blunder.
Right, exactly.
In the meantime, Jan Nepomniachtchi has won his game. We're seeing the moves come in, but... Okay, the
10
players...
seconds.
It's the speed.
It's not enough. It's just not enough. And he's got a beautiful position. Our board can't keep up with it. The speed with which they're playing.
I was like, this doesn't seem like...
Let's get a camera. Let's get a full screen camera on the players.
Are coming in.
Let's zoom into our board, into our players as we see them making the moves. Has Alireza with 7 seconds on the clock.
Wow, Alireza has a bunch of pawns. Denis has a great position, though. It's all about those final few seconds.
Does he have an extra knight?
Black rook's coming around. He just needs to keep this game going.
Oh my God, he's 7 seconds, and for Denis Lazavik right now on 8 seconds.
Gotta move. Oh, he's gonna flag. He's gonna flag.
Oh, make a move, make a move.
I think he flagged. I don't know.
He checks. The pawns are coming, though.
The black knight isn't good enough. It gives itself up. And look at Alireza. I can't believe he's allowed 2 pawns. Black's king beautifully placed in front of the white pawn.
Oh, it's a draw.
Dead drawn rook endgame. It's the Philidor position. For anyone who wants to study these, you blockade the opponent's pawn.
Oh.
Barring a blunder, this is over.
Alireza, he looks so dejected, but he's got to be relieved. He almost got flagged in this one. He's about to survive this.
He will survive this. 1 second increment, more than enough. If this were online, this would be easy. But there we go. It's a handshake.
Oh.
Denis Lazavik triumphant.
Laz in his bag again. 3 out of 3. What is the kid doing?
Unbelievable. And I said Alireza would survive it. Yes, he draws, but he loses the match because with white, you've got to win on demand. And Denis Lazavik stays on top of the leaderboard.
3 out of 3. Guess who else is out of 3 out of 3? A Magnus Carlsen. What does that say about Den Laz? The man is unstoppable right now, maybe only to a Magnus Carlsen.
And Denis lost the first game to Alireza. And then bouncing back in game 2, taking it to Armageddon.
Wow.
You know, as the youngest player, when he made it to last year's Champions Chess Tour Finals, no one could believe it. And look at him back again in the season and grand final for that $500,000, fighting it out and leading at the top of the board after the first 3 games. Amazing stuff, James.
Amazing stuff. My goodness, as we've seen, Vincent Keymer got it done cleanly in this match, in this round here, in fact, as he was able to beat Levon Aronian 1.5 to 1/2 there. Magnus Carlsen and Wesley, crazy match there. Wesley taking him down and almost winning the second, but then Magnus was able to fight and win a crazy game there, and then winning the Armageddon as he usually does. Alireza loses in Armageddon to Den Laz, going crazy there too as well. So, wow, and the MVL as well. But okay, so we have standings too as well. But guys, this has been crazy so far, David and Tanya, right?
3 incredible Armageddons. I mean, the action that we saw and the storyline that followed it, right? Denis Lazavik, Magnus Carlsen both lose their games.
Yes.
They're trailing. And for me, the biggest shock was what happened on Magnus's board. You don't get that opportunity against Magnus.
No.
And Wesley did everything right. This would have been a very different leaderboard, James.
Yes, correct. It would have been a very different one, and Den Laz would have been at the top, which he still is, but he would have been #1. But Magnus says, not today, young fella, not today. But Den Laz is right behind him, tearing up the field, and someone that they're probably not looking at is generally Denis Lazavik. Now he's here. He's on fire right now, David.
Yeah, Denis Lazavik on fire, learning some lessons potentially from last year in the Tour Finals, where he had a decent event, but not quite at this level. But in the meantime, let's make our way to the Rubik's move, make your move of the day. And it was here that Magnus Carlsen started to turn things around against Wesley So in that high stakes Armageddon. After Wesley got a bit too creative, dropping the knight back, here, Magnus improving his bishop, chasing the white rook around. The move of the day, our Rubik's move of the day, was pawn to g5. Counterintuitive, opening up the black king, weakening himself potentially, especially when a draw was enough, but Magnus realizing the rook was trapped. That was the priority, and Wesley found nothing better than to trade pawns and to give up his rook for bishop. After this, Magnus closed things out really nicely. He started centralizing his pieces, first with his rook to the open file, then by bringing his queen to the center of the board, and ultimately Wesley So had to resign just a few moves later. And what's your next move? Visit go.chess.com/Rubik's50 or use !Rubik's in the chat to explore more.
Wow. That was crazy, Tanya. I mean, insane. Magnus got it done. Also, Denis as well. These players right now, especially Denis, I've always known him to be like an underdog. But right now, of course, having that experience playing in CCT Finals before, it's starting to show. I got experience. I'm young. I'm strong here. And I'm not scared of any of you guys.
Absolutely. I mean, no one's surprised to see Magnus at the top of the leaderboard. That's just an everyday story in the chess world. But few would have predicted at the start of the day that 3 rounds in, with this field, it will be Denis Lazavik who would get 3 back-to-back victories. And right now, if it was to end, it's these two who make it clearly straight away to the semifinals.
No, that's crazy. Never would have thought that at all here. But, you know.
So impressive.
Very impressive, of course. And we will see more of that. But after a long day of games, we have a very special announcement right after the break, so stay tuned. We won't be right back.
desperate and you seemingly have no way to save the game. But an incredible resource can allow you to eke out a valuable half point. The first drawing tactic is the perpetual attack. This is a bit like the trapped piece, but in this case you aren't able to actually win the piece. However, you can continually attack it, and your opponent is unable to escape the threats. Eventually, the game will be drawn after repeating the position 3 times. The studied composer Votava showed an incredible piece of geometry, with a pawn sacrifice setting up a perpetual attack from the king against the black rook, securing a draw. The most common case of perpetual attack is perpetual check. This is naturally a case of perpetual attack against the opponent's king. Stalemate tactics are often in play to save positions when you are down oodles of material.
Hey, it's the Rosen trap.
In many cases, stalemates occur as a result of catastrophic inattention from the attacker, but sometimes they can be the result of great ingenuity on the defensive side. My favorite stalemate trick ever occurred in a computer game where bishop b3 allowed white to follow up by sacrificing the remaining pieces and securing a miraculous half point. Finally, and truly finally, a fortress is another defensive fallback where, down material, you are able to construct a shell that the opponent simply cannot break.
We want to introduce you to some Norwegian delicacies that we often eat during the holiday season.
I gotta say that in terms of sweets, I think I've probably tasted them all. But in terms of traditional Christmas dishes, I'm not that good, so we'll see.
This looks still quite normal, like some salmon, mayo, bread kind of thing.
It's nice. That's good. That's why I skipped my lunch.
It's amazing. I really like the sauce, and the smoked salmon is my favorite, so I'll rate this as a 5.
I don't know how to describe it, but it's really good.
I quite like that, so let's give it like a 4.3, something like that.
5 out of 5. Very good.
Tastes like sushi. Don't know if it's a compliment or...
Pretty good. It's 3.5.
Film 4 with some potential to improve, if it would be served properly.
It's a New Year's drink. Julbrus.
Julebrus. I've had that pretty much every year for Christmas.
Tastes like Jägermeister. I had this one many times in Minsk, so absolutely the same.
It's like a type of a root beer, but more Christmassy.
It reminds me of some sweets that you can normally eat.
Bon appetit.
Okay, improving smoothly, yeah. So, this is some eggs pancake, I guess.
Okay, this is more meaty. There's some pomegranates. Let's taste. Oh, frick. The first one was better, a little bit, but it's like 3 maybe.
It's really good, but I prefer the salmon.
I assume it's some kind of fish, but...
Yeah, I think that's pork, and it's this potato tortilla.
Not a huge fan of beetroot, but in general it's nice. 3.8.
All the stuff you're serving, like apparently, apart from julebrus, I've never had it at Christmas.
Welcome back, everyone. It's been an absolute roller coaster. What a big day of chess it's been. And we've got some big news coming in for you. Check this out. We're also hyped up after that video. Chess is coming to the Esports World Cup. It's all happening from July 3rd to August 25th. Mark your calendars. That's July 3rd to August 25th. And right now, we are being joined by our favorite green pawn, the Chief Chess Officer of Chess.com, Danny Rensch. We've also got world #1 and the reigning Champions Chess Tour champion, Magnus Carlsen, with us, and Mike McCabe. He is the CEO of the Esports World Cup Foundation. It's so cool to have you all join us right now. And Mike, I'll start with you. For our audience, tell us a little bit about the Esports World Cup and what makes it so exciting.
Absolutely, and thanks so much for having me. And I wish I was there in Norway with you. What an incredible night of chess. It's been incredible to watch. But let me give you a little bit of a background on the Esports World Cup. It's the largest esports and gaming festival and really a global celebration uniting players, clubs, and fans of the most popular games on the planet. EWC is really taking esports to a new level, and the one-of-a-kind cross-game competition that we have where the top clubs from around the world are competing across multiple titles to earn points towards the ultimate club championship. And then, as you mentioned, what's especially exciting for us next year is the addition of chess, one of the oldest and most strategic games in history, and really now thriving as a digital sport with hundreds of millions of players globally. It really is now at the forefront of online competition. And partnering with Chess.com and having Magnus Carlsen, one of the greatest players of all time, as a global ambassador is a game changer for us. And we're really excited by including CCT with a fast-paced format and the Armageddon tiebreakers that we just had the joy of 3-in-1. We're really excited to bring chess to a whole new esports audience. And as you say, we couldn't be more excited to have it.
I'd like to ask a little bit more about that. Why does it feel like the right time to add chess to this lineup? What makes chess an exciting addition right now for the Esports World Cup?
Well, we really don't think that there is a better time, and having chess in the Esports World Cup in 2025, really seeing chess have this digital renaissance, and platforms like Chess.com really leading the charge with the hundreds of millions of players worldwide is a key factor for us. We love that it's so accessible, and we've seen this real surge in popularity through a combination of the streaming platforms, influencers, and amazing cultural moments. It really is now a modern digital sport. And for us, when we see it has this incredible universal appeal, it really transcends borders, languages, age groups as well. And the fact that it really combines that deep strategic thinking that we know the esports fans love, and the action-packed format of CCT, really, it's just that perfect moment. And the CCT format will actually form the primary path for the qualification for the Esports World Cup next year. And at EWC, chess will have a $1.5 million prize pool and showcase the world's best players. So we couldn't be more excited. having Magnus Carlsen as a global ambassador, we're really positioning it at the cutting edge of esports. So we're incredibly excited to welcome Magnus and the global chess community to Riyadh for the Esports World Cup in 2025.
Mike, that sounds absolutely amazing. And, it is the chess boom. It's the golden time for chess. So we're also excited to see the big addition. And Magnus, I want to bring you in on this because, the big online revolution, especially an elite event for online chess, started with the Magnus Carlsen Invitational back in 2020. And it's evolved so much since then, now on Chess.com over the years as the Champions Chess Tour. Magnus, tell me, do you see this as the right next step for high-level online chess?
Yeah, absolutely. I think an esports setting is the way to play faster chess. And so for me, as soon as I heard about this opportunity, I thought exactly that this is the next right step, and I really want this to happen. So I'm really happy with the process that we've had, and that we've now come to a point where you can have the Champions Chess Tour on Chess.com, that we have these tournaments, and that we have a final that will be grander than ever.
And Magnus, you attended the Esports World Cup finals last year. Did you have fun, and how was that experience for you?
Yeah, it was an interesting experience for sure. I didn't get to see much. It was pretty much, travel, have a few meetings, and then the closing ceremony, and that was it. So I hope to experience a lot more next year.
And we're all really looking forward to that. And Danny, I want to bring you in. Chess.com has been on the forefront of all the online chess innovation, and it's been awesome. And I asked Mike this earlier, that why is this the right time to add chess to the Esports World Cup final? And I'm going to ask you, I'm going to reverse that question for you. Why is this the right time for chess to partner up with the Esports World Cup?
I don't think there's a stage bigger for gaming, for esports, than the Esports World Cup. It is the penultimate. It's the highest echelon to climb, if you will. And so the opportunity to work with the EWC is something that was just super exciting for us. I can say that as someone who's fielded the question, is chess an esport, more times than I can count, and had to answer, well, chess is an esport. It's also sport. It's also its own thing that kind of transcends gaming categories in a lot of different ways. I'm just excited that we don't have to answer that anymore, because I think Mike would say that chess is officially an esport now. We get to celebrate chess is coming to the Esports World Cup, and so we get to check that box, as that's what we're looking for. But jokes aside about that, I think that for chess to be a part of the Esports World Cup aligns with all the things that we are looking to do in terms of serving the top players and in terms of growing the community. And I couldn't be more pumped about seeing what chess looks like. I don't know what's going to happen with esports teams, if they're looking for top chess players, or even how that's going to be coordinated. What?
I hope they are.
I hope they are. I'm going to guess that they are. That was a bit of a throwout since the announcement just went live. I'm sure a lot of people are like, how do I get Magnus Carlsen on my team, especially after what we just saw against Wesley So. But it's awesome, Tanya, and it feels like many years in the making to some degree to look for chess to have this opportunity in the world of esports. So yeah, we're pumped.
Yeah, and it's awesome what's going on in Oslo right now. You've got the live fans. It's got that whole esports vibe in the arena, the backdrop. It all looks so cool. And before we let you go, Mike, do you have any closing thoughts?
Yeah, I've been watching the amazing games tonight, and if you thought that was a great stage with the audience, wait until you see what we can put on in Riyadh. It's going to be next level. So we're really excited to make this announcement today. We're really very much looking forward to welcoming everybody to Riyadh next year. So as you say, I think those clubs need to start making some calls and getting some incredible players on their rosters.
Yeah, if anyone watching interested, we've got Magnus on the screen. You'd want him, especially after the action that we saw today. Thank you so much. And Magnus, before you go, what happened? Are you relieved with winning that Armageddon finally?
Yeah, I mean the Armageddon in itself, like not that much happened. Like I was a little bit worse, but I never felt like I was in danger of losing really. But you know, I definitely unfortunately whatever God Wesley believes in and did not help him in that second game. It helped me instead. So yeah, that was a miraculous escape, but that's what this format does. That it just, you know.
The format makes you believe in miracles.
For sure.
That's what you're saying.
Love it. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us and for all the big news. We're so excited about chess being part of the Esports World Cup. Thank you. And Magnus, we'll see you tomorrow. Awesome is this? Once again, mark your calendars as a chess comes to the Esports World Cup, July 3rd to August 25th. That's going to be an exciting one, David.
Yeah, I can't wait. And yeah, I mean, this feels like a huge historic moment. This is just the beginning. The Champions Chess Tour has been a part of my life now for a few years, and it feels like we're elevating even further.
That's fun, of course. I mean,
Can you imagine teams, James?
What? That's insane, bro. Chess is growing so much. Yeah. It's great to be a chess player in this day and time.
Yeah, and as Mike said, you know, this is really the time. There's never been a bigger moment for chess. It's just awesome, the big things that are coming up this coming year. And we might have big teams with names of the players who are playing just a floor below us. We've had incredible action today, guys. I'm still reeling over the Armageddon. And, you know, we got Magnus's thoughts there about how things turned around. Wow, an absolute topsy-turvy day of chess.
It was great. I mean, and no one could have guessed who was at the top of the standings today. We got to check. Are you kidding me? Who tied Magnus Carlsen? And if you would have guessed, come on, chat, who you think would have been the second place here up there? Of course, tied for first. You probably was not going to say Denis Lazavik, but you need to say it now. Magnus Carlsen, Denis Lazavik, and then everyone else. Of course, Jan with 2, that's nice. And then 1's all the way down, and Levon Aronian, aka Levon Aronian, my guy. But he is at the bottom right now. There's still more chess, but tough for him right now. I think he has to bounce back tomorrow. That's all it is to it. What do you think, David?
Yeah, Levon Aronian is simply in must-win situations.
Yeah.
When it comes to tomorrow, he will begin against the surprise package, Denis Lazavik.
Going great.
I mean, good luck to him at this rate. But
Yeah, definitely.
for Denis, it's already been a great ride, and he'll hope to continue. And yeah, some huge clashes there. Magnus Carlsen against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We've seen that final already, the Champions Chess Tour this season.
Who are you looking forward to in this matchup, Tony?
Oh, that's a hot one, right? We've seen Maxime actually win against Magnus in the Champions Chess Tour, and he's done it when he's come from back, and he's won the match twice in the Grand Reset as well. He knows he has it in him. But Magnus, I mean, if he can turn around what happened today against Wesley, what kind of position can you win against him? I mean, that's a big statement. He was completely busted. He survives that. How do you beat the guy?
Oh, man.
I'm not sure you do.
Yeah, exactly.
Not on the Champions Chess Tour, at least.
Man. I mean, you like look for, hey, what is it, top 2? Okay, maybe I'll get second, like you said, you know. We'll shoot for second. No, but you want to play your best chess, even when you're playing Magnus Carlsen too as well. And of course, try to test yourself and test your skills. But you see Magnus losing, you still couldn't beat him. Right? So it's very difficult there. But at the end of the day, maybe Denis Laz could be the one and only, the kryptonite to the man himself, right? We will see, of course, but that's coming at a later time. So.
Denis the Menace, they call him.
Yes, Denis the Menace. You got to learn to draw against them, then you got to learn to beat them. Last year, he was drawing a lot of games against the top players. This year, wow, he's leveled up.
Well, this was awesome. First day in the books, guys. Thank you for watching day 1 of the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. The round robin stage will continue tomorrow, so make sure you're here. Don't go anywhere. Actually, in fact, stay right where you are until tomorrow. Like, don't move. And then we'll be back with some more action tomorrow. So good night, everyone. Good to see you.
Well, I guess the whole world's been watching classical chess this last month, James. So I'm excited for it to speed up, get back to rapid. That's my favorite series of tournaments for a reason. And yeah, it's going to be fast. It's going to be fun.
What are you time?
Yeah, you know,
played the top players in the world over the board as much. But here we go.
Cheering.
Cheering.
Clapping, right. Of course, the hometown.
Gets that slight advantage, and we've got the countdown going on. It's handshakes, and we're off.
Woo! Here we go. Let's see. In fact, guys, hey.
the Mexican wave.
What's going on? Oh yeah, we actually did that one. Right. What's up, guys? Hello. Wow.
For us, David, and this is exactly what we were expecting when you've got...
Is check king f6 winning?
And I think he's about to do it, James.
And king f6.
Checkmate.
Or f5. Well, okay, you have to go f6, yeah. He's made it.
Checks.
And resigns.
Wesley
Oh my
resigns.
goodness.
Yeah. The problem for black is that he's stuck. This white pawn, the passed pawn is too strong. There we go. It starts moving. It would have deflected the black king away. White's king would have entered. Vincent Keymer resigns. Magnus with a long endgame grind, trademark style. And he's going to drop his bishop back to defend it.
It's over.
Now
oh
he'll
my
join the
God.
round.
It's over.
He's never backed down from a fight though. That's why he's so popular.
Very aggressive too as well with the h3 variations. As you see when the
the Octo-Knight, the Octopus, all of his tentacles. Can he hold it with no time?
That's the big question.
He allows the white pawn forward. White's going to make a new queen.
Oh my goodness.
The moves. If white had done nothing, I think d5 is a very good move by Wesley.
different types of this is a different Magnus thing right now. You're like, I'm locked in, Magnus. I don't want to lose this match. And he's playing, you know.
Wesley gives up his rook. He's about to make a new queen. It's going to cost black his rook, but
oh my goodness,
Magnus wins. Checkmate.
You can never count the man out.
And the crowd goes wild. Magnus Carlsen makes a comeback from a get-lost position.
Hot take. Because he won that game, that's it. Like, I think that's it for the field.